welcome to the big, long reading stream. I did something drastic, I'll admit to myself today. So I'm a little bit more tired than I probably ever been on my stream, but for a very good reason. So I think you all have recently seen that my stream keep going very late into the night because we keep playing so much Stronghold Protocol. We kept playing so much of the stories, and the streams always begin very late. So as a result, as usual, my sleep schedule got kind of screwed. So by screwing my sleep schedule, the not good thing is that I end up sleeping like within the morning or within the day. So I decided to do something drastic today, which is I decided to sleep very little. So I slept very little in the sense of I only slept within the afternoon before I came online today. The intention is that once I'm done with this reading stream, it can make me tired enough so that I'm going to sleep back to normal again. So yeah, we're gonna have to do that just so that I can get back on schedule. So yeah, sleep more, 8 hours a day. I always sleep 8 hours a day, no matter what time I fall asleep. But today I decided to sleep less, just so that I do a bit of a sleep cycle reset. Cause it's like when you're not fully rested, then your body says, okay, I'll force you to sleep earlier type of thing. So that's what I'm gonna try to do. All right. I sound tired. Don't worry, I'll get better. It's just cause I just woke up, so that's why I sound pretty tired. I don't have much things that I intend to share within the front of the stream. I mean, we're currently within a date week per se, so it's kind of a chill time until we get the next event. So yeah, okay, hold on, give me a slight while. Let me fix my bass. Also, let me turn up the sound. Melatonin help is switching the sleep cycle around. You mean like actually taking melatonin pills? That's not very healthy. I see so little and read. No, don't worry. I know what my body can do. So, yeah. Okay, hold on. I need to get a drink. Am I reading the Tonsalter event? I will when it releases. Only Zwillingstrom I'm not reading on time. I'm also gonna try and see if I can read Entelesia's event on time. But Entelesia's event needs me to get to chapter 14, which means I'll be forced to read Absolve, and Absolve is very long. So I will see what occurs. Okay, wait. Can you let me prepare a drink? So let me play my earlier stages, because I've never actually streamed it, so let me do it now.
Woo! I just got a new idea! Better write it down as soon as the fight's over. Dissonanzen.
Das ist keine Arena. Narben werden hier nicht besorgt.
Order acknowledged.
Dead branches and rotten leaves. I'll sweep up in no time, just you watch. Plant looks risky, who can tell? Plant looks safe, you're in for hell.
Das Mondlicht hat sich kaum auf das windige Parterre gelegt. Und schon behauptest du, den Herbst in seiner Gänze erlebt zu haben?
Watch me cut all that hair on your head!
Mission accomplished.
가시죠. 도망친 목격자는 없습니다. 제가 장담합니다.
What? Juice? No. Just a shake. There's so much to read. Can I ask, has any of you fully read AK? Thus far? Like, you actually read every single story?
Avoid becoming engulfed in snow,
Yes.
as were the fates of many.
You've even read the module story
Das
already.
ist keine Arena.
Let's say, wait.
Farben werden hier nicht besorgt.
I should do like a poll of some sort. Of like how much people actually read.
Si puedes atraparme, ni de broma.
You just mainly read the main story.
I heard someone tried planting sunflowers.
You gave up
in
around
the
chapter 9. Oh, chapter 9 is so early.
Order acknowledged.
Because I should do like a different poll. Or I should collect the statistics somehow in the future to like see what people actually
hair on your head.
how much people actually read. Chapter 9 is year 3. No, it's kind of early in the sense that from chapter 9 to now we have had a lot of stories already. You do read, but only main story is someone claimed that the story is good. Is my streams helping to motivate you all to get interested in the story? Just because I started to read?
Watch me cut all that hair on your head.
Mission accomplished.
You can read
Good
several
work, Doctor. Want a cookie?
100,000 words long novel in one stream, but you just can't read VN format for some reason.
I think it's fine.
Did I already do a poll like that on YouTube? It's not a very comprehensive poll, because, you know, there's only 4 options. It's not in-depth. I do hope that me reading at least motivates. It won't motivate the entire community, but it motivates some of you to get a little bit more interested in the story. Just as I'm trying to get interested in the story as well.
I just got a new idea. Better write it down as soon as the fight's over.
Okay, I think whenever I take a break when I read today, I probably will play
是无穷
Zwillingstone
生物演奏的
stages.
交响。
Okay, drink prepared.
I like these high
Oh, I need, wait, let me drink out even more.
plenty.
My voice needs to clear up.
拥抱遗憾。以貌取人的对手，会付出代价。
It's all just like the blueprints. Perfect.
你挑错了对手。
You haven't read any event stories since the Shu event. That's fine. Honestly, there's no shame, there's no pressure in not reading. There's truly a lot to read, but like,
By hatred.
I think the whole idea is also how there's such a gold mine in AK when it comes to stories. I must say though, the stories aren't as... Thus far, I would say that the stories are quite readable for most people. Even younger people, I feel, can enjoy AK stories simply because...
The number one rule
it's a lot of
is
words,
the
but yet at the
master
same time, I
first.
feel like the story is written in a way that is also simple. It's both complex and simple at the same time. I don't know if I'm making sense when I say that. Some of you might get what I mean when I say that. Hold on. Will I be able to do this? He wanted to improve his vocal techniques and demonstrated a strong interest in doing so. Should be joy? Joy and... Is it pure joy? Maybe it's pure joy. Wisdom, maybe? Ecstasy. Hey, I picked the wrong one. Oh, you Dumbo. Okay. She believed it would lead to greater heights and shed tears because she had yet to find it. Sorrow, I think. Whatever is a sorrow. But no, this is apprehension, this is despondency. Do I have pure sorrow? I don't think I've made pure sorrow yet. Oh, it's grief. No, I don't think it's grief though. Grief is too far. I don't even know certain meaning of the words. I don't know what despondency means. Wait, what? Sorrow's opus with... Oh! The concern was not the emotion. The concern was what it's with. Okay. Authority. Okay. Dissatisfied with his performance, but still conceived a perfect melody within his mind. I think it must be anger, but I guess it's anger and... Ooh. Okay, whatever this is. And... An authority as well? Anger opus is wisdom. Oops. Alright. Wait, can you always trigger the... Can you always trigger the special event all the time? Let me try and see. Let's use the tomorrow. Oh no, I have to make the tomorrow opus. Ah, how do you make the tomorrow opus? Can't remember. Oh no, what is the recipe? What was the recipe? I don't remember. Oh no, it's gone. Is this tomorrow opus? That's vigilance. Tomorrow opus is anger 3 times. Shit. Okay, never mind. I'll deal with it later then. I kind of want to deal with it now, just cause like I want to quickly see it. Okay, wait. No, let me do a single farm on. By the way, I'm so glad this event gives device. I'm so low on device, man. That I was thinking, when will the next device event come back? And finally, I have one, so I'm gonna be grinding crap out of it. Because my devices are in critical condition. Okay, I want to take a look at the list of stories. So, I think. Wait, let me make some preparations. Exodus to Pale Sea is releasing on 5th June, I think. So from now till then, I only have 10 days. About 10 days. So supposedly Exodus doesn't have any prerequisite, right? Like there's no requirements of any storyline before Exodus, unless you want a little bit of teaser. So now we're reading Stouty. Well, let's not delete it first, just to be strict myself.
Oh, I'm sorry. Now you want to surrender?
I just read Hortus the Escapist Mole. So, oh wait, no, this is done. Goodbye, Hortus. It was nice completing you. So,
Still feel like yapping?
we're now on Stouty. I think the next thing that I'm going to read should be the double summer event. So what I mean is, I think I'm gonna read Heart of Surging Flame and Dorsales next. I think they can be read together, cause Heart of Surging Flame is very short. Yeah, Heart of Surging Flame is 20,000. Dorsales is 28,000, which is basically reading the length of Stultifera and Navis right now. So I'll read the two together in whichever is the next stream. Then, I mean, I'm reading this just to get a little bit more context of Ebaria. Maybe I'll end up reading Path of Life. I'm running short of time for Yu event as well. I don't think so. Yu event is in July. So it's not that short of time. I'll be fine. Is there any more Ebaria background events that I could be reading? Like, so I think a lot of these stories are not connected to Path of Exodus, but... So, why do I keep saying Path of Exodus? Exodus to Pale Sea, but... Yeah. Flurry to the Flame can be read alone. That's the Kirin Yato event. I think that should be it. I think that's the only thing that I intend to read prior to starting this. Because I just want a little bit of the... I want to get that slight Pawns teaser, even though it's only 2 lines, but getting it's still nice anyways. Oh no, I did mention, I want to read whatever that Elysium appears in, for the sake of it. But I think that's all. Elysium just appears in Stouty, and probably nothing else. Okay, then in that case, I have some free time then to start whatever is next. And Telestia's event appears first, right? Oh! Lake Shilbanahurst! Rerun! Oh! And Telestia's event does not appear until after Yu's event. Oh! Wait, I'd be tempted to read this on time. Because I want to read... I want to read the Yerek. I want to know the background of Daggerbreaker. And I still need to afford time for Obscure Wanderer, because I haven't done Obscure Wanderer yet. Right, there's also Ideal City. Ideal City is kind of short. Let's do some spacing out then. I think from now until Thorn's event drop, I'll probably read for 3 more days. So I'll read Ideal City. Then I'll get the understanding of Gavial Altar. And I think let's kickstart Yerek. I want to know a little bit more about Yerek really. Wow, Break the Ice is 47,000. For the first Yerek story is that long. Sure. I'll tell you what. No, I'll just read like this, in this order. But Break the Ice is the only thing I need to read, right? For Yerek. Yeah, I think it is. And then it's just Lake Shibunahurst. But I technically have a lot of time before I reach. In that case, never mind. No. Let's do a full-on summer team. I try to keep pace with how the stories are being released. The one that I probably will have a hard time is reaching towards See You Soon. But I guess after we reach once we get here, I think we need to go on a spam. Sibonahurst is 50,000. We need to go on a Sui Sibling spam. Which also means I have to read... I'm not reading Ancient Forge. So I've already done that. Invitation to Wine. Vernal Windblow. Eh? No. I'm missing someone. I'm missing the Dusk event. Oh, the Dusk event is not listed here. Oh, who is real? Oh, I'm blind. I should try to merge you with someone. Just to keep the stream a little bit more full. Oh, Death in Chunfen seems easy to read. It's very short. Okay. But yeah, I think I very likely I'll add something to Who Is Real. And then we're gonna do Invitation to Wine. We're gonna do Vernal Winds, Never Blue. And I think we'll read Death in Chunfen as well, because Death in Chunfen came very shortly after the whole thing. So this is the Sui spam that we're gonna get, so that once we get to the Such is the Joy of Our Reunion. I think that's the name of the event. Well, basically, this will be fun, I think. Oh, here are People's Souls as well. Oh, yeah. Oops. Chongyue came first or Shu came first? Chongyue came first, I think. Yeah, Chongyue came first. Here are People's Souls. This will be fun. I look forward to doing this. We're gonna have like 0 touching of any other region. We're just gonna go for a full Sui run. And I guess after the Sui run is completed, then I'm forced I'm forced to go whole main story mode. Probably, I will read chapter 1 to 5 together in one stream. I think. Like chapter 1 to 5 in one stream, and then I'll read you two separately. Oh my god, 70,000 words. I guess each chapter have to be their own stream, right? Because they're all too heavy. Nine, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. How many streams is this? 10! 10! 10! I need 10 streams so that I can read See You Soon! But the thing is that I can't just do it like this, right? There's still some stories in between. Which are the connection stories? Which means like for example, Walk in the Dust. Or Walk in the Dust, Babel. Which are the ones where, because I've read that chapter, I can go far. Yeah, sure, I'll enter your guide. Hold on. Right, operational intelligence is after chapter 2. Okay. I think I will end up starting chapter 1 to 5 a bit earlier then. Probably during this point in time. Because I think I want to put operational intelligence with Who Is Real. Just because Who Is Real is a smaller story. And then Dark Knight's Memoir, which I already read. Wait, so Vigilo and Walk in Dust are separate. Vigilo goes between 8 and 9. But that means I have to get through this. I think I'll end up reading them here. Sometime here. Oh, I'll never reach See You Soon, man. How will I be on time to read it? I need to actually rush. But I think those stories are shorter. Walk in the Dust and Vigilo. Okay, no, that is not short at all. Maybe Vigilo is... Yeah, Vigilo is the short one. And then there is the mention of Babel. Babel is between 14 and 13. Ah. So I guess I'll end up reading Babel here. I will have to see how to arrange my streams so that I read everything on time. But honestly, by the time I reach See You Soon, which See You Soon is in August, I should be very done with a lot of the storylines in AK. What's after See You Soon? Oh, Atlana. Wait, what about the Readouter event? Oh, what the Firelight cast is here. It's between 11 and 12. Then I guess after I'm done with this, then I'm preparing towards when elegies are ashes. Wait, hold on. I might as well just finish this. I'm in pace. I can beat Arknights. We see it coming. Oh wait, Master's Travel needs me to... Oh, so I guess I'm gonna have no time to read Lingering Echoes until closer towards the event then. Sad. Wow, I'm never gonna reach a Zwillingstrom conclusion. Because it's very likely that I need to spam out whatever that is the incoming stories. Yeah, here's the funny thing. I still have Lone Trail that I need to read. Lingering Echoes could be started earlier. If I can find time, I will do it. But if I can't, then I won't. I might put it towards the end. Because I think what I intend to do is I want to finish the Latanian storyline before going into back into the Laterano storyline, which is a Master's Travel or something like that. What is it called again? The Master's Travel. Oh, I look forward to this event so much. Yeah, but I need to get to Zwillingstrom before doing this because I need to read more about Executor Alter. And then I think after this event is completed, then I will be going into Yerek's stuff. Although, does Phantom appear in Preluding Lights? If Phantom appears in Preluding Lights, then does he appear here? Or is this a pure Carnelian story? Like about 1 year of content. I think the thing is that I should be able to finish AK story by this year. In fact, I think my timeline is so short because I have a feeling Enfield is releasing either in November or December. So like, before it drops, I want to make sure that I've already touched base with every faction in the game, so that I understand their background fully and what they are. Shibboleths needs chapter 12. Shibboleths needs chapter 12? Ah! So I can't reach Shibboleths in time? Real? Ayoy! Then I guess we are in the main story grind already. Oh, I won't be able to reach Shibboleths in time then. Too bad. I'll figure how to plan my time. Okay, whatsoever. For Enfield, I need to look at the Sami plotline. No. I'm not only concerned about the Sami plotline. I'm also concerned more so about the background of the factions in the game. Because there's a lot of things to understand. There's a lot of people to encounter within the game. Like, I mean, I'm quite glad that I finally started. I'm pretty glad that I finally understand a lot more about Laterano now. That the whole Sancta and Sarkaz thing, it took me 5 years or 6 years to finally understand what it is with the relationship of the people. You know, seeing how some people care about everything in the world and some people don't give a damn. How some people are the weirdest people when Terra and other people are the most constructed. Is it not better if you start main story before side story? Honestly, nah. My sort of thoughts after I've read enough story is, if there's a story you think you like, just read it. Don't wait. You know, of course there's the ideas of prerequisite, and I'd be honest to say, even if you read those stories without the prerequisite, as long as it doesn't feel like a direct sequel, which, like, for example, I think Stultifera Navis, which we're about to read, feels like a direct sequel to Undertides, right? So that kind you can't just straight away jump in. You have to get the front part. Or in the case of, which two stories am I thinking of? I forgot which stories have I read that already felt like, oh, if I don't read the front part, I won't understand the second part because it directly continued. But yeah, just read whatever you want. All right. Hi. How do I navigate? Is this in order? Is it left to right? Because I don't mind reading the small little conversations that happen as well. Because I think that was supposed to be the beauty of this game. There's a guide somewhere. I thought there's a guide somewhere as well. I'm trying to find that. Alright. Am I gonna do a discussion stream after all is done? Yeah. I always discuss the story after I finish reading the story. Unless you mean discussion stream as in purely to talk about the story. I don't think I'll end up doing discussion streams. I feel like I'll end up doing this lore videos actually. Which I'm very afraid of. I've mentioned that before. That I'm very afraid that I say the wrong thing within a lore video, but I'll try my best because I want to at least share the emotions that I get when I read those stories. The road has already become scantily traveled. Nobody cares about the stories that once unfolded here. Nobody remains to record them. Silence falls upon all equally, bringing the same quietude. Only the street name marks these memories, roughly engraved with the name of this small town, Grand Pharaoh. He threw a question into the ancient, bottomless well and received an answer in return. Terra, the land, these lands, the nations across the world. These terms and the language around them flow in widespread use only because of how narrow they actually are. Has there ever been some majestic language of the ancient past that could describe everything between heaven and earth? Where would we put the words to everything we might encounter in our day-to-day life? A grandiose term encompassing the earth, the sky, and even the seas of which the land-bound nations know so little. a single word to narrate millennia of life's progress. Where among the collective mind of mankind is such a word, Kelsit? I'm sure you know the answer yourself. I know quite a bit of myself, yet still I find myself asking day after day. No man may truly escape the unknown, and the unknown will forever torment mankind. Here I thought you would go with the Sargonian word alam. The same idea, I think. Yours was a sarcastic language. It was. Strange. You're a feline who calls herself a doctor, yet your first instinct is to use the devil's tongue. Your identity is like the ever-changing clouds above the sea, never content to remain the same. Language will not change its essence for such trifles. Language. Now look here, Kelsit. A well. Do you know how to draw water from it? Do you know how the Ebarians use these blue cornerstones to build their houses? If the Ebarian nobility had let go of their pride to their heads, let their pride go to their heads, the ocean would surely have made the nation an impenetrable fortress. The well is deep, and we're very close to shore. Look, it hasn't dried up yet. There is a false sun in there. We should be on our way, sir. The elderly man does not answer her. He simply picks up a small rock in silence. The rock could not be more commonplace, with no particular reason to fiddle around, yet as though absorbed in the sensation of the sea breeze. Wait, hold on. Is my YouTube thumbnail correct? I just realized this. Let me go and double check. Okay, it is. He continues to gaze at the bottom of the well. Kelsit doesn't push the issue. She silently waits for the man in front of her to answer. She sees the clouds are moving. The winds are strong. There is no rush, Kelsit. There is no rush. We have ample time for rest, no matter the arrangements you have made. If I drop this rock into the well, how long would it take for us to hear the splash? About 5 to 6 seconds. Even the most simple Ebarian knows how to make use of the sea, knowledge that went into this deep coastal well. And yet, a Victorian farmer or Colombian worker might not even know what the vast sea looks like. Kelsit, how many questions have I asked you on our journey so far? The old man holds out his arm, the rock still in his palm. Then he lets go, sending it tumbling downwards. Despite its rapid descent, the two of them lock their eyes onto it. Yet, without adequate sunlight, they soon find themselves unable to follow its track into the depths. It has been 2, perhaps 3 seconds. Nothing but silence shrouds the two of them. Even the wind has come to a halt. How quiet, Kelsit thinks to herself. How quiet indeed. The quiet sound echoes through the well's walls, as though reminding them that, in that brief moment lasting but a few seconds, all the lands are still. 123. Quite a bewitching number. 123 questions. Over 123 years. The Inquisition boasts not a single Inquisitor older than me. Most have died in battle, a few of old age, and even fewer gave in to cowardice during their endless ordeal. It did not end very well for them. I've experienced all there is of Ebaria. I've seen its fleets setting sail, and heard the Victorians' envoys quivering. It was a rude awakening when the profound silence destroyed our nation. My countrymen are still drowning in their hatred for the disaster, and confused over the loss of their dream. Liberi don't live long lives, even the Liberi elders. The oldest and healthiest of them are unable to shoulder Ebaria's present calamity. Your age is a miracle, one forged by the Inquisition, and which also grants you an unprecedented sense of devotion. In that era, where both glory and ideology began to crumble, you and the earliest Inquisition members were revered as saints. Saints! A title for those who once served as a guiding beacon for mankind. But just like firewood, they become nothing but ashes. I've watched the season cycle by a full 123 times. Yet it only seems the cold winters have left their mark on me. I've seen so many truths with my own eyes, yet can never recall the sight of spring. Kelsit. Yes. The look on the old man's eyes changes. Faith is a language and prayers can pave roads. At this very moment, the nation of Ebaria, or perhaps an existence beyond that, is caressing its chin, examining the wind speed. So far, I've lived 123 years. I asked you 123 questions based on my personal experiences. Nonetheless, you answered each and every one. You know everything that I know. How do you ask her a question when you're a kid? Man is making progress, and new secrets will forever emerge. Yet our knowledge will never overcome the wall that we call the known. Regardless, the enemy we face belongs to the other side of that wall, in the dark forest that lies beyond. And you, Kelsit, do you belong to our side of the wall, or to the depths of the forest? That is up to you. You might even know the number of leaves on the leaves on its trees. What a terrifying woman. Make no mistake, the saints of Ebaria remain the pinnacle that humanity can reach. Yet, you've exceeded that, marking you as inhuman. Perhaps you've extended your life with special arts. Perhaps you've inherited some ancient identity. Or perhaps you possess a soul that had great ambitions. Even if our faith is only a lie built atop an ideology, we nevertheless once held onto it firmly. What is truly saddening though, is that when old age finally beats us all, we will not have yet managed to solve our problems. While those of us who have bested old age, via original arts or other means, will only come to fear endless suffering at the hands of our enemies. When did Ager become such an unknown terror to Ebaria? How could an unarmed child so easily accept the help of a stranger brandishing a weapon? What if that child were about to drown? Then we would still require proof. Is Ager's current situation really as you say? Can the Seaborn and their source truly be defeated? If you cannot back up these claims, then Ebaria will not trust you. I will not trust you. Before I die, you must all prove it to Ebaria. Otherwise, the seawater will quench the flame of civilization. Before the other nations can prepare, they will swarm past Ebaria and tear this world apart. Perhaps this too, the refutation of Terran civilization, is itself a part of survival of the fittest mindset. Or perhaps there is nothing inherently different between us and them. A seaside town, relaxed but gloomy, quiet but bustling, a lively place, but with danger and mystery around every corner. Just the place to get us that creative groove. What do you girls say? The shore's got an unsettling vibe. I can already smell all that stuff I'd rather not. I really don't think we should be visiting the waterfront so carelessly. Does it matter if we can find inspiration? Come on, look how fired up about it Dan is. Time to find our muse! Right, it's a good choice. I can't believe we're actually looking to that messed up ocean for inspiration now. Which is exactly why it's a fresh new vibe. Took the words out of my mouth. Well, should we split up then? I can take our luggage to the hotel on my own. Alright, I'll be checking out the stuff over there. I'm glad someone is worrying. Just don't forget we're playing with fire. So where's the hotel? That reminds me. How did a small town like this get itself a hotel anyways? Do people even come here? They need to make a living somehow. Right. No living, no music. Let's see. We're back. Excuse me. Can I get past? Oh, sure. No problem. Have you been sitting in the chapel again, Mr. Elysium? Sorry, we've run into each other several times already. Don't worry about it. The name Elysium isn't very common here. Actually, someone as smoking hot as me has got to be a rare sight in Ebaria to begin with, right? I don't know about that, but someone as confident as you, maybe. Right. It took spending some time here to realize that the place I always called home doesn't really feel like home. Are you waiting for someone here, Mr. Elysium? It's already been several days, hasn't it? Not like I have a choice. That's how things are in my line of work. Besides, I'd rather hang out in comfort here than in the primeval forest infested with bugs and originium. You're from the outside then. Oh, you can tell. It's because of the vibe I give off. Actually, I guess you could say that. What do you mean? Like, the way you dress? You know your stuff. Grand Pharaoh doesn't see a lot of visitors. There's not a lot of folks here, so everyone in town knows everyone else. Besides, what were you... What? Huh? What's the error here? What's with? That's English? This is English? What with how close to the sea we are? That's a weird statement. Okay. I get if you guys say it's English, sure, but it's so weird though. It's not common. Not a lot of Ebaria are willing to talk to Ager these days. Especially after the Inquisition started showing up more often. Right. I get you. I've been through similar stuff plenty of times. Does this happen in other Iberian cities too? Like in those prosperous ones I hear about in the rumors? Not just in Ebaria, kid. The way I see it, it's pretty much the same no matter where you go. Life's tough everywhere. But I got to say, some of the Agers I met are a real handful. Just thinking about them gives me a headache. Wish I could beam all my common sense straight into their brains. Which makes it pretty easy to get along by comparison. Okay, now that's a face asking whoever wants the common sense of a guy like me. No, it's not. Sure, I look like an unemployed bum lazing about here 24/7, but I'd actually come a long way and been through way too much. So you're an explorer then? What's life like for the Jaeger in other places? Not too bad. Not too bad. Mayor Diego, you needn't come here every day. I've been hearing some bad rumors lately. I'm worried about you guys, Amir. I'm not mispronouncing. Bad rumors? You mean about the cultists? But we're not just close to the sea. We're close to the Inquisition too. The very heart of Ebaria. So how could there be cultists here? Who knows? Happens all the time in coastal towns though. Hardly peculiar at all. Also, I heard someone saw a monster on the shore. Did old Petri tell you that? You know the kind of nonsense he goes on about when he hasn't had his drink. You're a kind man, Diego. I'm sure you're just worried about Jordi, the boy who works at the chapel. I'm not a very sophisticated one though. Maybe you can put me at ease. Help me sleep better at night. These rumors are just rumors, right? The ghost ship, the cultists, the sea monsters. The Inquisition hasn't let us go to sea in a long time. Right, can't even remember how long. 84 years, 85. Try 50 or 60. The profound silence happened in 1038. Have you really been trapped on land for so long, in your memories? You aren't even that old. Have you been a prisoner of this place before you were born? If living in poverty counts as imprisonment, then yes, I've been a prisoner for a long time. I haven't so much as looked at the sea since Marin died. I loathe it. But you're not worried about the gossip, are you? You're worried about the Inquisition. And even so about the Penal Battalion coming here to take away all the Agers. Poor Diego. The Inquisition snuffed out the love of your life. An Ager woman. Your anger and resentment is perfectly understandable. But be careful for what you say. For everyone's sake. Maybe you're right. Okay, I'll be careful. You always know more than us anyways. So what have you been up to lately? The same old. Doing my job as a third-rate translator in this frighteningly laid-back seaside town. That's it. It's been months since a messenger stopped by. All of my drafts have been piling up, and it's giving me a headache. Translation. I've never set foot outside this small town my whole life. Anything besides Iberian may as well be gibberish to me. It's getting late. Right, Jordy should be off for work soon. Jordy should be off work soon. I only hope that the Inquisition isn't gonna give the lad any trouble over the gossip these next few days. I'll see you later. Be safe, Mayor Diego. Oh, he's a mayor. Cultist. The young woman named Amaya, ponders for a moment before turning her mind to the papers as always. Ursine or Ursine? Ursine novels. Casimirian biographies, Latanian poetry, even Sargonian folktales. All the lands of Terra lie before her as a thick pile of literature, each word waiting to be deciphered in a solemn, orderly manner. The air is extraordinarily humid. She can't help but pinch the corner of the page. The sensation of the sea. The waves continue to accelerate, and the winds are frightened. The coral lines the sky, painting it a neon shade. We will come to detest ourselves for not having wings. Are you finished with your work? Yes. As you can see, the chapel doesn't see a lot of visitors. I mostly just keep this place tidy. Are you still waiting today? Yeah, they should be here just by last week. But my superior did warn me that they're a weird bunch, so I guess being late is normal enough. Still, it's hard to call that a good thing. But why would anyone choose to meet up in Grand Pharaoh of all places? Strange, right? I thought so too. That's why I volunteered for the job when Misery brought it up. Not that I expected to waste a whole month here. That's a hell of a long time to be on standby. But normally the Inquisition wouldn't have outsiders like you at all. Because of how close it is to the command center. Or because it's close to sea. Maybe both. I see. So how do you make it here? I haven't traveled much, but I can tell that Grand Pharaoh is a backwater. If you really want to know, I could use someone to chat with. I'm dying of boredom over here. Then it's not too much trouble. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize it was so late. Uncle Diego is waiting. I should head back to make me dinner. Family? Something like that. He's the one who raised me. Look, you don't have to be such a doormat just because you're an Ager. When someone's kind to you, try to be more positive. Thanks, Mr. Elysium. Grand Pharaoh. It means the Great Lighthouse in an ancient Iberian tongue. Lighthouses once shone upon ships both large and small, and served as homes to all seamen to return. Many souls dwelt beneath the reefs, until the ship fell in love with the ocean, accepting its embrace and facing their own destruction. Venice is here. Amaya, where is she going? Some sort of commotion up ahead. That's unusual. What's going on? Where are you heading? The chapel! Geez, here shouldn't be using their hands to pray. They should learn to drum instead. The square is the center of the town. Everything's built around it. Frost? Who is Frost? A sculpture of a lighthouse. A guiding landmark to the sea. Oh, I guess Frost is the emo though, and the town. What a lame analogy! What a bunch of weirdos. Let's not get too close. Didn't know Pedri mentioned something like this before. Don't get involved. Let the Inquisition take you away. Shh. Why are these outsiders lately? Why are there all these outsiders lately? The Inquisition just doesn't care anymore, huh? I haven't seen any of them before. Look at the way they dress. Are they musicians? Is she looking at me? Hello? In the past, I wouldn't have batted an eye at seeing an Ager near the coast, but it sure is such a rare sight these days. Do you know what's going on here? What? Oh, you wouldn't, huh? You aren't a child of the sea. You're land-born. Not that that's much of a surprise. Jeez. Aya, over here. Coming. Oh, right. You... Is something the matter? Do you know what's that sculpture... that sculpture is of, sorry. And do you know all the locals know? Yes. It's a lighthouse. Apparently they needed a lot of people to work on it way back when. And many of the workers' families ended up staying here. Like yours? Yes. I still keep some relics from the era back home. Like blueprints and pictures. Lighthouses. Iberian lighthouses. In a country on the land. That's kinda funny. Anyways, this scent doesn't seem to be coming from you. Alright then. You be extra careful. I've never seen those people. Are those instruments? Maybe they're the ones Mr. Elysium has been waiting for. Jordi! Oh, Uncle Diego. Sorry, I should have come back sooner. Don't you get involved with them. I didn't see ears or tails, and no feathers either. They might be Aegis. Jordi, my boy. You know I don't have anything against the Aegir, but remember what everyone's been saying lately. Don't get too involved with these outsiders. If you see an Aegir near the sea, and there's no one from the Inquisition or Panel Battalion around, then they gotta be trouble. I don't think they're bad people, but the Inquisition might not see things the same way. So, I'm sorry. I just don't want to see them take you away. Be a good boy and listen. I get it. You don't have to apologize. I get it. I didn't expect you to agree so quickly. I know the events of Salviento with the 3 Abyssal Hunters. Irene always writes the most detailed reports after all. And above all, I know that if you meant Ebaria harm, you had other much simpler options. The Abyssal Hunters, suppose they are as strong and swift as the report suggests. The 3 of them are still controllable by the Inquisition. We retain the authority to sentence them to death. The only reason they are still allowed to walk Iberian lands is thanks to my curiosity towards your so-called truth. I can't help but wonder if Iberia's current predicament is a result of its pride then. The truth is that no one knows pride better than us. Pride is like the shadow always lurking behind every man. The 2 Inquisitors with whom you're acquainted have already received orders. Should the need arise, they will appear before us. It seems we have a few unidentified Aegis in Grand Pharaoh as well. You never mentioned them. Who are they? They aren't Aegis. Ebaria is rarely mentioned in the historical record, but that doesn't mean our history is short. At the height of our prosperity, we crossed the entire continent, advancing troops to even Bolivar. Both coin and knowledge flooded into our seas like streams pouring into a valley from a high cliff. Those glorious waterfalls roared so deafeningly loud that they could overcome even the waves of the sea. Those being arose, or rather, the Faramut. I thought this was an Iberian story. Perhaps it is them that I should keep an eye on. They show no signs of hostility, yet they keep me on edge. Maybe they once belonged to the sea. Kelsit, you are the doctor here. Could you do the Inquisition a favor? Ask away. The Inquisition's command center is very close to the coastline. We are prepared to face destruction at any moment. But I need you, an outsider, to be our eyes gazing forward. Seeing as we're in the same boat, I have no reason to refuse. Please, Doctor, spare me the mysteriousness your long life has earned you. Show us where the evil that lurks within us sleeps. I'll take that as a compliment, and it would be my honor. Gladia, our brief time together has you addressing me differently. On that point alone, you are quite different from before. Captain, I have a question. We've already shared all the information we have in the time since we left that reeking coast. Not all of it. We alone are more than enough. I don't understand why we must also bring... Look at her now. This is how she once was. I looked into all her treatment records at Rhodes Island. You've never seen her this quiet before either, Have you? Don't you want to help her? And this will help? Perhaps. She alone can defeat her illusions. She is her own key. She can break through the results of those filthy experiments. She's Laurentina after all. But until then, we need to prepare a warm bed for her. It was only for a short while, but she woke up. Even so, I stared at her like that. Don't be so sentimental. We aren't her. If she doesn't mind the way she is, we have no right to meddle in it. You trust Dr. Kelsip more than I thought you would. Maybe. She willingly stayed in Ebaria and created this opportunity for us. I was surprised, and I have to thank her. I can only hope it goes well for her. Look at the time. Guess it's not happening today either. And here I thought I'd get to see them sooner or later just by waiting in the most conspicuous building in the town. This really is such an uneventful place though. If I'd known it'd be so boring here, I would have brought along a few more books from Rhodes Island. A Lateran chapel, and in such great shape, even right next to the sea. Unbelievable! The playstyle has really got a different vibe though. I mean, as long as there are Laterans in chapels, we can jam whenever. But this place just feels so gloomy. Alti! You'd best stay away from the sea, Geordie. The chapel is clean and safe. Just stay there. Don't worry about anything else. Not a lot of the young ones came back this year. Most who left looked for ways to move to the big cities. And now we rely on the Inquisition's handouts but to get by. You should think about what I said and leave this place. The folks here are of the families of the workmen, who gathered here to maintain the lighthouse in the past. But times have changed. This place will be abandoned sooner or later. Geordie. I'm listening, Uncle. It's just, where can an eagle go? Amaya told me that there are places outside, in other parts of Ebaria, where they aren't so harsh on the eagle. But I'll need to find a home for myself eventually. I need resources, connections. I can't make a decision that easily. I'm not ready yet. If you say so. Right. Amaya gave me another book. One she translated herself. Not like I understand it anyway though. Take it with you to kill time over in the chapel. Okay. Geordie walks down the street quietly. Seeing the old man in front of him hunching over more and more, he can't help but think back to how he looked just last year. As if to prove how time slowly overtakes all of us, senility is always silent. From the moment you wake up to when you fall asleep, every second is like a gasp for air. But Geordie never complained. He's used to this life after all. Uncle, I'm pretty happy with my life right now. I get to help out at the chapel. Sometimes I help take care of the children, and sometimes I help patch up the injured workmen. I even get to know that Liberi who came from out of town the other day. He's so different from everyone else. He said his name is Elysium. You don't have to worry about me. It's been a long time since the Inquisition came to town. We don't have to always be so nervous. That's not a chapel, lad. It's a sentry post. The Inquisition set it up to keep their eyes on us, back when we were still trying to repair the lighthouse. But now that the coastline is peaceful and the work on the Eye of Ebaria is shelved, of course the Inquisition doesn't give a toss about us anymore. Still, to be fair, the Inquisition isn't completely useless. Only they can stop those. Nothing, lad. Just a few rumors going around among the workmen. Rumors? Lad? Here? What exactly is that? Should I let Uncle Diego know? Something bothering you, lad? No, it's nothing. Uncle, just what is out there at sea? That is the longest event intro I've ever had to read. The people remain as motionless as statues, the twitching old man no longer anywhere to be seen. Nobody is willing to reveal where he went. The only things left in the tavern are wine-stained blotches and knocked over chairs. The only thing left here is useless garbage. I mean, I guess I missed whatever is the front part, because these were like things that you collect back then. He grew up along the coast. He longed for freedom to see the ocean. This is part 1 of the intro, you're right. I'm not even at ST1 yet. Oh my heavens. Jordi! Uncle Diego, what's going on? Quick, back up! We have to go. Wait, what? Where are we going? The Inquisition is coming. What? The cultists, the monsters from the sea. Are we leaving this town for good? We? No, just you. When the Inquisition finds out there are cultists here, the Jaeger will be the first target. I don't care what happens to the cultists or even the rest of us. We've lived here for too long. We don't know how to live anywhere else. But you're different. You've always wanted to see the world outside. You're young and talented. But this is all so sudden. It's an opportunity for change, lad. Your chance. Your last chance. Be brave. Even if you somehow survive the Inquisition's interrogation, all that's waiting for you here is a life spent in fear for the ocean and the sea terrors. If you leave though, your fate will finally be in your hands. Not stuck in that little chapel. That place is too small for you. You shouldn't just... It's so sudden. There's no time to hesitate, lad. You must be strong. Like your parents and their parents before them. Did my parents really give their lives for Ebaria? We don't have time for this. Come, we must pack. It's been so long since we've had a traveling trader stop by. All your clothes are so old. You can buy new ones so easily out there. All the more reason to leave, don't you think? But why would the Inquisition be looking for Aeger? Couldn't cultists just be as well Liberi or feline? Aeger come from the sea, same as the monsters and the disaster. Have you seen them? No, I mean, Uncle, you knew? You knew they were here? Yes, we all knew there was something about the rumors. Juan was one of them. He went into an empty warehouse to hide from the streets. He was hurt, and he had no hostility towards me. Right, because you're Aeger. I know they've gone mad, and that they're not normal. But why are you sheltering them? None of that matters anymore. You'll be leaving soon. I don't want to. What? I was born in Grand Pharaoh. If I had to run away just to hide from the Inquisition, I don't know. You what? Do you have any idea what you're saying? No Aeger has ever made it back in one piece after the Inquisition gets them. If you're lucky, you might return missing a few body parts, or maybe your sanity. Most simply disappeared though. Some even have been imprisoned, others that have been executed. No one comes back. No one. The Inquisition will burn everything to the ground in their mercy, before the monsters and cultists even get a chance. Nothing cleanses like fire. Uncle Diego, calm down. The angry old man sees in Jordi the shadow of himself, arriving in this land all those years ago, hoping to construct a new garden out of the ruins. Decades have passed, and those who were once young are no longer so. Yet, what have they built in Great Pharaoh? What has become of Ebaria? Their efforts have done nothing to change the tidings of fate, and the home that they put so much passion into now stands in the precipice of collapse. A vast helplessness engulfs Diego, like the dark clouds over the sea. No one has ever come back. Not Marion, not anyone else. Grand Pharaoh is already burning. Be the Inquisition of the monsters. There is no future for us. Uncle Diego, I'll never be able to face your parents if anything happened to you, Jordi. I know. Can I go see the ocean? Good. Dream now. May your sleep be full of nightmares. Leave them to me, Kelsit. Soon enough, they will confess where their dark and dank schemes take root. No doubt. The omen's with you, Doctor. You are alive until sunset. A rock band. I must admit I don't understand these newfangled trends. Have faith in the divinity of the song then. Ebaria hasn't recorded a direct sighting of a Pharaoh in centuries, much less an interaction. If your music represents your view on human society, then that would certainly pique my interest. We haven't paid attention to that sort of thing since Deep Color in the Sea. It's a topic that's all too familiar, you see. I wonder what music would put to Ebaria. The most surprising thing I found at my age is how much still surprises me. As we discussed, the Inquisition will prepare a means for you to travel to the Eye of Ebaria as soon as possible, Kelsit. It will eliminate any obstacles in your path. That sea terror, the one that's embedded in the guy, there's the scent of an eagle on it. A different scent though. One more like us, the scent of the sea. You think I skipped the story? It should be SN1 now. Is it? I think it felt like I skipped, but I wasn't sure. Yeah, it says S2. Wait. Because why is he rushing to leave? Never mind. I don't think I can navigate the interface well. I'm gonna have to use this.
私らの次の目標は思いついた？夢で見たのでもいいよ。
Fuck! I can't use it! Bro! Oh, I can! Yeah, I skipped the story. Miss Stouty, your refracted possession was positively spectacular. Really? Color me surprised. I thought that little silly idea I came up with in the jungles of Sargon was a bit too avant-garde. But it turns out that the doctor had someone like you under her wing. I thought you'd all be as stuffy as her. So, where are the others? Dan's the excitable type, so she ran straight to the beach. Aya and Frost went back to the hotel. Pretty run-down place, but kind of interesting. Interesting, really. So did Kelsey tell you anything about us? I only caught a word or two. Seems like you folks have something important on your hands. I was blown away when I heard the world-famous AUS had personal ties with Dr. Kelsit. To be honest, I could say the same. But still, I'm glad we have fans even out here. Gives this trip some much-needed spice. Finally getting to meet you makes the whole excruciating month all the worth it though. If it's not too much trouble, could you please sign this poster too? Why do you even bother coming back to Ebaria? That's rather complicated, and something I sure didn't expect LT from Alive Until Sunset of all people to be asking me. You like the name of our band? Like? Nay, I absolutely adore it. Appreciate it. So where is she? I figured she'd be waiting here with that know-it-all look on her face, and then end up telling us nothing in a lot of words. Still waiting for Dr. Kelsit to contact me. She shouldn't have arrived much later than you all. Hope she hurries up until then. High tide is about to roll in. Outsiders? All outsiders? What happened all of a sudden? Did the Inquisition really loosen up its grip that much? Yes, outsiders. All outsiders. They are very special. They carry the scent of the ocean. Aegis. Possibly. Possibly not. Our brothers and sisters are all afraid. We must make haste. Scarcely has the Inquisition been so negligent. It's too suspicious. Even if the laxity of the water is a trap, we must continue our relentless pursuit. For the sake of our brothers and sisters, for the sake of restoring the Herald's connection to this land, we must first secure the Eye of Ebaria, or destroy it. I do not wish to indiscriminately slaughter the innocent. You were all my family once. Go and have more people join us. We now have the option of choosing a profoundly vast road, greater than what Ebaria promised us, greater than this land. Those people are the outsiders why our brothers have become restless. It's highly likely, but I can't say for sure. We are all weak and frail. Our brothers are weak and frail. We cannot act rashly, for the Inquisition will exterminate us. We must be careful, or there will be too much blood spilled on this soil. And she does not like blood. Neither us nor our brothers and sisters need to die in vain. Oh, who's there? I knew it. Cultists of the Church of the Deep. I stepped out of Ebaria for just a few years, and now there are scientists everywhere. I'm actually starting to look forward to seeing her for once. Is she still not here? Yeah, Dr. Kelsey mentioned that the Inquisition will probably keep a close eye on her. So, that's weird. I'm sure she was there for the start of Ebaria's golden age. She should at least be able to get an audience with the leaders. Why take such a lame approach? Very funny. Ebaria's ascent was centuries ago. Even she can be more than... Seems her long years of experience have taught her how to best navigate this world. Alas, I'm too young and beautiful to get that stuff. Surely you just Miss Elty. So if something were to really happen to her, would you help her? If you're willing to plead on her behalf, maybe. Is she really that important to your road silent, was it? To be perfectly honest, I really don't understand why she would put herself at risk like this just to come to Ebaria. But I fully believe she willingly took on the responsibility. And even if Dr. Kelsey is prepared to risk herself for Ebaria, then as an Ebarian, I have even less of an excuse. I see. Then you better go take a look, or keep waiting here. Who knows? Someone might just barge in here hollering and screaming. Hey, what's that supposed to? The plaza! I just saw a monster! There's a monster out there! It's anyone! Wait right here, Miss Elty. I'll go see what's going on. What a terrible order. But Dan was right. The petals in the sea of consciousness fall into a waterfall flowing in reverse. The melody of the scales, the ballad of the rootstocks are all ready to come forth. Maybe I'll find a few nuggets of inspiration on this trip after all. What is that? Oh, Pedri was right. My grandfather wrote about this in his diary. It's a sea terror. Is it dead? It would start moving, right? Sorry, excuse me. Coming through. What little light remains filters through the clouds, partially cloven by the monolithic statue. The light's blood splashes across the ground, forming shadows. A dying sea terror rests quietly in the monolith shadow, like an old man leaning against a tree to find its final respite. Is it already dead? Oh, Pedri wasn't lying. It really is a monster from the sea, a beautiful game Pharaoh. I know what it's called. We've seen them before. So this is a sea terror. But the coastline is so calm, and how could the Inquisition miss something like this blatant? Its vacant, lifeless eyes seem to be still spinning, the land a vast, waterless ocean before them. But just as Elysium mistakes it for clinging to life, its gaze once again seems to fixate on a deep, profound death, and its motions halts completely. It's staring at me. Or at something else. What's going to do with the corpse? Just look at it! How disgusting! Would it eat people if it was still alive? The sea terror cannot speak, but its deformed husk shines brightly. A large group of people gather around it, afraid, suspicious, but nevertheless drawn to it, as if it were lit fireworks. Fireworks indeed. Its death is just like fireworks. No gashes, no signs of wounds from a hand cannon. Death did not choose it. Rather, it chose death. Now I'm just rambling to myself. If this is what the sea terrors from the report, then the Church of the Deep must already be closer than we thought. Miss Ebaria, come, take a look at this thing. Now, calm down. Could this really be from the sea? I can't hide the truth from you all. Indeed, this is a monster from the sea. This has to be reported to the Inquisition right away. We need to call the Battle Battalion over to deal with these monsters. No, have the Inquisitors themselves to come. Otherwise, we are all doomed. It seems everyone is running towards the chapel. What's going on? Someone tell me what happened. Someone found the corpse of a monster out in the plaza. The monster. The things old Pedri was talking about. That's right. Everyone's clamoring to pick a messenger to go fetch the Inquisition. Do you know what it looks like? Their fangs a meter long, and 8 pairs of eyes. Where are you going, Diego? Head back and wait for me, Jordi. Don't set foot outside, no matter what. What? Okay, got it. We better not get mixed up in all this chaos. Who knows what kind of foul diseases these monsters might be carrying? Monster. What in the world is going on? Who's there? Wait! Damn you, Ager. The cursed Ager. He actually went to slaughter one of our kin. From my wound. You're... Geordie. You know me. Who are you? You don't need to know. Nor do you know me. But I know you. Only because you're an Ager. You're hurt. Yes. Will you bandage me up? Aren't you the chapel's caregiver? I can help you. But you have to tell me how this happened. Very well. Take a seat. Just bear with it. Stop moving. Luckily, you don't have any broken bones or ruptured organs. Is this a laceration wound? There's even sawdust stuck beneath the skin. How did this happen? An Ager killed my kin. I was involved, but managed to escape. Murder? In a small town like this, you'd have to bring this up with Uncle Diego right away. Mayor Diego can control the Ager. How ironic. Only the Inquisition can punish him now. But he killed someone in your family. We are always being hunted. Out of ignorance, fear, anger. The latter lingering for the disaster. Thank you. I already feel much better. Wait. Are you Mr. John? So you still remember my face, Geordie? Have you ever wanted to gaze into the sea? Gaze? Into the sea. Uncle Diego has taken me to the coast before, but... The sea was dark, the wind tugged at his hair, and the waves roared. The meaning of a hometown varies from person to person. It might be the aroma of wheat, the angle of the shadow cast across an alley, or the sound of wheels rolling over mud and snow. But at that moment, Geordie knew that his life in Grand Pharaoh has already paid for in advance with his hometown. The land has already forgotten the ocean's true form, but sooner or later, we shall all return to the sea. Thank you, Geordie. Thank you for your kindness. May infinite altruism fill the void of existence one day. If you are still eager, Geordie, then leave us be. Turn back and return to your life. It is better that way. Perhaps you too, like your parents before you, will go in search for the lighthouse. What did you say? I didn't catch that. My kindred refugees have come for me, but do not worry. Grand Pharaoh has always been a stepping stone. Our destination is the deep sea. Geordie, Geordie, Ager, we shall meet again. The sea is black. I was 4 or 5 at the time. Old Diego, the mayor of Grand Pharaoh, took an armed company of adults down to the coast. I still remember what the weather was like back then. It was hazy and turbulent, and colder than the most evenings despite still being afternoon. Its coldness was not the temperature, but rather the colour, one that lost its warmth. I found out only later that that was the last time Grand Pharaoh did maintenance work on the Eye of Ebaria, or rather tried to. The panel battalion quickly brought back news. There was dejection in the adults' faces, but I didn't fully understand what had happened. I simply stared at the junction between sea and sky in a daze. The sea is black. It perfectly suits this land devoid of hope. Mayor Diego is here! So what the old Pedri said was true, Ebaria. Even if I wished to deny it, I'd be quickly silenced by the reality in front of our eyes. What kind of person could slay a monster and offhandedly toss it here? I hope you'll let me handle this. If we don't dispose of it properly, I'm afraid it could become a danger down the road. Besides, this is not a rare opportunity to study a sea terror. Very well, but I'll be coming with you. None of us know exactly what this thing is just yet. We certainly can't rule out the possibility that its blood might attract more of its kind. No objections here. With me, lads. Move aside so I can wrap up this body. It's not as heavy as it looks. So where to, Armaya? Follow me. Don't just stand there gaping. Hurry on home now, people. Are we not going to report this to the Inquisition? What do we do if more monsters show up? There's no need to get them involved. But I said we don't need them. Diego. This town doesn't need a panel battalion interfering just yet. We'll handle things in our own way. The Inquisition sent its people here and saw this thing. You never see another peaceful day in Grand Pharaoh. Do you really not understand that? Never mind. Forget it. Let's go, Amaya. We're really just going to listen to him. Oh, Diego's hatred for the Inquisition goes back more than a day or two. But if something really were to happen without the panel battalion here, who's going to fight the monsters? Us? Plus, there have been more and more outsiders lately. It's like Diego doesn't even see them. If they were to blend in with the outsiders... I knew it. We should really send someone to the Inquisition. How are we supposed to explain all this if someone from the panel battalion does show up? I don't want to get branded a heretic. Miss Amaya, what's with that auto over there? Let's touch base with the other members of AUS first. I feel like we can't just ignore this. Is the chapel normally this deserted? What happened to your god and your faith? Not every Iberian is a practicing Lateran. Miss Elty, the town has become quite dangerous. I need to ensure your safety until Dr. Kelsey arrives. Might as well put on a show here then. Some music would help calms everyone's nerves. It's not what I meant. And calm down. Let me take a stab at what I think just happened. I saw some kind of sea creature. You guys call it a sea terror. Whether the Iberians or Celtic will first to call it, that really doesn't matter to me. A sea terror beneath a cruelly dry sky. It's observant and analytical skills with nowhere to belong. It knows very well that this is not its home. It lives back home. I've got it. The sea terror was probably hung high up on that sculpture, and it was singing the latest wave of rock and roll, right? It wasn't hung up there, nor was it singing, but you got like 80 or 90% of it down. You surprised me again, Miss Elty. Was that your arts? Who's to say that death itself isn't some kind of song? That's what it taught me. And it's real travesty of nature that the beauty of it can be appreciated across species. What do you think? Fortunately, such an art form is not required by all organisms. Dr. Kelsen, how come I couldn't get a hold of you this whole time? Long story short, I'm under the surveillance of the Iberian Inquisition in exchange for their trust. We don't have much time, but the task before us is grave. Operator Elysium, go keep an eye on the two who took the sea terror's body away. I need to speak with Delty alone. Understood. Here is a communicator. You should be already familiar with my original arts, so you can also pass it on to your colleagues. Will do. I know you prefer to keep handovers quick and efficient, but let me say this. I'm so relieved that you're safe and sound. If I discover anything, I'll report back right away. Heading out. Appreciate it. Long time no see, Doctor. Miss Elty, sorry for making you come all the way. I understand this involves putting yourselves at risk at some extent. So why are you under surveillance? You couldn't just cut a deal with them. Time is short. Any Iberia's paranoia masquerading as piety prevents me from meeting with the Inquisition's upper echelons. Are you in a hurry? The other countries still do not understand what we are dealing with. They are unable to comprehend how a vast, mighty land in its golden age disappeared into the silence. And I may as well have witnessed it with my own eyes. Fair enough. Where are the others? We rarely get to go on tour, so let them enjoy some free time. What you want is right here. I came to you for the same reason as last time. That's it. I have little love for the sea these days, especially after hearing what you had to say about it. Hopefully you had enough time to make up your own mind. Before we get to that, Doctor, it doesn't seem like you've been working on, let's call it your bedside manner. Like an X-ray machine with a voice greeting. Whoops, put my foot in my mouth again. You should really be used to that though, right? But how quaint is it? Indeed. I didn't think anything could possibly change the way you dealt with people. Or should I say, Your personality. There's always something. Alright, maybe I'd rather not pry into your personal affairs. It's here. It's still here. It's not just him. There is more. The scent of the sea. Since when were there so many Aegir in this little town? The Inquisition planned it. Maybe even now. At this very moment, there are still Inquisitors, their heads addled with their ignorant laws, intent on continuing their self-righteous deeds. When did you have the time to wrap yourself up after escaping from the enemy? An Aegir helped me. A friend. No, just an Aegir who loves the sea. What do we do about our brother's body? It's currently in the hands of Armaya and Thiago. We'll have to figure something out. We ought to prepare a funeral for it. A funeral is a human ritual, not ours. Armaya has said that we should live the way our hearts dictate, pure in desire, pure in worship, just as those ignorant Inquisitors treat their own faith. Would that not make us equally ignorant? Ignorance is a part of our very nature we have yet to throw away. We have not yet become them. Sophistry. That I can't deny, but do you wish to see the Landellers torment the cause of our brother? Long have we lived on land, with no herald to guide us. All we can do is seek out our own way of embracing the ocean. But before that, we should give our brother a proper burial. We ought to mourn any senseless death. Who would be able to slay a creature with such ease, Diego? I'd understand if it had been surrounded by 4 or 5 panel battalion soldiers, or if it took the flames of castigation from the Inquisitor's lantern. But this poor sea terror has but a single wound on its body. While I've never personally seen the rumored High Inquisitors fight, I'd imagine that if anyone in all of Ebaria could pull it off, it'd be them. Impossible! Nobody has seen an Inquisitor come to Grand Pharaoh! But our little town, which rarely sees any outsiders, has been welcoming visitor after visitor as of late. Surely this can't all be due to the Inquisition's negligence, right? Perhaps the marching of the panel battalion cannot be hidden from our ears. But what of the Inquisitors? If they changed out of their uniforms and concealed their lanterns and swords, how would we ever know? You mean to say that the Inquisitor might already be here, hidden among the outsiders? I'm saying it's a possibility. I'm going on a little walk. Diego, I'm sure even you understand that most people would rather have the Inquisitors help than get rid of the sea terrors. I know. Of course I know. I wouldn't hate a beast for no reason. But I will hate those people. Those Inquisitors. Amaya gently caresses the sea terror's corpse. The fate left to it by death was not such a terrible one. But by human standards, it certainly appeared deformed and terrifying. But what about from other perspectives? How would the court of nature, or life itself, judge this perfect creature? Alone in the empty park, Armaya decides to stop pondering this question, or at least the park appears empty. She and Diego believe it is. But the shadows begin to wreath, and something steps out from within, its simple outline etched out beneath the dim light glow. It is a person, an Aegir. What's this you're doing? It has nothing to do with you. You don't look like you're from the panel battalion. You cannot deceive me. You're an Aegir. That makes you even likely to be an Inquisitor. Silence is but the most terrifying sound in the sea. We cannot tolerate it the second time. None of us can. I'm not sure what you're talking about, but I think you should leave. The Bishop of Serviento is dead. I am not as patient as you might believe. I never thought I'd see a living abyssal hunter with my own eyes. Inquisitors! No, impossible. How could an Inquisitor be here? Mr. Diego, just now Mr. Diego, get out of this place as soon as possible. You and the rest of your lot. You're a nice lad, I can see that. Jody can too. But there's something sleeping beneath our little town. There's nothing normal about any of this. Ebaria has never been normal, Not since then. I hear you. I'll leave as soon as I can. But I think I saw something in front of your chapel just now. Tell me, lad. Are you from the Inquisition? Are you just trying to get close to Jordi so that you can take him away? Mr. Diego. Go ahead and lie to me. I'll fight you to the death too, outsider. I'm not. You know as well as I do. And if I really were after Ager, why would I wait so long? Just a single sea terror. Or by the coast. And we've seen things like this before decades ago. There's nothing to get worked up over, outsider. It's none of your business. Me, Diego. I'm willing to help you iron out some issues in the town. There's nothing for you to do. Even if it means Jordi's life will be in danger. Nobody's here. Why aren't Armea and Diego here? It's his sin. The damn eager. He took Armea away. How dare he? No, that's not quite right. Armea doesn't know how to fight. He wouldn't do anything to her. His our brother's remains are still here. What do we do now? Take it away. This rotting shack is not suitable to be its coffin. After that, we will find it a proper home. Look at it. Death is nothing more than a gentle attendant. That is something that Ager Butcher could never understand. Let's go. So in other words, we're what? Insurance? To my understanding, none of you have any desire to return to the ocean and fight those monsters. You're born of the sea, and are very powerful. But even if you regain your original forms, you will never be able to rid yourself of those creatures. It's that dangerous. More than you can imagine. To be honest though, we've never cared too much about that. We just do what we want. Most people inhabiting this great land probably think the same thing, right? If the Seaborn can understand language and music, then I'm sure you'll find an audience, even if disaster were to befall Terra. In fact, they're more complete creatures than humans, and have greater resistance to all sorts of things. Give them a few hundred years, and maybe they'll even adapt to Originum. I'm aware. So answer me this, Doctor. Us, the Ager, Sea Terrors, the Seaborn, and our pitiable kin lurking in the depths of the ocean. How are any of us different in your eyes? You were born much later. There are many things you do not yet understand. When Frost awoke from the deep rock formation, her first thought was to get away from those aliens and monsters. There's nobody to communicate with in the sea, and everyone on land eventually hit their original form and disappears. Fortunately, music can open a crack in those loneliness. If the situation is resolved, I'll have plenty of time to discuss the past. I also hope that none of you actually get involved with either Ebaria's or the Ager's plans. Why not? I thought you were eager for us to lend a helping hand. It's been too long since I've been in touch with the Ager. The tides are crying out, and the lack of information hampers my predictions. We do not yet know the true origins of this calamity, nor are we able to infer any possibilities. Worst case scenario, even if you won't have any way to. It seems we have uninvited guests. They already have the nerve to show themselves openly in town. Someone's knocking at the door. Without a word, Kelsey turns her eyes towards the chapel door. The thick wooden slabs had endured an unfathomable amount of turmoil over the years, each marked upon them a chronicle of the past. She knows there is something outside them, and what it is, what she cannot imagine, however, is that the Church of the Deep followers would already dare to be so brazen. Or perhaps Sidus, a grotesque sect belonging to those strange Ager. The two cultists step into the chapel. This lateran edifice, once wrapped in the cloth of faith, now drapes these two faceless figures. In their arms, they hold their brother, a sea terror, or perhaps just a being stripped of all other names, now nothing more than an expired life form. Look what they're holding in their arms. A sea terror. They don't intend to fight. The cultist carrying his brother's body passes by Kelsit without turning his head, as if he doesn't see the two standing in his path. It's as if he has come all the way from the doors of the chapel to step into the depths of the martyrdom. My brother, oh my brother, hear me out. It is our incompetence that led to your untimely fate. It is our cowardice that has prevented you from returning to the sea. Forgive me, my brother. I can yet hear your voice. The people of this world all believe death to be the terminus of all life, but we understand that once our individual forms are transcended, even death itself is powerless. He lays his brother's remains upon the ground and draws a deep breath. He falls to his knees, his eyes filled with sorrow. Until we return to the ocean, I shall be your coffin. I will take you back to the deeps. Come, my brother. May you slumber eternally. We shall become one. The oral ingestion of protein is an act of feeding, yet he did not intend to consume his brother. He was simply forced to use a more primordial method of bringing the two together as one. Chimera. What is he doing? Assimilation, the simplest method of forcefully penetrating his own torso with the sea terror's body. Should we stop him? He's pretty gross, totally lacking in aesthetics. Someone will, but not us. Dread, what are you doing? It's still alive. I can feel it. What did you say? The Inquisition is here. You... repulsive. Though this chapel may be deserted, it is still a sacred place for the Iberian Inquisition. To the Iberian Inquisition, sorry. And yet, you dare open blaspheme our laws and creeds. Someone from the Inquisition actually snuck in. But what happened to that eagle? Juan, curse you. Damn Iberian. Kill him! The sea terror of the Grim Lakes is... The sea terror of the Grim Lake Crescent throws as the mountain roiling in the twilight. Carrying the scent of rotting flesh, the traitor nearly usurps the throne of his new home, screeching gleefully. To think that you target such a small, inconspicuous town after Salviento. Even now, the Inquisition underestimates the scope of the Church of the Deep's influence. Indeed, your taint is pervasive. Juan, the Inquisitor, you have to. You're even weaker than any Church of the Deep remnants I've seen. Why do you insist on staying in such an unremarkable town? Answer me. I'm gonna skip the parts that I read earlier by accident. So this was the part where it makes sense now. So Diego told people not to call the Inquisition. So he believes so, but then Amaya made the theory that the Inquisition might have arrived, but disguised themselves, so they wouldn't know. It seems like Diego may not have wanted the Inquisition to arrive, one, because of his hatred or something they did in the past, and at the same time, I think he's also protecting Lumen. So that's why he's reacting this way at the moment. This is the part that the guy attacked. And then he had a little chat with LT. I'll continue from here. It was all Jordi could do to keep up with his pace. He said he wanted to see the ocean. He did not know why he said that. Even now, he doesn't know whether it is he who wants to see it or Diego. They killed his wife, right? I'm an eager, Jordi thinks to himself. The sea is my home. But how do I breathe down there? How did my ancestors live underwater? Questions pop into his head one after another. Questions he had been curious about from a young age. But Diego is Liberi and cannot answer his questions. The eagle came from the ocean. Why would they drown in the ocean? The sea. When was the last time I saw it? If the panel battalion was still here, it would have taken us in for questioning by now. Sorry for asking to do this. It's fine. Look at the coastline. Barren and decrepit. Decades ago, we had big dreams of building an impregnable fortress here. Today, there's a battalion outpost several cliffs to the northeast, another on the cliffs to the west. Everything else, a lie, or perhaps even a dream in the true sense. Reality is before our eyes, reminding us that the old Ebaria would never return. That's a terrible sound. That's a terrible sound clip to add to the story. That minus points to the story. Diego whistles. Jordi rarely sees him do so. A change seems to have come over the normally gloomy mayor, turning him into a young worker once again, passionate about building his home. It's all in the past. We failed. When Pharaoh is the final resting place of our failures. You mentioned your parents, didn't you, lad? I did. I don't remember much of the ocean. Everyone talks about Ager and the islanders, but none of it feels real. I was born on land. Your parents, or more accurately your grandparents, came from a place called Ager, a great country deep beneath the ocean. It's where you were from, lad. Ager. Years ago, the dream we had for Grand Pharaoh wasn't the lifeless town you see today. It would have been a fortress, one that lasts at any siege. We would have built defenses on the coast around it, protected our country from calamity, heralded her revival, and rebuilt our home, all with our own hands. Really thought so. Jordi does not interrupt. Diego grows increasingly excited, a light returning to his dull and cloudy eyes. Every hair on his body stands on end. He changes his posture. The sea breeze brushes against his brow, and he looks even grander somehow. The last step of our grand design, spanning half a century, was to return to the Eye of Ebaria and relight the lighthouse. The lighthouse? A relic of the Golden Age, spared from destruction by the profound silence. Not even calamity could break us. We marched ever forward, our hearts filled with hope. Marion wore that blue hat of hers. She said we'd become heroes, and our names would live on. Your grandparents, your parents, 2 generations of Grand Pharaoh gave everything that they had for this blueprint. Their greatness should be immortalized forever. But now there's nothing left. You see that ship? There used to be many ships at the port. The Panel Battalion should have taken it. They've forgotten all about it. All that's left is some junk. A town out in the middle of nowhere. More troubles than I can count. People stuck in a dead end. And that ship. Yes, that ship. My parents and grandparents I've never met. Were they proud of their duty? This isn't the first time you've asked that. You've asked it when you first learned to talk. And when you started working at the chapel. You asked it many times. Pointing at the dust-covered notebooks and schematics at home. I remember. Yes, lad. No matter how many times you ask, my answer is always yes. No matter the outcome, they never lost hope after that great disaster and gave their all to the cause. Your parents even volunteered for our final attempt to reach the Eye. Don't blame them for abandoning you. They were carrying what was left of all their dreams. So many years had come and gone. We had to succeed. The last we saw of them was when their fleet set sail from right here. They were heroes. Marine said we will all become heroes, but now none of us are, except for the dead. I see. So my father and mother. But you know what laid waste to it all? In the midst of despair, we managed to muster hope to relight the lighthouse. And what came of it? The Inquisition. They arrested the Ager. They said they were Church of the Deep spies amongst them. We were fighting for Ebaria, but the Inquisition took everything from us. Our pride, our dignity, our dreams, everything. Do you understand now? Leave this hopeless town. Leave Ebaria and go as far as you can. Go to another country. Go to a better place. There's nothing left here in Grand Pharaoh. See? This is the wrong way. Are we just gonna leave our instruments in that damn room? No, I can smell the waves. The sea's just ahead. What do waves smell like? Like cotton. Use olfactory vocabulary to express visual elements. But you're right. The sea's right up ahead. You... an Ager, and of a different breed from the ones who grew up on land. You must be that strange sort of Ager. What did they call you again? Alright, Abyssal Hunters. Gladia frowns. She rarely expresses her emotions in such complex ways. It came from her instincts as an Abyssal Hunter, as a consul, as an Ager technician, as a soldier. You are AUS. You know them? Yes, by chance. Why so mysterious? Well, whatever. I'm just glad our name is known even among the Ager. LD once visited that ship, following your scent trail, but this is the first time we've met in person. I'm Aya, main vocalist of AUS. Dan here is our drummer. Greetings! Guests from the sea! You're out of the sea too. A pleasure to meet you. When I came to the land, I sought Kelsey to learn more about you, about your terrestrial kin. Oh, if you're talking about the things on land, then I guess we're kin, technically. Not sure if I can say the same about the ones in the sea. What are you here for? The doctor? Just an appointment. We seek a way back to Ager. Back to Ager. The three of you together. We are not so easily separated. What a great friendship. What about the one in the back? Is she shy? Why doesn't she say anything? Something doesn't seem right about her. Her brain is tormented. Is she sick? You could say so. Poor thing. What is it then? I just felt something up my spine, like an electric shock to my brain. That is strange. Voice. Unusually quiet, Spectre gazes at the sky. She closes her eyes, waves brush against chaotic thoughts. This place is far from the coast, but something is touching her consciousness. It is in the wind, amongst the clouds, through the land, from the sea. A voice. I can hear it. I don't hear anything. The music at the sea. The children of the sea are crying. It is a song. They sent us sea terrors. Lots of them. The town is under attack. Hey, how did you get in here? Are you the Inquisitor? The ones you're dragging are... Go home. These two are under suspicion of colluding with heretics. I am performing my duty as an Iberian Inquisitor. Leave now, unless you want to be caught up in battle. Their blood will draw enemies. An Inquisitor! When did the Inquisition arrive? Were those outsiders your informants? I'm not a cultist! I don't have anything to do with you guys. You know these two. Them! Juan. It's Juan. I always thought he looked suspicious. That's enough. No need to torment yourself. Go home and be sure your doors and windows are locked. Alright. You can come out now. An Inquisitor. Oh, a High Inquisitor. What's the Inquisition doing here? Aramea and Tiago have gone missing, but Ager has something to do with it. You killed Juan. You bastard! Not quite. He yet lives. I intend to extract some answers from him. You are different from the enemies I know. Your minds are your own, and you are working under clear directions. If you're truly sane and awake, then you should understand. You stand no chance against me, nor any other brave soldier of the Inquisition. Why give up your lives? What meaning is there in your futile sacrifice? What have the cursed tides promised you? What are you scheming on this barren shore? I have many questions, enemies of Ebaria, and I can only hope your god has answers. You're not going to help? You aren't rising from your seat either. I'm not either. Strictly speaking, I'm still a prisoner of Ebaria. It is not my place to worry for a High Inquisitor. Let's talk about the two of us. We'll stay in this town on the coastline for a while. We know how to follow stage directions. If you and your Abyssal Hunters fail, we'll take the Ebarians and pull back to an appropriate position. Assuming the old man outside listens to us anyways. You're willing to help the people on the land. Frost is young. I'm about the same age as Dan, and Aya may be a little older. There's still little left of us. There's little left for us to love, except music. Frailty of body and mind has driven humans to seek breakthroughs within their short lifespans. And what do you know? They pulled it off. Indeed. But the sea is not a fan of heavy metal. We don't have a choice. As far as our survival is concerned, the land is the lesser evil. It would not be difficult to get this country to listen, reveal a few secrets, hint at old wounds, and promise that the same disaster will not strike again. Can it really be that easy? Even simpler, if promises can be considered lies. Monsters! Ah, monsters! Where is the Inquisition? Anyone! Help! As ever, Kelsey picks the worst meeting locations. What's going on here? Thank you. You and Ager too. From outside. Who? You refer to AUS. Ager. Are you here to fight them? You took out those monsters in the blink of an eye. Your attitude towards the Ager seems different in this town. There used to be a lot of them around here, until about 20 years ago. Did the Inquisition send you? Should we ask for their help? None of my concern. But unless you intend to get hurt, I recommend hiding until this is over. Alright. This place, they're everywhere. Not as bad as Salviento, but it's still strange. The tunnel has not yet been consumed by rot. There are even those leading more or less normal lives here. The waves have not touched this place. Then the flotsam has gone into hiding. No surprise there. If our target is that ship, then Kelsit must have chosen this place for a reason. Should we split up? I'll find Kelsit. You and Shark handle the sea terrace. Right. They are weak, but don't get hurt. Weakness is often bait. Shark? Take care of her, Scotty. I still have trouble getting used to how she is now. I know. Monsters? Where did they come from? This way. Right. They're relatively few in numbers, but surprisingly coordinated. Is someone leading them? And how could they have just popped out of nowhere? Where are they hiding? Is it this way? There's someone here. One falls. Another takes their place. We give our lives only to buy time. No one here can stand against a High Inquisitor. All who resist are doomed. In death lies hope. Do not squander it. Yes, we must hasten our departure, but it is a shame to abandon the closest outpost we have to the Eye of Ebaria. We need but one to reach the Eye. Who goes there? Ebaria! Don't let him get away! Grand Pharaoh will be no more. Is this really what you want? Our interests are aligned. This shouldn't have happened. You're the only one who can stop both the Inquisition and your own people. I'll kill you, Armaya. Soon. My. I thought we were on first name basis, Upanias. Perhaps you intended to make your move once we arrive at the lighthouse, but you know full well that's not our destination. We're going someplace further, and it's there that we make our choice. Aren't the Abyssal Hunters all of one mind? Why haven't you gone back to your squad? What are you thinking? You never saw what I saw. Yes, the oldest story in the book. They never saw what you saw either. Did you lose trust in each other? Ager is united by the bonds of blood. I chose to go into exile in order to achieve our common goal. Stay away from them, Amaya. Even on dry land, Gladia, Skadi, and Laurentina can wipe this town off from existence with little more than a swing. The hand of Armaya has placed on the book moves ever so slightly. Unperturbed, she smiles back at the provocation. You're right. Thank you for your concern. I need that ship. I must reach it before Gladia. They cannot return to Ager knowing nothing of what's going on. Finally shook them off. How can they be hiding this many people? Is this town some kind of clown car? There's nothing but barrens to the north. So where are they coming from? Pleasure to meet you, ma'am. You must be the abyssal hunter that Kelsit mentioned. Is this your work? Ebaria is not always messy. I beg your pardon. Gladia is quiet for a moment. In her long years of dry land, she has seen how weak and backwards the terrestrial states are, but also the strength of the Inquisitors at Salvianto. Kelsey's words echo in her mind as she thinks on how to live alongside those above water. The silence lasts only for a moment. I am Gladia, Technology Console of Ager, and the Abyssal Hunter's Chief Designer of Warfare. For the first time, she speaks to a Landweller as a representative of Ager. The counterpart nods, sheaths his rapier, and strides over the silent carcass of the Sea Terror. Garmin, High Inquisitor of the Iberian Inquisition. I see the legends of Ager hold true. You're different from the others. I have a few more years under my belt. Where's Kelsit? She's speaking to another guest from the ocean in the chapel. Gladia turns to walk away when, if you're come to speak to the doctor, I'm sure she shared the same information with you. Perhaps. What do you think of a suggestion? We can talk after I've confirmed she's unharmed. We have no reason to harm someone who wishes to protect Ebaria from the bottom of her heart. So you see, I've seen more foolishness in my brief time on land than I have for half a lifetime. If it's been such a brief time, how can you be so sure? The worst of times brings out the worst in people. Ebaria's current reality is far from gilded. Regardless, I'm not here to debate. If she's in the chapel behind you, you'll never reach the eye of Ebaria without the Inquisition's help. It was not destroyed in the profound silence. If the Stultifera remains afloat, and the eye of Ebaria is the only way to find it in the vastness of the ocean. What Ebaria can offer, I can achieve with only slight more effort. I suppose I have something to look forward to then, Gladia. How many are left? 4 or 5, maybe. Some have departed the 6th century somewhere else. Very well. Burn these documents. We don't have time for them. Grand Pharaoh, I once called this place home. You are still bound by such distractions. No, no more. Burn them all. The Inquisition must not find them. We embrace this knowledge and promote harmony through enlightenment. The Inquisition, in their ignorance and selfishness, calls it heresy. Let's go. We'll find a place to re-establish contact. We too will embrace the ocean someday. Are they gone? This is one of their hideouts, and I thought it was just a struggling restaurant. It's only 2 blocks from the chapel, for crying out loud. They're burning the papers. I have to put the fire out. The flames are too strong. I have to save what I can. Yoch! That's hot! Are these blueprints? Some sort of equipment. The stamp of approval has been burned to ash. Historical records of Ebaria. These on ocean currents. What are they planning? Brilliant. Royal shipwreck. What's this? A drawing of the statue in the square. Put that down, Ebaria. Let it burn as it should. Elysian has always been confident in his ability to talk his way out of the situation. In this case, however, he does not get a chance to, barely avoiding the touch of cold steel. And don't you know it throws the strike without warning? Dr. Kelsit, their goal is... Why they bully him? Holy shit! No wonder this story is long. ST12! Ah! But but they don't do before after. So it's technically the same length as usual. Irene. Yes, maestro. I mean, sir. You seem distracted. I'm fine. Pharaoh is a tiny town. So small that most men don't even bother to list it. But this is a request from Lord Common himself. It involves Dr. Kelsit and Dosager. I know, sir. If you still haven't found your answer, that will not give you permission to join the mission. I'd already made up my mind when I first decided to follow in your footsteps and become an Inquisitor. Before you even knew the question, an answer is worthless if I cannot explain what you see and hear. Don't die a worthless death, Irene. You know what we're fighting against. You must find your own answer. Yes, sir. Lady Kelsit. Gladia's tone does not change, but her footsteps reflect her mood. In the blink of an eye, she is by Kelsit's side. Good work, Gladia. The Inquisition didn't do anything to you, did they? The fact that Ebaria has not sunk into the sea is proof they still retain a shred of humility and vigilance. You found a way as promised. Yes, however, even if Ebaria is willing to let go of their fears, what about Ager? What about you? If this temporary cooperation is necessary to help us return to the ocean, so be it. Finally, an Ager with some sense, right? Like the waves themselves, like the rays and the texture of the sea. Hello there, Special Ager. I believe you've already met our other members. Yes, you're also a member of AUS. LT, Basis, nice to meet you. How are things outside? The cultists are out in force, but individually, they're weak. My hunters can take care of everything. The Inquisition will only work with us once we've taken care of the problems in Grand Pharaoh. Then there's no time to waste. Gladia raises the lens. At the same time, she senses that something is not right. There, among the sea terrace. But how could it be? Kelsit here. Dr. Kelsit, there goes! Elysium. What's the matter? One of our operators is in trouble. Something lurks here. As we discussed, LT, the members of AUS can stay ashore. We'll handle this as quickly as possible. Sure, we can wait. And we'll be happy to provide some BGM for your campaign. Too weak. They keep coming. Buying time? Or spreading something? I must find a leader. Spectre. Ah, Scotty. Long time no see. Something the matter? Are you alright? I'm fine. Just a little tired. Yes, we're fighting, right? The scent of the ocean reminds me of home. But home? My home. The sea. The scent of the sea grows stronger. Hurry home, Scotty. Is this the way home? It will be, Spectre. Laurentina, I promise. Tell me then, what's that before my eyes? The figure strides down the street, humming a tune. The streets are a mess in the aftermath of the panicking townsfolk, but they hardly bother Frost as she plucks at the air and imagines music. The Sea Terror keep away from her. They ignore her. Is she playing an instrument? Does it sound nice? I don't know. Then ask. Wait. Did I shake him? Damn it! Was it when we first met? He didn't even touch me. Those documents must be destroyed, Ebarian. Obey, or you may keep your limbs. And you may keep your limbs. Attached, if you prefer. Shit, it's fast. When their friends only burning them because there wasn't time to save them at all. With your skills, you could just as easily have taken them yourself. So why the need to burn them? Friends. The man growls at the bottom of his throat, a sound born of humiliation. We are not friends. Then what? It doesn't concern you. Surrender the documents and leave this place, whether you're with the Inquisition or with another country. He stopped. You've always been shot. The mysterious Ager gazes into the distance. Friends. We may be bound by blood, but you must stay away from Ager for now. Elysium evades the attack, but it's immediately clear why he managed to. The sword's aura rips the chart papers to shred, sending the splintered truth drifting into the wind. Crap. They cannot return to Ager just yet. Allowing everyone to act on their own will only act on their own will only accelerate the destruction. Even though Ager has already chosen the path of self-annihilation. No more sea terrors approach. Unsurprising numbers for the coast. Now, where are you hiding? You... No, not the lantern. Answer me. What do you intend to do for Grand Pharaoh? That lantern. Get it off me. Answer me. It's... What are you pointing at? Carmen looks back in the direction that the cultist is indicating. The statue stands in the middle of the square. Grand Pharaoh. The great lighthouse, of course. You're seeking the lighthouse of Grand Pharaoh. Stop! Stop it! The nobles once called it the great monuments, the eye. Those great monuments, the eye of Ebaria. Dozens of them once stood on Iberia's coastline. Even had the Witch King's Tower in Latania not been toppled, it would still have been dwarfed by the Guardians of the Sea. They are the single greatest mark that human civilization has ever left on this land. The sea. The eyes of Ebaria. The miracle. Destroyed the sacrilege. Take that lantern away! The profound silence destroyed most of those lighthouses and disabled the rest. What are you plotting? I see. So you knew. You knew the one remained operational. That the goal of the Grand Pharaoh project was to protect what was left of the Eye of Ebaria. That's why you've been lurking here, awaiting your chance. I never expected there to be traitors in the very heart of the Inquisition. Where are they? While you're here, babbling away, look under your feet and come face to face with your pathetic, narrow-mindedness. The sea terrors are glowing. What is this luminescence? Get away from it. Monster! Meltdown. Hello. There is a familiar scent on you. Do you know what it is? A pleasant melody, but not the one that I know. And how does the one you know go? When she prayed, the stars ceased to shimmer. When she wept, the night let out a smile. When she laments, the anguish sprawled upon her madness. A song of Ager. A sad song. But I don't like it. It belongs in the past. It lacks passion. And wallows in futile sentimentality. The same as Ager itself. A shame. You've come home, Ager. Home. Me? Sing. In song, you will rediscover yourself. Song. What memories will singing recall? Just sing. You will encounter your past. You must eventually find and face your destiny, or it will find you. It's how it has ever been, since I left the ocean. What a strange woman, but I don't mind singing. Then sing. When she prays, the stars... Okay, she's singing the same song. As always, there's such sorrow in your song. Who are you? I never imagined we'd meet again in such circumstances, Laurentina. Exactly as the reports say. Such a curious creature. Easy now. No need to get excited. Seems you understand human speech. There are parasites living on those sea terraces, but I've never seen them on land before. The Ebarians call it the Nether Sea Brand. Oh! An eerie glow has been occasionally seen off the coast of Ebaria since the Profound Silence, the earliest known instance dating back to 17 years ago. Our scientists believe that it is some sort of Aegir bloom. So, have the Aegir also encountered these unsettling things? Seldom, but the Academy's garden has no shortage of luminescent ornamental plants. So the Aegir do know what the word ornamental means. Nether Sea Brand, an apt name. It is a sea leaving its mark on the land. At its heart, its spread is no different from the sea terrors we saw at Salviento. Do you mean to say this phenomenon is but another form of their evolution? I see the biologies of Ebaria are lacking in many ways. We've encountered such complications, but this is far from the worst case scenario. The Inquisition has noted an alarming increase in the variety of sea terrors, most notably at Coastline 3, where after a mere 4 or 5 days our enemies were unrecognizable. As I said, the ocean encroaches upon their land in its own way. Now, there's an operator from Rhodes Island I must rescue. I'll accompany you. No, it'll be more expedient for you to work with the hunters to eliminate the threat as quickly as possible. I'd assume Ebaria would treat her with more caution. Indeed, she should be. For now, we have a clearer enemy to deal with. What will you do, Consul of Aegir? Continue to bicker over your country's pride. 10 minutes. I'll take care of everything and meet up with my hunters. Then we can talk about how to reach that lighthouse. I'll remain here then. Law has been absent from this chapel for far too long. Thankfully, someone has been polishing it. We'll be the only light in this war. The Iberian Inquisition is here, even if it is alone. Hey, what's going on? Diego, where are you? Oh, where were you, sorry? The Church of the Deep cultists appeared out of nowhere, and the town's covered in monsters. Oh, and what? Why did they attack the town? Where's Armaya? Did the monsters harm you? They didn't harm anyone. They're just fighting. An Inquisitor. No one told the Inquisition. I swear. They showed up not long after we found the carcass of the square. It must have been their work in the first place now that I think of it. What's going on, Uncle? Oh, good afternoon there. You look... Jody! Come with me! Uncle? Quiet. Diego, it wasn't us. We couldn't have contacted the Inquisition in such a short time, no matter how fast we were. I know. We need to protect Jody and explain things. Maybe someone went to them earlier. A week ago. A month ago. Who knows? Rumors of the cultists have been spreading everywhere for a while now. It wasn't me. Or my husband. Could it be John? Maybe the Inquisition found him. You knew John was a member of the Church of the Deep. When did you find out? Jody, go! Alright. Diego. Oh, he's gone. Never mind him. What about the town? I don't know. The Inquisitor and the outsiders are fighting the monsters. There's nothing we can do about it. The Inquisitor will be coming for us once he's done. Surely not. Wait, sorry. Wait. What are you thinking? The best case scenario would be for both sides taking each other out. Oh, you can't possibly be serious. Think about it. Have we really lost that many people to sea terrors? Compared to how much damage the Inquisition has done over the years? When they come for you, can they prove you're not the cultists? What are we supposed to do then? If the Inquisitor can really kill that many sea terrors, the only way to avoid suspicion would be to hand over someone even more suspicious. For example, an Aegir linked to the Church of the Deep. The others have pulled out, but Armaya is nowhere to be seen. Both an Inquisitor and the Abyssal Hunters, I've only heard them mentioned in passing by Armaya. Here on land though, they're not as troublesome as the Inquisitor. Find Armaya, take her, and delay the Abyssal Hunters. Go, our siblings have fallen. We are the last ones standing. The Inquisition must not be allowed to take any more of our comrades. The Seaborn can respond. Shifts head in agreement. Jody, hurry! Okay. What's happened to the town? Are those sea terrors too? It's the Inquisition. Maybe a High Inquisitor, seeing how he's come to uproot the church hideout all by himself. Sea terrors and cultists have appeared in Grand Pharaoh. There's no explaining this way. Take this, lad, and the lamp your father left you. Keep them safe. You're not a child anymore, Jordi Fontana Rosa. I've told you everything. It's your last chance to embrace a new life. I always wanted to tell you the truth, convince you to leave, but... I know, Uncle. You're like a father to me. Grand Pharaoh is our home. If I leave here, I won't have anything left. It was going to happen sooner or later. All the young folks want to leave. You're the exception. I'll go with you. Sea terrors are dangerous, but I know how to deal with them. It's our last chance to slip past the Inquisitors. What's that sound? The door? No, not even the sea terrors eat people. But you people have no such qualms. Say something! You're a Manuel! I know it's you out there! Cowards! What's going on? They've blocked the door. What? But why? Because you're an Aegir. They must have surrounded the place. We'll go up the attic and leave through the roof. Do I know you? Look at you, Laurentina. What's happened to your nun's habit? You look so good in it. You found where you belong, right? The episode hunters found you, and they want to bring you home. Laurentina. My name is Laurentina. The name of the vast creations master. What is the vast creations master? The ocean, or its avatar. Something's not right with your state of mind. You shouldn't be so. Were you awake when you killed Quintus, for instance? Quintus? You touched the sea, but did not immediately proceed to Aegir. I thought you people long for home. Or do you have somebody on land gently guiding you? Why did we have to reunite under such circumstances, Laurentina? Your hands are so cold. There was a time there was no such secrets between us. Now though, Spectre, when you remember my name, come and find me. If you still remember this conversation, that is. If your mind is your own, then I will tell you the whole truth. Farewell, Laurentina. Who was that? I don't know, but she seems to know me. She has no scent. She's not seaborn. At least not like Quintus. We don't have time for her. Clean up the sea terrace, and we'll regroup with the captain. Hey, there aren't any sea terrors around here, are there? Only dead ones. It's so quiet here. Let the Inquisition take care of all of them. All the better. Come help me shut them inside. Somebody go fetch the Inquisitor! Alright, it's blocked. But why are we doing this to me and Diego when everything's such a mess right now? Because we're all off to the gallows when this thing stops being a mess. Unless we do something about it. Go check out the chapel and get someone from the Inquisition. Me? But what if there are still monsters? Is there someone on the roof? What? It's Jody and Diego! Get them! Don't let them get away! Run! I know. Get out of town, and don't let the Inquisitors or those bastards get you. Alright. Keep running north. There's a messenger station there that might be still in operation. Alright. I put some money in your bag. Get out of town. Get out of the country. Alright. Jordi! I'm listening. Diego's footsteps slow down. He looks on as the young Aegir runs desperately down the street. Run! Don't look back! Keep running! That's right. Get out of here. Never look back. Don't let her out of town. You're right, lad. This is our home. And no amount of waiting or complaining will change that. Farewell, my child. Diego, where's the Aegir? Coward! What the hell are you doing? You told us all. We're all branded heretics by the Inquisition. Just like the old days. You're more afraid of the Inquisition than the sea terrors. More afraid of your own people than monsters. We already lost everything to the Inquisition once. They want that to happen again. Your fist is like rubber. What's that? They're still here. Gotta get back to the chapel. The Inquisitors will protect me. Take that, you coward! Are you mad? Don't you see the sea terrors? What about the sea terrors? The sea terrors eat Grand Pharaoh. It was your people. You're worse than the profound silence. It's not a compassion with selfishness. Whitewash your own cowardice and blame the disaster of the Aegir. The monsters, they're getting closer. Screw it, nut job. I don't have time for this. Because you coward. When they took Marin, when they took the Aegir, you were right there under the banner of the Panel Battalion. Murderer! Don't you think the rest of us are gonna humor you because you fell in love with the Aegir way back when? Come at me, coward! You get it from me! The two men become increasingly bloody as they pummel each other, while sea terrors rush by, ignoring them entirely. They look decidedly out of place. Diego? Uncle Diego? Uncle? Why? I have to go back. Stop right there, Aegir. Yes! The last Aegir of Grand Pharaoh. The last descendant of Brogan. What? The Sea Terrors would kill you, and the Inquisition would imprison you. Come with me. I need you. Are you one of them? The ones commanding the monsters? No. I seek a lost legend. One that caught the attention of even the Academy. Yet his most important legacy is neither a lighthouse nor a ship, but his descendant. It might be the final clue I'm seeking. I don't know what you're talking about. That man Diego is not your father. Who were your parents? Your grandparents? My parents? They went missing in search of the Eye of Ebaria. As cruel as it is, your misfortune is what gives you the chance to become the salvation of Aegir. Come with me. I prefer not to use force against kin. This is all coming out of nowhere. Come with me. What's going on? Quiet, bro. I'm saving your life. Let's go. Smoke bomb. I shouldn't have let you get away. What's the point of running away with him? You know nothing, Liberi. You're right, Aegir. There are many mysteries here. Who's that? Transgressor, you will answer my questions. You will never leave this place. I hope you're smart enough to recognize this fact. Good. Besides with shaking him off, it was the right choice to grab you when the Inquisitor drew near. They aren't fighting right now, are they? Hello. Sorry, I need to go back to town. Wouldn't recommend it. Most of the sea terrors are gone, but something doesn't feel right, and I can't get in touch with Dr. Kelset. Plus, you're planning to leave, weren't you? No. I heard that the Inquisitors came to town, and Uncle Diego was worried I'd be taken away. The Inquisition, huh? What did that guy want with you anyway? Sorry, you don't have to talk if you don't want to. I need a bit of time to decide whether to go back to town and find Dr. Kelset, or to get you out of here first. I'll go with you. You sure? Your uncle was so desperate to get you out. If the Inquisition is coming, I doubt I'll be able to escape. Is that duty worth giving up your life for? What do you... So you're going back to Grand Pharaoh just out of some fake sense of duty, without even a gear go? You gotta be kidding me. If I were you, I'd leave this place, along with any townsfolk who don't want to get involved, and soon. This isn't like running away from a swarm, running into a swarm of original slugs while camping out in the woods. I hate to say it, but ordinary people here can't do a thing. I just feel like there's to be something left for me to do. I grew up here, listening to those legends, gazing at the coastline, remembering my parents' notes. I don't want my farewell to be like this. This place is my home. I believe I'm here. Or am I here? Where the hell am I? I lost it. Where should I have seen this? I don't know where I am. I guess I'm here. I arrived in this new land from my maritime home. There is no end to ghastly shock here, not a break in the tragic reef. The clouds are far from as fine as told in legend, and both the land and sky are wrath-bitten and hurting. Cities comparable to Ager are all but prey to catastrophe. Moreover, the people of this dry land are plagued by an inscrutable sickness. I had learned of oripathy, of originium, from many an academy record. Seeing it firsthand though, the truth of how it has become an integral part of the land, its root deep and stubborn, is made witheringly apparent. Nevertheless, they still tenaciously live, pursue both technology and truth through their unique means, and seek to leave the mark of their continued existence. Though I am lambasted a traitor, I do not regret my decision to come ashore. The seaborne swarm is expanding. Within a decade, Ager will find itself besieged with no quarter. But someday, I will complete my travels and return to Ebaria. I will leave this memoir behind for the Ager to seek and decipher. I have no faith in the nobility. I am certain that those Ager-termed islanders today will find Ebaria withdrawing its respect for them soon enough, whatever the reasons may be. The Golden Dreadnought, the Eye of Culture, the Jurisprudence of Evolution, the Stanley of Life, the ocean and land form a united front to withstand the billowing waves. It was never my intent to serve as a pioneer. All I am is one step ahead of fate. From the copy of the Notes of Brilligan, famed Iberian architect and chief shipwright, written in cryptic Agarian. This is a matter between the Ager. So long as you stand on Iberian soil, the law is watching you, and so am I. What is the relationship between you and those three abyssal hunters? You've come, Skadi. Strange. Surely she intended to avoid combat. Her blood is a special sort, more special than the rest of us. I hope you've been diligent in cleaning your weapons. I'm the one asking questions here, and I'm the one who decides whether to answer. I gather only the hunters granted freedom of movement by Lord Carmen were those who declared their interest during the Self-Yenter conflict. Seems it wasn't a coincidence you crossed swords with her then. She was hardly weak. What a naive appraisal. She's just unaccustomed to dry land. She lacks flexibility. Don't move, Ager. Comply with the High Inquisitor's investigation. The Inquisition has already concluded negotiations with the Hunters. Your every move merely undermines the basis of our cooperation. Cooperation. I advise you to rethink your action. Inquisitor, how many soldiers like you does Ebaria have? That is none of your business. Enough to amass an army 3,000 strong. Then Ebaria is still unqualified. You're going nowhere. Where did that come from? Hi, Inquisitor! Are you alright? I'm fine. That Ager. This was my fault, sir. He could easily have used a chance to take an arm from me, yet he chose to flee. It seems we can't afford to give chase yet. They're headed for the city. They're hiding in the soil. This entire swath of earth has been polluted. How can that be? Take a good look at that grey land, and the sinister miasma filling it. Yes, sir. Grand Pharaoh is not being infiltrated by the Church of Deep. He has already fallen to them. Prepare to fight head on. Ensure Lord Carmen is safe ASAP. This fluorescent nether sea brand is akin to their own city. It beggars belief. They're born from it. They proliferate and migrate through it. Not all eyes thirst for independence. It's no wonder these filthy things were able to hide in this town. But who brought them ashore? Well, this is just perfect. And here we thought we could find a little inspiration on our beach trip. Talk about a total wash. The sea's caressing the land. I can tell. This bad gone better. Kelsit once said that the Aegir won, and that the Abyssal Hunters are the orphan of the battle. But with how things look now, I'm starting to doubt there was ever a win. Oh, speaking of Kelsit, did she give us the thing? Way to beat around the bush. Why didn't she just give it straight to the Aegir? Gladia would have been much faster. She wanted to use the key to draw us into this, and from that view, she definitely succeeded. Or maybe she was originally planning to make us retrieve or help out with something, and then she changed her mind. Hasn't she always been like 300 steps ahead? What could possibly force her to change her mind? I'm just saying it's possible. Sure, she knows a lot of things, but more than that, she's cautious. If not, how many times would she have died by now? What are you dancing around for then? This chapel would work great for a concert! Skadi, Shark. We wiped out every enemy we could see. Formless waves of waves are spreading here as the tide on sandy shores. An inauspicious moment. We should not be here. It seems cleaning up some trash wasn't enough to bring her back to her senses. What do we do? Once this area is spotless, we borrow the Ebarians' assistance to find that ship. There are things we don't recognize on their bodies. Perhaps a part of the sea terrors themselves. I've been wondering for a while now. How can they still evolve so fast? How are they still full of life? Even though we've already... That's precisely the question we intend to shed light on. It is also the reason I was willing to cooperate with Kelsit. Dr. Kelsit. A fine woman, to be sure. Rouse yourself, Hunter. End this before the sun sinks below. Sea terrors who cannot hear the ocean's call are but inferior life forms. Understood. Yeah. Gladia, you've come. I will listen then. Shark, do you find it unwieldy in your hands? This, I often forgot the weapon is in my grasp, as if I'm dancing with it. That is your past. It has almost caught up to you. We'll be waiting. You lead a poncho march, Dario. Have you arranged what I asked of you? Yes, Lord. The Panel Battalion has readied a ship to leave for the Eye of Ebaria. They've also evacuated the coast and surrounded this town by now. Those misguided fools have nowhere to flee. There's nothing to fear in these petty villains. But the new threat they've brought forth is an astonishing one. Our technology is able to treat this much pollution. Which is only a temporary victory, Dario. It is Aegir's technology, not ours. Before every second of every minute, every droplet and every gain of the tides beating against our sandy shores spread the sea terrors in their ecology. How are we to defend our homeland then? We'll find an answer before that happens. Yes, most assuredly. The Inquisition is also prepared to do battle with the Abyssal Hunters. We will throttle them to death on this remote shoreline. A fitting cemetery. We can only hope they make the wise choice, and that Kelsit can accomplish what she's pledged to. So this is your apprentice then. I'm familiar with her from her work. Yes, Inquisitor Irene, reporting in, Lord Gammon. They say that when Dario found you in the ruins, a thick tome of classics had lodged itself in the beams of the caving roof, a miraculous equilibrium that saved your life. Yes, sir. Young one, you are here only because Dario has determined that you have the will to rush into the front line. Yes, sir. There is an immaturity to you, but you are eager to prove yourself. Your body is filled with vigor and tenacity. Your duties in Grand Pharaoh will be no easier than in Salviento. From here on, you'll only be plunging even deeper into the heart of evil. Are you prepared? For the Ebaria's orderliness and integrity, I shall raise my sword and my lantern. To me, this motto is more than just a rallying cry. She will be prepared. I trust your judgment, but fate does not give its people time to prepare. Dr. Kelsit and I have matters to attend to still. The mission of guiding the Abyssal Hunters back to the Eye of Ebaria is now yours. The Eye of Ebaria. High Inquisitor, what exactly is our task? Establish a camp, safeguard the route, and ensure that our maintenance teams can safely reach the lighthouse. The last piece of the Eye of Ebaria is 50 nautical miles out from the nearest coast to Grand Pharaoh. Assuming, of course, it is still where the map indicates. 50 nautical miles. Once, our fleet could gaze far across the surface of the tranquil sea. But since the profound silence, the ocean has become like a boiling poison, melting all who touch it. This is a daunting mission, but recapturing this final lighthouse is of tremendous importance to our people. Understood, sir. It is for this that we require the Aegir's assistance. You're skeptical. She has been to see the Inquisition's underground cages. So you have witnessed the truth of the Inquisition search, in spite of the fact that it cannot obtain an answer. Go, young Inquisitor. Time will not wait. But if necessary, I will have to put time itself on trial. Watch out! They hug. You okay then? I'm fine. Sorry, Mr. Elysium. I'm being a drag on us again. Don't you mind it? Those sea terrors. Identical wounds pounded into the holes in 2s and 3s. This town has Viscardi and the girls. This town has been wrecked through and through. Oh! Hold it, Jordi! What is this? Fluorescent creepers, floating creatures, or is it coral? This stuff is covering the whole street ahead. Hold on, something's coming out of the roofs. Move! Wait. No way. They already have nests here. I thought the Church of the Deep guys just sicked them on the town. And wait, could they seriously have just been born? This many. How fast does it go? Jordi. I'm here. Ditch! Take a 180 and run for it. They're behind us too, Mr. Elysium. These monsters built nests faster than the freaking undertight Gloom Pincers did. It is do or die. Jordi, find something. Anything. You gotta weaponize. Will an umbrella do? Sure looks like we're in for some rain. Hold on to the thing like you mean it. Get ready. Burn it all, together with the buildings. It would seem Aegir technology isn't necessary to treat the nether sea brand. Dr. Kelsit. Good, you're in one piece. What happened? And who is this somewhat despondent seeming Aegir? Outstanding strength hunters. Spare us your remarks. Let us hasten to the topic at hand. Kelsit has recently suffered quite the ordeal on your behalf. The age she has given us will forever be carved into my memory. While what you've done, I will likewise not forget. But this present situation is by her arrangement. A small coastal town. A simple meeting. Then in honor of her efforts, may we set aside our grievances and begin the discussion. What you seek is Bergen's legacy. You want to find the Stultifera. Stultifera, Navis, the ship of fools. Wasn't the flagship of the fleet wiped out in the profound silence? But how many years has it been? What most piques my curiosity is how a foreigner can be so sure that it remains afloat. Then, from the Ebarian point of view, do you believe it to be sunk or not? In all likelihood, it isn't. However, it has not once returned to port. A ship, unsunk for over 60 years, yet never returning to dry land harbor. Can you people determine its position? We could once, but not now. In other words, Galia looks through the statue beside them. He has no recollection of such buildings. Perhaps they had already died in their silent deaths before she came ashore. The Eye of Ebaria. These wonders were once the cornerstone of a magnificent project, but most of the lighthouses that formed the Eye perished in the profound silence. Only one remains. It does not belong to you. It belongs to Aegir. Bergen was indeed an Aegir, and he came from the ocean, but his devotion was selfless. He made ample contribution to Ebaria's sea explorations. After the disaster, you let your citizens pour their rage upon the Aegir upon him. Indulging such folly paints you in such untrustworthy light. Yet are the Jaeger able to swear no implication in the profound silence. Wars will be the death of us all. If the two of you are so determined to continue this conversation, then both Ebaria and Jaeger are as good as destroyed. Civilizations do not die, they are merely endlessly replaced. But the next time it happens, humanity will have no hand in it. Dr. Kelsit, please mind your tongue with Lord Carmen. I do not mind. We certainly known each other long enough. But is this your usual method, Kelsit? Surgically extracting the key individuals from the gargantuan body of fate, sitting them down in front of you, and convincing them of the rightness of your idea. My idea is simply to save you. Ebaria is free to refuse, as is Jaeger. If we count the untested young lady, then there are 6 at the table, 3 for each for both the Inquisition and Hunters. The town square itself is an Iberian marvel constructed by the Jaeger. It could not be more appropriate for such a conference. At this very moment, the Netherseed brand is still spreading. The sea terrors have built a nest in town, and their existence takes a vastly different form than before. A difference drastic enough to cause alarm. If none present yet recognize the scale of this oceanic threat, then perhaps we should really adjourn. We can watch as the precious time bought by the sacrifice of the Abyssal Hunters is whiled away for nothing. Was our victory meaningful? Of course. Without it, then after the profound silence, Ebaria would not even have a deathbed to struggle upon. As for you, Lord Carmen, I hope you can put aside your prejudice against the Jaeger. Use your... I'm so very old now, Kelsit. Let's get to the point, shall we? I've aged past the inclination to win every argument, as well as the strength to uphold glory through speeches. There are no greater glory than survival, and no one sees the situation clearer than I. You may rescind your words. The Inquisition is willing to fully cooperate with the Abyssal Hunters in finding the last Dreadnought. The Golden Dreadnought? I have no objections. I would have thought contact between Jaeger and Ebaria would give you pause. Contact. If you could breathe underwater, if you could visit our cities without the aid of equipment, then I would not mind showing you a true display of Jaeger's technology. We look forward to it, Madam Consul. A tercio of the Battle Battalion will immediately shore several dual-use warships at Grand Pharaoh, establish a camp, and clean up the harbor in preparation. Dario, Irene, go with the Abyssal Hunters. Prioritize securing a sea route to the Eye of Ebaria. Pass your judgment on arrival. As your command. Kelsit, should time be of the essence, I will prioritize re-establishing contact with Jaeger. A voyage to the deep sea is a treacherous affair to all of us, but for you, it will simply be a trip back home. You will find that ship, and you will find a way back to Jaeger. I leave the details to your discretion. Perhaps it will be far in the future when we next meet. So long as you remember our words, we hope that once you've returned, you will be able to reevaluate all that Jaeger has suffered. Then let us make haste. We will. Sorry, Dr. Kelsit. Since the part about the lighthouse, Jordy's been... Jaeger. Perfect. I have much to ask you. Wait, who are you? I'm a resident of the town. My name is Jordy. There shouldn't be any Jaeger in King Pharaoh. Our dossiers say that there are records of collusion between the Jaeger and the Church of the Deep. Who are your parents? My parents were lighthouse technicians. They gave their lives for the Eye of Ebaria. My house is filled with dusty blueprints. I may have never actually seen the lighthouse, but I want to. The meaning of my homeland. The meaning of my parents' lifelong struggle. You may not. The Inquisition must first interrogate you. And why should I consider protecting a feeble civilian in melee? What if he were a descendant of Brogan? But he looks like the photographic records of Brogan. Even if it's true, we should be demanding he turn over what's left of his family's legacy and let the Inquisition take over the research. Hi, Inquisitor. What is your name, Jaeger? Jordy Fontenarosa. My uncle told me that. And you should know what awaits for you to voluntarily appear before the Inquisition. I know. Irene. Yes, sir. Seize him. And take him with you. Yes. What? That was what you wished for, was it not? Thank you, Lord. Nevertheless, my greatest hope is to see true, enduring cooperation between Aga and Ebaria. Even the longest journey starts with a single step. Then we don't have a moment to lose. We will let the eye of Ebaria gaze upon the desolate sea once again. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16 more. I guess I'm 1/3 of the way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I'm 1/3 of the way. Okay lah. I mean, I started reading at about 1 hour mark, so this is gonna be like, it's been about 2 hours. This is gonna be another 4 hours. I need a toilet. Be right back.
どうよドクター。
Let me farm in the
いい夢は
meantime.
見れた？私らの次の目標は思いついた？夢で見たのでもいいよ。
解決できない戦いはありますが、全力を尽くします。早く援護してくれ。
Fa bel tempo oggi. Perlomeno prova a capirmi il suo tratto.
大士隊真的
Oh, I'm sorry. Now you want
Fire is only a boundary.
この辺りの地形は
别有这么狭隘的视角想象未来。铭记灵魂被禁锢的滋味，这将是你们所受的最珍贵的教训。
I won't surrender, so I suggest you take a detour.
别有这么狭隘。
Oh, I'm sorry. Now you want to surrender?
Please, don't force your
找到你们的档案了。好，我去了。
И не надо идти, познаешь страдания мертвых.
找到你们的档案了。好，我去了。
Same stars now, are we? Sounds about right.
铭记灵魂被禁锢的滋味，这将是你们所受的最珍贵的教育。
Perché tanta fretta? La strada per l'inferno è già abbastanza trafficata.
虽然在特里蒙的时候就领教过，但你的谋略和对局势的判断还是让人惊讶。罗德岛藏着一位优秀的战术指挥官，你介意我向基金会这么汇报吗？
Where am I? CT4. Some commentary. I have a chocolate on my hand. I just felt like eating a chocolate. I've never had this before. Oh, it's already. Oh, it's broken. Oh my god, its head is
Avoid
broken.
becoming engulfed
It's
in
a bunny
snow,
chocolate, but it's broken.
as were the fates of many.
For those of you who read Stultifera,
I like these high places.
what's your rating
Plenty of sunshine.
of Stultifera?
Das ist keine...
Watch out for the thorns.
Same battlefield, different day.
Because here's my answer. I find it very weak. Unlike Hortus, right? I don't find the story very exciting. Strangely, I found Undertights strangely more entertaining
What
than this one is.
must also wither.
I find it very draggy. It's a bit annoying.
Zusammenzubinden, tut ihr nicht beim
Cause like, you know how the Abyssal Hunters take so long to like meet each other? Same for the Inquisitors. I'm like, Why don't you all just decide on the time and place and get together already? Why make it so complicated?
All around you. Where do you think you are running?
这是无数个线
Yeah, I imagine it'll pop off in the second half, but the first half feels so draggy. It frustrates me a bit.
如果遗憾，拥抱遗憾。
With your
They're trying to do the world
actions,
building.
you have left your mark on the ice field. Now
I feel like it took too
we
long.
can continue our journey forward.
Because the whole world building was revolving around the Eye of the Ebaria, the fact that the Church of the Deep has already infiltrated the place. Like, it was re-emphasized over and over again. I felt like I was being drilled in the first 1/3 of like, you better remember the city is like this, with each person saying it. Neither want to reveal their hand. Yeah, I understand that each of the factions didn't quite want to reveal what they were there for. Because right now, Upianis is on its own, and then like the other Abyssal Hunters are on their own, Rhodes Island is on their own, and the Inquisition is on their own. There is the interesting thing about the story is that there is multiple parties again, as usual, like a lot of the AK stories, but there's more so like I don't know, just very long. Just feel like it could be sweeter.
Bleib in der Nähe, nicht abhauen.
¿Crees que puedes atraparme? Ni de broma.
I like these high places.
What's with all that hair on your head?
Same battlefield, different day.
Ich habe schon verzwicktere Situationen gemeistert.
Verschwinde. Das ist der letzte Rat, den ich dir geben kann. Poesie ist Stoff aus den Fäden unserer Gedanken.
Undertights was a lot better in terms of like captivating, just because like you had the curiosity of why is Gladia doing what she's doing, you know, why did she kidnap Spectre? You have the curiosity of what's wrong with the town, you know, with everyone being hungry and all. And like you also wonder what's up with Skadi's
All around you.
chest, right? The case that she
Where
had,
do you think you are running?
which turns out to be Spectre's weapon in that one, which I thought was very fun. Like there was a lot of little tidbits that they did in that story that I thought was very interesting to keep you going. Like, oh, I want to read on because I want to find out more. I wouldn't say that this story doesn't do the same thing. There is the interest that it tries to set up. Like for example, setting up for the lighthouse. What is the significance of the ship? What is the significance of the lighthouse? But yeah, goddamn, that took quite a bit of time. I mean, I believe I'm getting to the juicy part now. So let's go.
どうよドクター、いい夢は見れた？私らの次の目標は思いついた？夢で見た
You like the story better because the Inquisition majority is a really good guy. I can feel it. I can feel like the Inquisition is not as bad as it seems. Because if you see how Diego portrayed the Inquisition, he sees the Inquisition as a very brutal crew of people, especially for the fact that his wife died to them. So I think in Diego's eyes, he asks Jordi to flee simply because he doesn't want the same fate. So it's in Diego's eyes, it's almost like if he was found, he's just dead on sight. But the fact that he's not dead on sight is already like there's an era change, that the Inquisition now is not the same as it used to be. What's this disgusting floor? What's happening? Is it the sea terrace? Diego. Naya. What's going on? Did you say those Church of the Deep cultists wouldn't show up? You've made a complete mess of the place. Diego, I came to say goodbye. What? It's about time for me to. And the opportunity is hard to come by now. That's all it is. I don't understand. Diego, the Inquisitors are here. A whole 3 of them. Jordy's in their hands. Good! Don't, Diego. Jordy came back by his own will. And what can you do against 3 Inquisitors? Does he know what it means to be found by the Inquisition? You've told him many times that I'd be shocked if he didn't. But that's how people are. Reason might tell us to take every advantage and avoid the opposite. But people are so complicated, and you can't judge that easily. I wouldn't call Jordy a fool for his choice. Now is not the time to argue over morality. Sorry. This is the nature we're talking about. Character, not morality. Mayor Diego. There's a certain beauty in human nature. Even time can't deny that. What are you getting at? Do you hate the Inquisition? The sea terrors have blanketed this town. But remember Diego. Remember that the rainy night when the panel battalion charged into town, breaking down doors, the unending screams drowned out the pitter-patter of the rain. And now, the sea brands is spreading across town. Have you heard any screams? Have you seen anyone being senselessly slaughtered or hunted down? You haven't. Right now, all that remains in Grand Pharaoh is stillness. I never knew. The ocean was so vast. The sea breeze blows past. Jordy cannot believe what's before his eyes. He always thought that the sea's horizons was a sky that. Not until witnessing this boundless expanse of waves for himself does Jordy, the eager, have a sudden question. Why has humanity never desired to explore this? How could we ever determine our position out here? It's not as if the moons or signals beacons or the stars could be read like a map. Why can't we read the stars like a map? Ask a professional astronomer to find out. Then, if Ager really is underwater, then how big is it? Bigger than Ebaria. There is a handful of genuine Ager over there. How about you ask them? They seem like they have their own worries though. They're all so solemn. Shuck, what are you listening to? The wind. There's an offering of kin mingled with the sea breeze. It puts me much at ease. She gets more like this the closer we are to sea. Even though in Salviento, she was so... Do you know why? I could guess, but they will only disturb your judgment. We have a battle before us. Did you ever attempt to return to sea after your narrow escape to shore? Of course, I failed. There was no end to them. They surrounded me. I ran out of strength before I could even swim far. I tried so many times. But you're still alive. We are all well aware of the changes in our bodies, Skadi. You included. Shuck may have suffered some injury, but none of my hunters are so fragile. And she's the same as us. Spectre, once a victim of the Church of the Deep, Originium, absent in the ocean, has affected her in a whole host of ways. Why bring along such an uncertain element? We are going home. It does not concern you. Home. The circumstances in Ager can hardly be better than in Ebaria. Raise your lantern, Inquisitor. Let's prepare to greet our first enemies. One final question. Are there really only 3 Abyssal Hunters? If there were others, I would have long since found them. What compels you to us? Is the ship's course true? Undoubtedly. And the sea terrors are becoming more explicitly hostile as we approach the Eye of Ebaria. Perhaps it is already their nest. Fighting them aboard this ship would waste far too much time. Skadi, Shuck, defend this vessel. Keep an eye on the priority signal, the navigation facilities while you're at it. I will enter the sea. I'll go with you. You are stronger in the sea, but so are they. We cannot bleed down there. The risk is too high. What's wrong? Are the monsters attacking again? No, I can't see any. We don't know what's happening under the water, but... That muffled booming. What's going on down there? Is she fighting below? She's just moving. She's faster in the water. How can anyone move faster through the water than in air? Habit, I guess. Or maybe it's a skill. The sea terrors are following her. She's opened up the passage. Irene, take Borger's descendant and continue to steer. Pick up speed before the enemy surrounds us. They've left. The seas won't be peaceful. If you worry for them, we'd best hurry and finish up our business. When Pharaoh is only an outpost to recapture the lighthouse, retaking it all is all that matters. I'm surprised that Ebaria can already exploit Aeger technology to resist encroaching near the sea brand. Regardless, the rate of his revolution is faster than any one scientist guess. If we seek victory, we must use whatever we can. Even an army, I see. This is a plain, unremarkable town. Perhaps there are more strategic locations waiting for the Inquisition to recapture them one by one. More favorable battlefields, grander walls and fortifications. But sometimes, it's fine to start with what's on hand. However many Ebarians are willing to fight to the death against the waves, that is how many soldiers we can field. Let us begin the cleanup. Hey, are we still not there yet? According to the nautical map, we should be able to at least see it by now. Hi, Inquisitor! We have to head in deeper, or else... No. Look up. What? It's nothing but black overhead. I can't see. Oh, that's not the sky. They've made it their nest by now. Very close to shore. No wonder their numbers are so great. We can just cut them all down, like before. Yes, like before. Shark? So that is their eye. Why does it feel so familiar? It has been caked in filth for too long, unable to open its lid. A clearer path. Jody, come with us. Okay, I hope I can be of help. There's something only you can do. If you can, then we'll have to change strategies and prioritize ensuring that the Inquisition technicians can make it here safely. In the battle to come, we'll have no time to care for the fate of a solipsistic Aeger. Got it. You seem nervous. Aeger, you don't understand what finally reaching this island again signifies for us. And what would that be? Ever since the Penny of Battalion discovered remnant signals for the lighthouse, we've made 17 attempts to make landfall, 8 of which succeeded in setting foot on this reef. Hundreds of soldiers and 3 Inquisitors. No one returned alive. Don't tell me your superior Aeger ethics teach you to respect your heroes, but forsake that memory. The High Inquisitor and I, the Ebarians, will hold a memorial for those who died at sea. I did not mean to pick at your morals. All I can say is that, in the face of the ocean, we are all alone and weak. Do as you wish, but we are pressed for time. A foot falls on the reef. The Colossus hides in the jet-back ruins. Only by tilting one's head back and gazing far up can one distinguish it from the murky sky. The Eye of Ebaria, a final pair of eyes sealed shut. So tall. The scale of the statue in town has to be wrong. High Inquisitor, this is what we want. It is my first time seeing it as well. The two remain silent for a moment deep in their tracks as they look over at the vast spectacle that survived only in documents and records. The enduring reality of Ebaria goes far beyond what she has thought, Irene thinks. Despite the Abyssal Hunter ample disdain for them, despite the balance of the nation well and truly crumbling. Despite it all, the lighthouse is still an emblem of past glory and wild ambition, of dreams and the domination of the unknown. Whatever feelings may roil in your heart at this moment, engrave them all. This building, these worn swords and lanterns, these rifts, this ocean. Carve into your heart just what humanity has built in this struggle. Keep it within yourself at all times. If we do not venerate our sacrifices, our skills are meaningless. Yes, sir. Enter carefully. Got it. What are you doing? Have we come home? No, not yet. But if we find what Kelsey and the captain are looking for here, maybe we can. Just hold on. We're almost there. It's too quiet, but it still stinks. The reef is coated in remnants of the sea brand. I can see traces of man-made objects too, rotted for the most part. Gladia paces slowly. She looks out at the tower, standing against the tenebrous sky. The eye of Ebaria is directed towards the heavens, as if upon this finite soil, life cranes its neck, wanting to see the future. The nations of the land have done all they can to reproduce Morgan's remaining legacy. These so-called lighthouses are an emulation of alien technology true and true. What can this lighthouse be awaiting, set in this void and empty sea? Does it watch the ocean, or the land, I wonder? Captain? I know. Within is a sea terror nest. The lack of an immediate attack may merely be a defensive, a guarding of the den. It is about time they come. There's not too many. The sea, the coast is already out of sight. Sentimental? I just mean, we can't bleed here. It'll be extremely dangerous. They can pierce our skin, so long as you do not cease your dance. These numbers are insufficient to kill us. The lighthouse. It really is just like the statue in town. Which means those blueprints at home is really from my mother and father, for the Eye of Ebaria. My parents were once in this very place. Jordy looks back towards the shore. Each and every day, his mind went back to the view of the overcast shore, a lifeless grey and hopeless crowd. But look at this lighthouse, he thinks. Uncle Tiago was right. They were all heroes. They were all meant to be legends. The Abyssal Hunters should be regrouping not far from here. They'll be joining this battle too. Don't forget what you've experienced in Salviento. Their blood is highly unusual, and Kelsey hardly told us everything. Understood. So they can't be trusted. What did you see beneath the Inquisition? Seaborn. You should still remember their twistedness, their vitality, their serenity. In Salviento, the Hunters did battle such a monster, and emerged victorious. I know that. You've seen the truth, so you must now reassess your past and Ebaria. Tear apart the old swimming through your head. Make your own judgments. Yes, sir. They're ready for us. Withdrawn to defend their nice nest, waiting for the chance to strike. Here to drive out the invaders. Jordy, report. Right, it's a miracle really. These control panels outside are still responding, but I'm not sure what theory these things are based on. I'm looking through. I have all those research notes from home with me in my bag. Be quick about it. I know. It's this one. No, that's not it. When did this one get wet? Hi, Inquisitor. They're here. The billows rage forth. Their arrogance surges dozens of meters high, shattering one day after another, succumbing to the reef and the 3 moons. One moon is bright, one moon is dark. These are the moons spoken of throughout time, hung in the sky. The remaining moon comes from the intervals betwixt the waves at the peaks of every crest. The moonlight comes from the title he once believed in. Eh? Eh? The last night? Huh? Huh? Why are you here? Is it morning already? The operator's equipment was a lot more seriously damaged than we anticipated. Still, the fact they managed to save so many people from the catastrophe is a testament to how amazing they are. I've got a chin up as well. Hi Maria, I'm here to pick up an order from the engineering department. Oh, Granny, just a moment. Let's see. Where did I put it? Sorry, I haven't tidied up this place for a few days, so it's a bit of a dump. It sure looks more like a proper Kashimiran workshop the last time I stopped by. What's this? A novel? The Last Night. What's that doing here? Did it get stuck underneath the blueprints while I was flipping through my boxes and drawers yesterday? I was wondering where it had gone. The Last Night. It used to be my favorite book. My sister gave it to me as a gift when I was little. A night novel from Kashmir's, huh? Mind lending it to me? Sure thing. So that's where the book on the arts unit theory ended up. Sorry, Granny. This might take a while. I can bring it over to you later if you'd like. Don't worry. It's not urgent. Just means I get to stay on Rhodes Island a bit longer this time. I'll just be over here reading, to pass the time. I'm really sorry about this. The Last Night. The title is as pompous as it is cliche. There have probably been hundreds of books written about the last night, the swiftest night, or the strongest night. But seeing how the Radiant Knight gifted it to her own sister, surely there must be more to it than that. With that thought, Granny opens it up, only to find a bookmark wedged inside. Written in wobbly Kashimiran letters, is a line that may well have been copied from the book. If you deem the waves too raucous, then command the ocean to be still. Huh? Legend has it that the last night returned to Ebaria. The enemies reflected in his eyes were not living creatures, but rather he charged the mountains, the cities, and the waves. Legend has it that the last night settled by the coast, sustaining himself on the wind and taking shelter in the mist, until at last he forgot how to remove his helmet. Legend has it that the last night finally disappeared after clashing against the great waves. His family discovered what he had left behind along the shore and brought it back to the land of Knights, burying it deep in the mountains. Legend has it that his or her story was brought to the light by a poet. Embellished, sung, given both meaning and symbolism, and in this form, they finally returned to the land of Knights as highly controversial figure. However, there are some who believe that the Mad Knight triumphed over the ocean, over time, over death itself, that his quest continues until the end of all things. What are you? The knight does not answer. His deathly gaze is fixed on Gladia. However, she quickly realizes he's not looking at her. He stares only at the key in her hands. The knight opens its mouth, as if to speak, but only a shriveled rasp comes forth, like the sound of muscle tearing. He begins to take a step forward. Where did you get that key? Oh, I did not intend to pry into Rhodes Island's internal affairs. That is Brogren's legacy, passed through the hands of the four Pharaoh to once again return to the Abyssal Hunter. By pure coincidence, one of the hunters found it in Kashmir's. Kashmir's? What a distant land. I still remember journeying with my mentor to receive an envoy from the land of Knights, and secretly overhearing a few Silverlands campaign knights describing their ideals. I hear the country has changed considerably since then. For better or worse, every political entity has undergone similar changes in our current era, but that has nothing to do with Ebaria. We are like ensnared beasts. Should we struggle, we suffer and bleed. Should we give up, our lives are forfeit. Before we unmask those still human traitors, I have a new question for you, Keltsit. No doubt you've already realized this, but that child couldn't possibly be Bergen's descendant. The Inquisition would not have missed such a vital clue. So why would you still condemn him for a meaningless death? Hi, Inquisitor! Their numbers are increasing, but none of them showed up until we reached the lighthouse. Sir, I found a way to open the main door. But the eye of Iberia's core facility are at the top of the tower, and it's very tall. The lift mechanism isn't working either, so we can only get up there by foot. Hi, Inquisitor! We need more time! Take the eagle with you. There is no time to spare, Irene. Aye, right away! Wait, hold on. Are they here? The lantern's flames are flickering. Something has stepped into my art's domain. They're scared. Strange. These things have never shown signs of fear before. Confusion then. But what would be the case? The High Inquisitor raises his lantern high, The sea terror in turn retreats into the shadows of the reef. When he looks around once more, he notices the reef is littered with corroded and broken weapons, soaked with the fresh blood of monsters, arms belonging to the Inquisition. As his mentor Carmen has said, it is not as if the Inquisition has never considered reclaiming the sole remaining lighthouse. Being unaffected by the profound silence, it has been quite well reserved. Even so, the Inquisition has never made a serious attempt to retrieve its own eye following the profound silence. This place used to be a spectacular overlook, a breathtaking unobstructed view of the entire city. It had been manned by Ebarians day in, day out. You have taken it as a feeding ground, building a nest for your spawn without permission. Emotions, long lost emotions, from soldier to Inquisitor, and finally to one who sees the truth. He has been tempered, lost and reforged anew countless times. And thus, Dario became one of the few High Inquisitors in Ebaria. Only a single word separates an Inquisitor from a High Inquisitor, but that single word is the difference between heaven and earth. He used to regard himself as resilient as steel. Before Ebaria's enemies, his lantern would flicker. His saber... Saber? I don't quite remember the meaning of that word, but it is an actual word. Whatever it is, his saber would glimmer, and every line of the scriptures would be put into place. Practice, sorry. But now, he feels a type of strong emotion welling up in him. One not solely a product of the law and justice that is preached. After acknowledging his rationality, High Inquisitor Dario accepts the fact that he is truly experiencing grief and anger. His hand cannon takes aim at the sea terror, yet his eyes are directed towards the sea. When you die, mankind may thrive. These words are not part of the laws of creatures, but rather yours. Survival of the fittest. Right here. It's just as the records say. The lighthouse relies on the power source located at its base, and the core column is divided into several areas. The console on this floor controls... Controls what? Signal recording. We should be able to put that to use later. But for now, we need to prioritize powering the entire lighthouse. Let's continue. Hopefully all goes well until reinforcements arrive. What's wrong? Donna Irene. It's nothing. Probably my imagination. Maestro, the High Inquisitor is keeping guard outside. We will be fine. Alright, after we restart the lighthouse power system, we should be able to use the lift as well. That way the others will be able to catch up to us soon enough. So let's hurry. Woo! There's something odd about him. Some kind of lingering scent. But what is it? The scent of another land. Nothing you'd be interested in. He is without a doubt a seaborn, but not the same as Quintus. How is it possible for so many land creatures to become seaborn though? They shouldn't have frequent contact with the ocean. With no way to communicate, we can do nothing but let his body lose all function. He's about to attack. The knight suddenly seems to vanish in place, but for the senses of an abyssal hunter, catching him is hardly a challenge at all. With his speed, he opts not to attack them, but instead leaps high into the air and bounds towards the lighthouse with a ferocious roar. Oh, what was that? Don't panic. Click timing. Complete our mission. Rekindle the lighthouse. Right. These vibrations. Are the walls coming under attack? How is that possible? We're already dozen meters above ground. Do the sea terrors have some sort of cannon? Or maybe some massive creature? But other than the tremor just now, I haven't noticed anything else. Maestro! The knight lifts his head and looks up. The lighthouse did not budge an inch. He shakes his twisted weapon disapprovingly. This long spear, once the creation of a master craftsman, is now inundated with the scent of the depths. He does not see the one standing in his way. The knight bends his knees again, intending to try once more. What are you doing? You contemptuously provoke Ebaria, trespass upon restricted areas, and damage a precious heritage site. Just look at yourself. Do you have a single shred of human-born dignity left in you? Dignity. Seems your vocal cords still work at least. The sea doesn't need crush the waves, trample the sun, and the pain. Things should not remain the same. A great tree takes root in this land. Your stance, your grey armor, and that spear. You're from Kashmir. I am Knight. What a name. Slithering steel, ocean's waves. Lifting the lantern won't do anything. There are no other signs of any ships coming. The fluorescent at the sea brain ignored him. He may well be the source of the sea terror's panic. Then, is he actually a seaborn disguised as a human? You seek to destroy the Eye of Ebaria. The Inquisition will not allow it. The soil. Good evening, Mr. Knight. Where are the other two? The others, they're currently having a little chat with Mr. Knight's friends. So a fight broke out not far away. Seems like it's a clash of civilizations then. It has nothing to do with me though, so I came over here. You're different from how you were back in Salviento. And also how you were when we met in Grand Pharaoh. You're always changing. The seawater is sobering. Even the slightest breath of air brought in by the ocean breeze. Although, I do want to return to the sea's embrace, but Skadi stopped me. My little Skadi. She's so scared. But of what? With what's going on right now, I need Gladia's explanation all the more. Mr. Knight, good sir, return to your sweet slumber, deep in the abyss. We are not enemies. The knight ignores Laurentina, who murmurs as if singing. As for the enemy who just dealt him a heavy blow, the knight only tilts his head, slightly before quickly snapping his attention back to the towering lighthouse. Alas, how tragic. Language can no longer reach your ears, just as those clouds cover your eyes. Even in your madness, does your will still drive you forward like the clockwork, compelling your body to advance? Come then, Storm. Let us share this dance. I found it! The main control panel. How's it looking? I'm not too sure. This is much more complicated than what's on the diagrams, and I've never actually operated these things before. The sound again. What's going on outside? Perhaps we're still underestimating the dangers we might encounter here. At this rate, holding out for the panel battalion's technicians might be. Even if reinforcements arrive, the sacrifices required to repair the lighthouse under these conditions are akin to setting up camp under the crosshairs of a high-speed warship. Jody, you're a civilian and a part of Ebaria. For now, I won't ask where you came from, or about what happened to Grand Pharaoh's past. We're in the race against time. Right now, this instant. Try your best to get all the information out of the Eye of Ebaria as you can. Maestro and I will protect the tower, and we... Alright, I've managed to retrieve the locks. The panel is still responding, and the energy module underneath the tower is still functional. You act fast. Commendable. What's next? How long will it take to reboot the entire lighthouse? I see what I can do. Even though I know the people out there are fighting against those sea monsters, I still have to say this. As long as the panel is still responding, it shouldn't be too hard to restart it. But I've read about this in the notes my parents left behind. This will be my first time actually operating something like this, so it's still a bit of a gamble. Either way, it all takes time. We should probably... Got this space, right? Don't look down. Keep moving forward. Can't wait any longer. If what Kelsey said was true, then none of us can really afford to wait around. Even while we walk this land, we are still part of the sea. These corrupted descendants are in the process of changing the environment. In time, none of us will be spared. All we're doing now is sitting around waiting for the end to come. We're not the only ones sitting around though, and everyone's reasons are different. Think about it more broadly. Who knows? Maybe these lands aren't suited for our survival. Not harmonious enough. There's something I want to try. Time to mix it up, all for the tunes. So what exactly do you have in mind? Well, we're not exactly accomplishing much over here. Just treat it as a little pre-concert workout. Don't swim too far out, Frost. A workout, huh? What about the rest of you? I think I'll pass. Too lazy. I can feel the inspiration on its way. It's so close. Just a little bit more. Alright. I'll be off then. Oh, what did the woman and the Inquisitor do? How could they so easily erase the gift of the sea? Jaeger. It must be the Jaeger. What the Jaeger left behind. Those strange machines. They must be destroyed. That's right, my brother. The Panel Battalion has this place surrounded. We failed to break through, with nowhere to run. Our exalted prophet has returned to the sea. All that's left is to pave the way for her. If they seek to hold back the tide and let them dash against the rocks, my life is but one break in a lengthy road. Yes. Don't panic, it's just me. Whatever you take refuge here. Me, Diego. I was drunk and out as cold as a Krumpinser, so I didn't hear anything. By the time I woke up, everything has gone to shit, and these disgusting things were all over the place. What happened here? Has the Inquisition sent anyone yet? What's going to happen to us? The Great Ocean is not guilty of any crime, but the Inquisition does not agree. They control the so-called law and have condemned us as sinners. Soon enough, the sea terrors will return to the ocean. But I cannot allow the Inquisitors to condemn Grand Pharaoh to death just like that. What are you talking about? Have you gone mad? Mad? I'm not the one who's mad. I simply need to know. What can we do before the Inquisition destroys this town and rounds us all up to stand trial? An Inquisitor has already arrived. I saw that clearly while hiding in the little alley. I've never seen one that old before, and they give me the chills. What are you going to do then, Diego? Go up to them and try to reason with them. We'll have to choose sides again, right? If the Jaeger were taken away, most people looked on, just like that. They had the chance to stand up to them. Stand up for them, but no one stepped forward. Diego. Now, we have another chance. Either watch the Inquisition put everyone in Grand Pharaoh on trial. Have you lost your marbles? Inquisitor! Hey, Inquisitor! He can handle us all without waiting a hand. Take me to them. What are you talking about? Drop the act. How long do you think it's been since I lived on this town? Alright, follow me. Your goal is ready to take revenge on the Inquisitors. Just what are you up to, Mayor Diego? Almost there. This is already taking too long. Sorry. It's not your fault. It's mine. For not having enough patience. Don't I, Inquisitor? If you're worried about the others, you can go help them. I think I can handle things up here. The High Inquisitor gave me an order to protect you. As you've seen, those monsters are everywhere. I can't just leave you alone. But I don't want to be what's holding you back from joining the battle. As long as you can light up this tower, then the High Inquisitor have already made the correct decision. I simply defer to his judgment. I understand. Did your knowledge of the Eye of Ebaria come from your parents? Yes, or more precisely, it's the sum of all of Grand Pharaoh's past. They've gathered all the best lighthouse engineers in all Ebaria, or at least that's what my uncle told me. The territory used to be demarcated by the Inquisition, until it was abandoned by a string of accidents involving the Jaeger and the Church of the Deep. I'm not trying to reopen old wounds, but I've been thinking. Before I left, I read about the Dorsia and the sentence handed down at the time. Never mind. Do you hate the Inquisition? To be honest, if there's anything that's always hanging over the heads of the people back home, other than the ubiquitous dark clouds, you'll read the word Inquisition. A town once glimmered, giving us the confidence to rebuild our homes. The workers and engineers gave everything they've had to fight the disaster, but the Inquisition took everything before it even struck. And do you still believe that today? It's the place I grew up in. Everything I have seen or heard has only reinforced that lesson. And I'm sorry, ma'am. You are simply stating your lived experience as citizen. It is your actions that will prove your loyalty to Ebaria. Still, I'm astonished you had the gut to say all that in front of an Inquisitor. I would never have dared, not until I came here. But then I saw the eye. For the longest time, it's only appeared in my dreams. Nothing more than the sculptures sitting in the plaza. Everyone in Grand Pharaoh who came before me has passed through this all down. Our duty, what we must do. It's all surging through me right now. Ma'am, do you see something glimmering at the base of the lighthouse? Something blue, sparkling like stars. That's the Nether Sea blend. Do you really think you can fight me, Mr. Knight? You only care about the lighthouse. Why? Why do you cling to it so? Monstrous waves, swallowing the sky, even the stalk of wheat, consumed by silence. All things great and small return to nothing. He can speak, but not command his kin. Sea terrors are in disarray. Let us put an end to this. What a surprise, Mr. Knight. You're not moving like you were before. Those are human movements. A charging wind-up. You need to confront the Knights. What exactly are you? The Knight continues to ignore his two opponents. His attention is solely on the third. Even with his attack, the towering lighthouse does not even shake. If even the profound silence failed to destroy the eye, what chances does a lone knight have? It bewilders him. It pushes him to try even harder. Clouds, rolling hills, pillars of ash, arrayed across a hotbed of decay. The tides, unending. You're injured, and the sea terrors are drawn to you. So it appears. Got a little scratched up on accident. Step aside. You're no longer fit to fight. Daria's eyes quickly dart across the Abyssal Hunter in front of him. Her movements had paused unnaturally a few times during the previous clash. He's heard reports about her. She was involved in the Stultifera experiments, but the woman who stands before him is completely different from the one who emerged from that fierce battle. Who was she, and who is she now? They've hardly touched you, and you seem barely able to stand. Maybe an illness you contracted in Salviento. The scent of the sea is rather intoxicating. That's all. Knight, comrade, why must you gag on the air and endure the hit? You never taste the fruits of civilization. The ground is shaking. Energy long lost floods through the bright line and into the broken body of the Eye of Ebaria, prying open its eyelids. It has awakened. The entire island whispers the groan of its first light. Slowly it shakes off its winter, as if waking from centuries of hibernation. The cycle of all existence does not belong to the sea. The knight lifts his head, gazing up from the shadow beneath the great lighthouse. He is perplexed. That is not the monstrous waves. Where are they? Without drawing a single breath, as naturally as a shadow slants in the direction of the light, Spectre brings down her weapon. But the humanoid seaborn in front of her avoids it, with logic-defying explosive force. In mid-air, the knight looks far out into the distance. He is listening for the coming of new waves, and he will break them. Ishamla. Rocinante! Chase! Turns out, Mr. Knight is afraid of the light. Don't pursue him. He's not the only seaborn like that out there. Our only duty is to defend this lighthouse. He's only lost interest in the lighthouse. I don't care about the motivations of monsters. Are you saying I'm also a monster? You? You're undergoing a transformation. I don't know whether it's something that happens with every Abyssal Hunters. But if necessary, this reef will be the last bit of land you'll ever step on. You would still call this land when we're clearly surrounded by the ocean. Disasters change coastlines, not national boundaries. Every last centimeter of land swallowed by the profound silence is still subject to the laws of Ebaria. Laws, a virtuous word, yet not all creatures recognize this virtue. Ready your blade. Just a little bit more. Hurry up then. If this drags out any longer, the lighthouse will be swallowed up by the next sea brand. Ran into a little bit of a hitch. One of the auxiliary structures might have been damaged, but that would take too much time to investigate. Just putting up the core facility will suffice. We'll still have to retrieve the flagship's coordinates, ideally re-establishing a connection with the line running along the coast. I know, but these things might be even higher up. Then keep going! Hurry! No, I have to stay here. Turning on the lighthouse is as simple as pulling the most conspicuous lever. But I need to stay here and oversee the power system rebooting. You should go, ma'am. What? But if you are attacked by a sea terror that slipped through the net, we'll all... I know, but I don't want to come up one step short now. Not now. Those monsters, they only lashed out against humans because we invaded their nest, right? If that's the case, they won't keep destroying the facilities. If anything, getting into a fight would only make things more dangerous, so you should keep climbing instead. A conspicuous lever, right? Yes, it should be obvious. Flip that, and at least the main facilities, including the lightning equipment, will start up again, assuming what the log said is correct. Alright, I'll be right back, Jordy. That console. Well, this is it. Nothing on the outside is visible from within the tower. If the Stultifera really not have sunk, how are they supposed to find that great dreadnought? Is it too late for a panel battalion to come to their aid? Are the cultists of Pharaoh hiding even more secrets? Just by pulling down the lever on the hand, all of those questions would be answered. Irene should have been conflicted. She had accepted too much, learned much of the sea, and seen it all with her eyes. Now's the time. I hope you're ready, Irene. Beam! Dazzling light penetrates the ocean, piercing through everything. The light will lead the way. The light can dispel the darkness. It worked! Hey, Jordy! Do you see that? We did it! Marada! That was a very nice smile, by the way. Protect the smile. The smiling Irene. I didn't think I'd see that. Because in all throughout her story, she never once smiled. I didn't think you still had it in you to appreciate this sculpture. Dear Eye of Ebaria, the offspring of the marriage between Aga and Iberian technology. On land, each nomadic city can only seamlessly communicate within its walls. Between cities, however, is like crossing a moat. No system of communication can resolve the interference caused by original rich zones. The only solution is to set up base stations that are constantly at risk of being destroyed by catastrophes. I hear some countries have already adopted the technology of mobile base stations that navigate on a fixed route between cities. Their engineers are no different from those who guard our lighthouses. Even today, humans still stumble across this great land, blindly grasping for clues. We must still grope our way across Terra in near total darkness. But what of the ocean? There is no origin in the ocean. The Aegis communication technology vastly surpasses anything we have on land. The Eye of Ebaria is not just a set of lighthouses. It is, of course, Ebaria's vision. Very few people know that it was left to us by Brogan as a microphone to connect all of Ebaria. It's been a while, sir. Your work has been invaluable in allowing the Inquisition to respond so quickly to Dane's Kelsid's proposal. How about you? Have you enjoyed your time in Pharaoh? Compared to the other cities where our colleagues lay dormant, this place can hardly be considered dangerous. So what have you found out here? My sincere apologies, sir. I doubt I know much more than you than the Dame. The order given to me by the High Inquisitor was to monitor Grand Pharaoh for more potential enemies, those who would violate our laws and desecrate our country. My conclusion being no, not for the time being. When the church cultists appeared, you didn't notify your team in time. Correct. I determined those cultists to be impotent and took advantage of the panel battalion's withdrawal as a prime opportunity to go after their true mastermind. And did you find them? Are there more false bishops presiding over the sea's invasion of the land? Without concrete evidence, I can only speculate as to who their leader is. But mere Diego, a worker from the Ebarian's hinterlands, is nominally the mayor of this town. Since the Eye of Ebaria project was scrapped and the Inquisition made quick work of the traitors in Grand Pharaoh, it has been no secret that he has been appointed critic of the Inquisition. Diego, one of Grand Pharaoh's laborers, sheltering the cultists. It will seem we have our next target, the Inquisitor. There's one other thing. Lord Cummin, the panel battalion seems to have come under attack. What? They're invested at Tercio just to quash the evil riffing in Grand Pharaoh, to the point that it's a rare luxury to even see a single badge. What could they be up against? The sea brand has sifted through the ground to the surface, drawing a circle roughly 50 kilometers around Grand Pharaoh. And it's perfect circle, almost as if it was drawn with a compass. It's not the town that's been surrounded, though. It's us. Halfway, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. No, almost halfway. Yeah, almost. Reading this will be half. We're almost at our destination. What? You never would have reached the Stultifera in one piece without me. The children of the sea would have ripped you apart, crushed you, or bound your limbs as they dragged you off to their nests. You're not like Quintus. What might could you be talking about? My skin? This sack of flesh? None of those matters. What are you trying to accomplish? And what are you trying to accomplish, Hunter? Your kind already loathe your enemies while simultaneously doubting the purity of your own blood. But still, you pretend to be calm. What are you trying to get out of me? Silence. A wise choice. Ager are not a sociable lot. It is known. But it seems there are exceptions. Or are you just a bit of an unpopular grump? I can answer your questions. Quintus wouldn't. Nor will other humans. But the Seaborn will. Like heralds, we've come to understand things. We're not limited by the way human thinks. I don't need your riddles. Before coming here, I was in the midst of translating a literary classic from Ursus. It was about race and nations, about history. I was putting it into Iberian and Victorian. Take a look, Mr. Hunter. Lupin's gaze followed the woman's hand, his eyes subconsciously drawn towards the ocean. A pitch-black sea, dense with dark clouds, oppressive, and yet a vague outline of the starry sky is visible. Even the Ager rarely look out across the ocean from the water surface. Different races, different countries. The land is fractured in every sense, and its conflicts are never ending. But when you look over the boundless sea, do you see anything representing those divides? Jordi, are you alright? Get away from me! Seems like activating this facility has made these poor creatures realize that this place doesn't make for a very good nest. Hi, Inquisitor! Keep ascending, Ager. Your hands are for wielding tools, not fire and steel. The plan is unchanged. Go with Irene and find what the Inquisition and the Hunters are seeking. I know. Please be careful. Do you really think we can find that ship? It can only pass through Ebaria. I don't understand. If it is a place like Rhodes Island, why hasn't it returned in 60 years? We too are lost, unable to find a way back home. Is that not so? The children are increasing in number. Are you alright? Me? Why do you ask? You don't speak a single word on the way to Ebaria. Have you always seen me as a chatterbox, Skadi? Skadi stares deeply into Spectre's eyes. When she finally found Laurentina on land, her eyes were clouded over. Then she saw it in Salviento, a fragment of Laurentina as she was. But it was short-lived. After returning to Rhodes Island, she seemed to have fallen back to the abyss. But now, Skadi begins to find herself unable to distinguish which corner of Spectre's mind is she currently dealing with. She has an ominous guess, one that has always swirled through her mind. What's the matter? No need to overthink this, Skadi. And the same goes for you, my sleepy little mermaid. We don't have much time. You will awaken. Will I? You will. For the time being, go with Shark and take out the small fry. Their numbers are endless, so remember to adjust your breathing and conserve energy. You should already know that I prefer it that way. Must we be in such a hurry to perform again? The storm is not yet ready. But it seems our dance partner won't be kept waiting. There is no end to them. Donna Irene, you are still alive, so the flash of light was from the High Inquisitor's lantern after all. He wanted us to continue on, but what exactly should we do? Keep searching for the ship's location. I was originally planning to wait for the technicians to arrive, but seeing how you got this big fella started all by yourself. Make every second count. Diego, so you're finally seeing clear. Why haven't you fled? The Penal Battalion and the Inquisitors have been lying in ambush in the town. Then why haven't your proud townspeople returned? The Inquisitors have already taken away all the confused, directionless residents of Grand Pharaoh, and you already know what's going to happen to them. You know all too well. But I can't sit and watch Grand Pharaoh grow up in smoke. I have to do whatever I can. You fight the Inquisition. Fair enough, Diego, but that will only hasten the town's demise. Ebaria will never tolerate an act of treason. Well, we welcome all into our fold, but the weak do not have that right. This determination of yours is but a sick joke your mind is playing on you. You understand nothing. Who do you think you're talking to? Who? If I cared enough to investigate, you would all be flushed out by the Penal Battalion long ago. Tell me then, what can people like you offer Grand Pharaoh? In the end, this town is a mere human settlement. What we seek to offer up in this land is of a much higher calling than your meaningless bubbles. You have been followed. These sea terrors have pretty substances. An outsider, we will allow it. Your flesh and blood shall become nourishment for our wounded. We all give back to this land. The Nether Sea Brand has already reached this far. The walls, the stairs, it's all over the place. Are you still not done yet? They're getting closer. Almost there. How does this make any sense? Even after all these years, the signal receiving devices are still operable. But why? Oh, the locks. Oh, there it is. Now let's take a look. Their numbers are exploding. They're moving through the Nether Sea Brand as if they merged with the ground entirely. At this rate, even Maestro and the hunters won't be able to stay in the branded place for much longer. Damn it! Underneath us! Dorothy! Continue. Okay. Abyssal hunters. You're too weak. Sounds like this requires swifter movements. Spare yourself the energy to breathe. Like so. How much longer, Jaeger? There are no records in the logs of how to operate these information terminals, so I just have to keep searching. There's some data here. I don't know what it means, but it keeps popping up. Keeps popping up. Even if that's from the Inquisition's last attempt, that should have been years ago. I'm not sure. I assume the data loss was caused by the power outage. But if my hypothesis is right, there's a ship that's been sending signals to the lighthouse for decades. How far away is it? I know. I'm looking. Where are the navigation records? What is it? It's very close. How can it be so close? Whoa! What happened? I'm afraid the underground portion of the tower has been swallowed up by the Nether Sea Brand. We need to make our decision. Now! Decision? What decision? If it means we relocate the ship, then we will go. No! We should eradicate the sea terrors to ensure the Penal Battalion's reinforcements can arrive safely. Impossible. You will merely wear yourself out before the stronger pay can even join the hunt. Or do you mean to say that Ebaria has hundreds upon thousands of people willing to hold the line to their dying breath, like the High Inquisitor below us? No, but opportunity waits for no one. Have you confirmed the coordinates? I can determine an approximate range, but I don't know why it's spinning around, or if that means it's been kept afloat by Ebarian ocean currents. See the square surrounded by seaborne? That's what the ship looks like now. But that ship is the only vessel we have. You can have it. We don't need it. No. Go with them. Hi, Inquisitor. What did you just say? The IV barrier has already been activated. There should be some working safeguards in place. Lord Carmen will be able to push the evil remaining along those shores. We don't have time to waste on these endless hordes. Then, I'll stay with you, sir. You ought to accompany them. We should go see the ocean. What saved your life, what let the rescuers find you, wasn't me. It was the scriptures you hold in your hand. Make the right choice. Do not bring shame to Ebaria. Understood, High Inquisitor. I will become Ebaria's eyes and return the Stultifera to the country's embrace. Then go. I look forward to seeing the moment you pass down the correct verdict. Yes, High Inquisitor. You should leave too. Go with them. Sir, I don't want to. I want to stay here. It's too dangerous. I don't know a single thing about that golden vessel. The best I could do is bask in its magnificence. But I don't think that's where my duty lies. This might be a strange thing to say. I only felt my worth when I was exploring this lighthouse. Please let me stay here. Exactly 100 down, but nothing has changed. They're like the stars in the sky. Breaking the encirclement would be simpler, but defending the lighthouse, how long would we be sashing away? What a fine colorful carpet they make as their carcasses dissolve. A carpet of life. This is the most beautiful carpet in the land. The nether sea brand is spreading, which means... Your weapons cannot burn them, but mine can. That's only a temporary solution. Cauterizing the tips of seagrass won't stop it from growing. It's good enough. Grab your people and get out of here. Steer the ship out, or you won't be able to get your bearings. You realize what that means. You don't need to tell me, Aeger. Very well. Do your best to survive. Hi, Inquisitor. Shark! Scotty! That's the ship. Yes. After so long spent waiting on land, we are finally able to return to Aeger. Gladia's words slow to a halt. Her hand caresses her neck. On her well-concealed skin is a patch that is rough to touch. The ship right in front of us. Sorry, the ship is right in front of her eyes. Don't be hasty, Gladia. The ocean is still dangerous. Otherwise, it would not have tracked the tree hunters ashore. But without a doubt, her heart is smoldering. They've left. That's right. Which means we're stranded here until the Pedal Battalion's reinforcements arrive. You've done well, Aeger, so you have earned the right to answer a question. Oh, okay. I swear to answer truthfully. Did you make your own decision to leave the shore and come here with us? You're just an ordinary person, janitor or whatever. You are no warrior. Few can wander out to the sea, let alone witness a battle against the sea terrorists. Yet, look at your expression. Look, your expression doesn't shake at all under the light of my lantern. What are you thinking? What do you want? I can't even remember even seeing my mother or father. Everyone always told me I'm an Aeger, and that we came to repair the lighthouse. But it's all ruined. Before all this, I don't know a single thing. I was lost and confused. To be honest, when the sea terrors came, someone told me to leave as soon as possible. But, truthfully, I didn't even know where I could go. Because I'm an Aeger, all I can do is keep my head down as I trudge through life. And just so you know, I'm actually a chapel nurse, not a janitor. But that doesn't really count as work, does it? All the things Mr. Elysium talks about, the way he acts. Maybe that's what it really means to live life upon this land. That's why I felt this was an opportunity. Are you not afraid of death? I don't think there's anyone who isn't, sir. I should be frank with you. The Nether Sea brand has already completely engulfed the coastline. We don't have much time left. Lord Carmen and Dr. Kelsin may have their methods, but I'm not so optimistic. When the others left, we were basically condemned to death. Is that why you insisted on me going with them? It's too late to regret it now. You chose to defy me, of your own free will. But even if you die here, your death will be by no means meaningless. You're not shaken. Just a little bit, maybe. But even if I went with them, wouldn't I still have a 9 to 1's odds of dying? As long as I stay here in this lighthouse, I can at least feel like I've already... Don't be in such a hurry to give up. The Eye of Ebaria should have its own defenses. Go start them up. Alright. Where will you go? Now, we are alone at sea, far from homeland. Again and again we arrive on this little reef. The weight of our lives and our vessels is so much heavier than the place itself. Between the ocean and Ebaria, there is no such thing as justice or evil. Only sword and lantern. Only me. Okay. Chat. VRB for a while. I need a toilet.
どうよドクター、いい夢は見れた？
But I want to.
私らの次の目標は
But I apparently want to take a quick dump.
夢で見たのでもいいよ。
So give me a while.
Here's the battle plan. If you've got any questions, figure them out yourself.
大した打撃は与えられねえからな。期待すんなよ。Fa bel tempo oggi. Perché tanta fretta? La strada per l'inferno è già abbastanza trafficata.
날씨도 안정적이고.
Seeing stars now, are we? Sounds about
Please, don't force your way through.
この辺りの地形は
铭记灵魂被禁锢的滋味，这将是你们所受的最珍贵的教训。找到你们的档案了。好，抹去了。
Tell me you had more choices in life.
Сердце плачет. Это все, что ты успеешь.
找到你们的。
Seeing stars now, are we? Sounds about right.
Please, don't force your way.
铭记灵魂被禁锢的滋味，这将是你们所受的最珍贵的教训。
Или ты познаешь страдания мертвых.
铭记灵魂被禁锢的滋味，这将是你们所受的最珍贵的教训。
Still feel like yapping?
找到你们的档案了。好，抹去了。
Perché tanta fretta? La strada per l'inferno è già abbastanza trafficata. Route は決まった。行くぞ。何かの間違いだよな、ドクター。いつになったら終わるんだよ。Fa bel tempo oggi. Letale è la danza della dama elegante. Di rosso si tinge il fiore sottostante.
Seeing stars now, are we? Sounds about.
Tell me you had more choices in life.
この辺りの地形は
找到你们的档案了。好，抹去了。找到你们的档案了。好，抹去了。
I won't surrender, so I suggest you take a detour.
别用这么轻。
Seeing stars now, are we? Sounds about right.
Tell me you had more choices.
别用这么轻佻的态度对待历史。
Fa bel tempo oggi. Я надеюсь, заслуживаешь только ненависти.
找到你们的档案了。好，我去了。
Seeing stars now, are we? Sounds about right.
别用这么轻佻的态度对待历史。
Perlomeno provo a scalfirmi il soprabito.
虽然在特里蒙的时候就领教过，但你的谋略和对局势的判断还是让人惊讶。罗德岛藏着一位优秀的战术指挥官，你介意我向基金会这么汇报吗？
Sorry for the wait. I'm back. Oh wait, my headphones outside. Do I know that Popcorn is started for pre-order? Really?
How, Doctor? いい夢は見れた？あたしらの次の目標は思いついた？夢で見たのでもいいよ。
Ooh. What's the release date for Popcorn? Let me go and check. June 1st. Okay. So I'm done here. So this breaks the story. This is now second half. And the second half is now all about the ship. I think I'm gonna eat Indomie as a quick mid-story break. Do you trust me if I say that I might be reading chapter 14 in one stream? Except that stream might be 12 hours. Wait, let me make an order. Yeah, I have a feeling I'm okay to read it in one stream. The story that I'm not okay to read in one stream is the other one. Let me go and double check which one I'm referring to. Read and hey, no, not story reader. Read the wrong thing. Wait. Why is this different from the word count that was written in the other page? I mean, if it's 90,000 words... No, I can't fit it in one stream. It'll go longer than 12 hours. Yeah, this can't survive. This can't survive one stream. Because YouTube can only allow 12 hours. And then if you go beyond that, then it'll be too long. Just give me a while. Let me just make a quick food purchase. Hungry, hungry. Ah, fuck. Okay, I've made my order. Food will arrive in half an hour. Okay, continue. Bergen was the owner of that key. During Ebaria's golden age, he became a guest of honor to the aristocrats and nobility. He was once seen as a symbol of the budding harmony between Ager Islanders and Ebarians. Nobody knows what he was doing right before the disaster, or what he lacked the time to do, but he had always left behind a significant legacy, and for you, significant directions. Regardless, he is part of the past. I have no doubt you will be the ones to make the choice, here in the present. As for the key, the question for why Brigand's key was left in Kashmir is one we do not need answered. But it was found by the Hunter's Guardian. This was no coincidence, but rather an inevitability. You will all have a natural sensitivity towards the sea. Indeed, I have the key to the band. You will learn what they truly are. Perhaps the Ager will need to enlist their help. They are all searching for answers. Most of them are young, uncomfortable with the ocean's changes. After all, they cannot truly leave their place of birth. Yes, I hope you'll succeed. Humanity faces too many problems, and the layers upon layers of disasters can easily extinguish the light of our current civilization. Radia, if you wish to act alone, I won't try to dissuade you. Skadi is just like you. Perhaps all the hunters are. But whatever you do, don't think you can solve all of these land's problems by yourself. Ask away. I will answer any of your questions. Ishama? Where did you hear that name? It's a hot take, Indomie is overrated. It's overrated if you're in Southeast Asia. It's underrated if you're anywhere else. We're almost there. But the ocean is just too vast. Even slight inaccuracies in the coordinates can lead to huge errors. It is also much calmer than I imagined. More than calm. Since leaving the lighthouse, we've actually faced fewer and fewer attacks. Not even the wind or waves are stirring. What does that mean? Are you nervous, my poor little bird? When did you... stand where I can see you? What are you calling nervous anyway? It's just very, very few people manage to make it out this far into the ocean, so I can't be that sure. Your eyes are drawn back to over your shoulders, not to the horizon. You fear loss more than the unknown. Your superior gave you this chance so you could board the Stultifera and reach out to the Jaeger, not for you to wallow indecisively. I know that. Before the fight comes to us, you must... Do you smell that shark? Of course. Keep this cozy little boat slightly to the right, and soon we'll be able to see the bigger boat. It's long since become yet another nest though. Do we really intend to dive right in? Do you need to rest, Spectre? Me? Is there something wrong with me? Why would you ask that? Your hands are shaking. Spectre looks down at her hand. The one not wielding a weapon is indeed trembling slightly in the sea breeze. Her consciousness gradually clears up and plunges deep into the sea abyss, untouchable. Is this anxiety or excitement? But why? Gladia reaches out and gently holds Spectre's hand, with Skadi following suit. The three abyssal hunters share a moment of silence. Welcome home, hunters. Gladia solemnly steps onto the ship's bow. The sea breeze cleaves a path through the nights, carrying upon a familiar scent. The quiet vessel sleeps soundly atop the ocean. It is a vessel of the sea breeze, the guest of an era. How is it that the lights are still turned on after 60 years? Idealism was ubiquitous in the era, and it reflected the people's spirit of exploration as well as their arrogance. Skadi and Gladia gaze wordlessly at the ship. In an instant, they are inundated with a flood of thoughts, but in the end, they are invariably dragged back to the past, their youth, their home, the rhythmic swaying of the ship. Only Spectre continues to grip tightly onto the weapon in her hand, the sea breeze picking up slightly. This breeze will carry the hunters home. I guess it's probably because Armia and Lupinius turned the ship on. Lord Carmen, we can't afford to stay here much longer. The team of hunters is in danger. The panel battalion is being held back. It seems even I have underestimated the extent of the Church of the Thieves' taint. We should have cleared the temporary forward base at Grand Pharaoh to continue the pursuit. We didn't have a choice. If we have no way of securing the town, we'll be under attack from both sides. Any barren tercio consists of at least 10 companies, approximately 3,000 people. The officers of the panel battalion are more than sufficient to lead them to victory. You seem quite knowledgeable about this. We've crossed paths more than once. Are you suggesting we let the panel battalion handle Grand Pharaoh and head straight to the Eye of Ebaria? I wouldn't be opposed to that proposal. Well, this feels very weird. Of in English. But okay. Will we dealing with Victoria's fleet? I can't register it. It doesn't sound quite right, but if it's right then sure. English is correct. What? Okay. I can question it. Kelsit. Why did I read her name? Otherwise, our losses will be even greater. Miss Frost, why are you? A warm-up workout, she said. We come from the sea. We are the sea. If you're willing to help, that would be ideal. What can you offer? I can make them listen. Listen to my song. And your companions? Apologies in advance, but Dan wants to borrow the chapel. The others are in there thinking up new songs. Music. Your melodies are considerably different from what I used to hear in Litanian. Are you sure they'll be interested in this sort of thing? The meaning of life is music. I just want to clean up the venue before the show starts. Frost slowly pulls out a guitar. Carmen cannot help but be surprised. He can tell that the organism in front of him is truly, genuinely thinking about music. Her words contain no superfluous intention. It is by no means a metaphor. Use the word as such, and Frost's attention would be quickly wandered. She only thinks about music, only this form of art, capable of stimulating her soul, and can hold attention. The lurking sea terrors circle around her, observing, examining, judging. They dare not wantonly approach her. They smell a familiar scent. They realize that the guitarist in front of them is a hollow vessel. Her distant connection resonates through the depths bestowed to them as their birthright. Even on land, they instantly feel as if they have become one with the sea. How miraculous! These creatures are intimately connected with the land itself. In their eyes, humans and sea terrors no different. Frost does not answer. She is intoxicated by the melody, consumed by the passion. Kelsit knows that the question was rhetorical. Kelsit, was this also part of your plans? for them to sit on the coast, while the pen of battalion delves into the sea. If you choose to believe so, then yes. But the panel battalion didn't even have time to prepare even a single ship for us. There's already one sitting along the shore. It's been years since the Grand Pharaoh project was scrapped. First, we must uproot the evil that still grips the land. I remain an Inquisitor. I will not sit idly by and watch the corruption that's been infesting Ebaria slip away right before my eyes. Are you alright? Let go of me! Don't you just go picking up people! But my fragile little bird, how will you climb at this tall deck if I don't carry you? That's not what I meant! Forget it! What's the matter? Spectre bullies her. Inquisitor Irene simply stares blankly at the scenery in front of her. A dim sliver of light in front of the pitch black sea. In front of the ship's mast, time seems to have stood still for the past 60 years. So this is the Stultifera. Stultifera Navis, the ship of foes. The flagship that housed both scholars and soldiers, the floating palace of the fallen dynasty. It's quite different from how it's described in the books. Wait, what are you even searching for on the ship this big? Brogan was an Aegir. This key must be hiding some sort of clue that the Aegir wanted to leave behind. A key? Was it meant to open? That's what I'm here to find out. Even ignoring its size, the ship's also been lost at sea for 60 years. How are you planning to? Perhaps you young Iberians haven't had much exposure to these transport vessels. Even with Brogan's help, this thing was sure to be built. Why you? With the seas calm on our way here, I'm sure you know the answer. Then my next question for you is, why didn't this ship sink? You don't mean... Footsteps. Heavy, viscous footsteps. A shadow appears upon the deck, where no living being should stir. No. Irene immediately reprimands herself for having such a thought. Gladia's question was also on her mind. Along the shore, in the waters, she's already seen so many of these. The moment she sees the enemy, the young talented Inquisitor Irene's first instinct is to hold her breath. By the time she remembers how to breathe, Gladia has also stepped forward. Interesting. You managed to dodge it. Not for long. Don't even think about it. Oh no, dodge it. Oh, dodge enemies. PTSD. It hid inside the cabin. Should we chase it? Yes, that is where it went. But while we hide inside, we're out in the middle of the ocean. What do we do? It's not alone. There's more than one seaborn on this ship, and even more sea terrors. We should split up. I'll go after it. I'll head down. Down? Do you people already know the layout of the ship? We don't. But there's nothing a sharp blade can solve. Excuse me. This is the most important legacy of the Iberian sages we're talking about here. And where will you go, little bird? I have an obligation to supervise you, so I'll go with you. There are so many mysteries surrounding the Stultifera. If it's been preserved this well, why didn't you try to return to Ebaria in the last 60 years? As an Inquisitor, I must have covered the truth. Shall we hold hands then? What's the meaning of this? You are a fruit of elegance and grace, but your hard work and natural talents are worthless before the enemies you'll face. I fear we will lose you with but a momentary lapse of focus. You look down on others too much, Aegir. Keep her safe then. Will do. Shark, did you remember something? The sea breeze told me. It spoke of a sculpture. It is weeping, waiting for me. Will I be able to find it on this ship? Of course, but make it quick. I'll be waiting for you. What sculpture? Well, let us say our greetings to the deceased while searching for his whereabouts, Skadi. I'm glad you still remember my name. This place really fits to be a palace. The house is so pristine, there's not a speck of dust to be found. Look, even the floorboards are sparkling. Maybe someone wanted to keep it tidy. Who though? Who knows? said you were going to pursue that monster. How are you planning to do that? It's scent doesn't lie. Though this place is full of putrid smells, there must be more. Sea terrace! As expected, they turned this place into a nest. I'll handle this. Spectre, the scent's coming from below. Shamla. Oh, the PV. That impact. Are you alright, Spectre? Spectre? Laurentina, what are you looking at? A mirror? Why is there a mirror? The mirror's broken. What's with this place? Why did the Ebarians make a transport vessel into the palace? It's nothing like Rhodes Island. Is there anything special about the mirror? I saw it. At first, there was a speck of light from the surface of the shattered mirror, but it quickly gave way to the dark shadow beneath it. Its eye. The Seaborn has long been waiting here, sitting alone in its golden hall. Shamla. Latina. Lutina. Laurentina. It's young. No, we can judge their strength by size. Another Seaborn, without a doubt. Sea Terrace too. The Gathering Spectre. Spectre ignores her words as she stares blankly at the mirror and at the Seaborn behind it. You remember me? The Seaborn nods slightly. It looks at Spectre and Skadi in confusion, thinking, why are they different from how they were in the past? What happened to them? How can it help free them from the shackles of flesh and blood? Spectre, don't think about it. I'm not. The tone had changed. Skadi looks at Spectre with astonishment. She has never been able to get a definite answer from either Gladia or Kelsey regarding the moment of clarity Spectre displayed in Salviento. Laurentina, you... Laurentina! Yes, Laurentina. Look here on the scroll hanging on from my weapon. Back when I wrote my name down and hang it here, I could still remember where I was born. A lucid dream, huh? Really, it's been too long. Spectre? We can reminisce later. Whether it's Salviento or aboard this familiar yet unfamiliar vessel, I really hope the next time I'm awakened is by Aegir's resplendent domes instead of you ugly monsters. Thanks for sitting back and letting me finish. You weren't seriously about to call us your kin, were you? Gross. Come on, why don't you take a little nap too? Sink into the quagmire of consciousness and relinquish the gift of life? The further we go, the more sea terrors there are. It's getting dangerous. Maestro, how do I become like them? Seaborn. It's the same one we saw on the deck. The hunter's attack that didn't do any damage. How will it come at me? With its limbs, its fangs? My hand cannon. I need to create distance. Wait a second. What's that on your belt? Why? Could you be... What strength? I barely managed to block it. Do you have something to say, monster? I can go down here. I won't. I'm an Inquisitor of Ebaria. It's taken too long to burn away the male sea brand. The situation's not looking good. I can see what's going on down there from here. How many hours have passed? How much longer can he hang on? If I... Don't think about it, Jody. Focus. The Inquisition. Hurry. Is that all? Listen to your friends wail. The flowers of Salviento at least had its beauty. But what about you? At my first dance lesson after waking up, I must say, you're underwhelming. It's getting away. I'll go after it. You go find that little Iberian bird. How are you feeling? Better than ever. My memories are tumbling down like a waterfall from the heavens. It'll take a while for the full picture to emerge though. And some of my more recent memories are rather embarrassing. I'll go. Your mind is still unstable. Oh, trying to steal my prey? I'll try to escape the sea. It'll try to escape the sea, sorry. Of course it will, but it wasn't running just because it couldn't win. What did it find? We don't have time. I'll never get used to hand cannons. Where are you? The Abyssal Hunters. Hello, Irene. I've seen you've brought us more prey. Do you just call me Irene? Have you regained your memories? Not entirely, but I know I'm in a great mood right now. This is not the time. There's the one for the deck. It's fast enough to dodge the captain's lunge. I really must tip my hat to you, Irene, for chasing it all the way here without taking a scratch. I can take credit for it. It hardly even attacked. Look, it's still not, even now. See, I thought he wouldn't be able to resist if we chatted like this and showed it an opening. Your friend just left, you know. It's not too late to go after them. Or are you a pacifist too? Kazimish, a landlocked country where Skadi stayed for a time. A place sprawling grasslands of forests and the land of knights. Is it a coincidence, or did something draw him there? This shit, Brogan. What do you intend to leave behind for your homeland? Where do you hidden an answer? Sea terror carcasses. And not only that, the wounds are clean and precise. They show no signs of resistance. Scents mingle in the air. The air is still. What else is there on the ship? Your belt and pocket watch are undoubtedly human in origin, and even in the Iberian style. What are you? It's stalling for time. This will get complicated if the other one gets back to the ocean. Still not attacking? What a passive dance partner. You'll take the lead, Sadi. Oh, ow, sorry. Come on, fight back already. I'm already starting to feel like the bad guy. It's not stalling for time. Who defiles my Ebaria? Chieftains. The sound of bells. What? Bells echo through the empty hall. The lights in the hall flash. The Seaborn lens in the direction of the throne, while the three are distracted. Yes, the throne. There is a throne on this Iberian ship, a symbol of pride, power, arrogance, and deceit. It's like... Spectre trails off, knowing what she was about to say was far too absurd. It wears a crown and drapes itself in the same color as the curtains. It kneels by the side of the throne, the two inextricably bonded with one another. It resembles the queens and ministers of old, serving the golden sun of Ebaria. A silhouette emerges from behind the throne. Irene raises her lantern over her head, trying to illuminate the shadowy figure. Why do you set foot on my ship? Who would ignore a question from the great Alfonso? Why are you here? Why have you broken the silence and come from my Ebaria, which had lain forgotten for decades? I will start with you. Answer me, child of old Ebaria. Irene could not believe her eyes. She'd seen the Seaborn's face before. She had devoted much of her time during her Inquisitor training to study of history, immersing herself in doctrines and creeds. How dare this Seaborn claim to be Alfonso? How dare it claim to be Iberia's greatest ship captain? You can't possibly be the captain of this ship, monster! Alfonso was almost 50 years old 60 years ago, but you look even younger than the great hero was back then. Irene knows she is shaken, but she cannot show weakness. She reflexively raises her lantern, as a commanding officer would have. Drop the mask, Seaborn! The light of her lantern flickers. The tiny speck in the Inquisitor's hand seems to befit the word lost better than the lights of the Golden Hall. The Golden Age. The Seaborn briefly lays its eyes on Irene before turning away dismissively. rubbing Alfonso's inhuman arm. A short silence surrounds the hero. Seaborn. I don't like that name. Tell me your name, child of old Ebaria. I am Irene, Inquisitor of Ebaria. And oh Ebaria, you dare defile the name of... And you dare talk me down like that. Where were you when you burned victorious ships and sunk the Lion King's honor to the bottom of the lake? Where were you when I paved the streets of Salviento with pure gold and brought back in my ships? Where were you when the Tercios darkened Latania's dawn like a black cloud? I am Alfonso, Duke of the Old Ebaria, Admiral of the Armada, Captain of the Stultifera, and King of my own kingdom. You, a mere Inquisitor, dare question me. So the church fools have crossed the ocean to find me. What did you expect? A pat on the back? Go back! No matter how you got here, the Stultifera Navis does not welcome you. Gracia, my chief captain. No need to be so bothered by them. They will repay the sea 1,000-fold for the blood they made you spill. Mocking the Inquisition is a serious crime in Ebaria. Did you not understand what I just said? Leave. There is not a single soul on this ship, child of old Ebaria. We sacrificed so much too. I'm not here to ask for your permission. Such impertinence. This is why I never liked the church. A crime against a church too helpless to stand against even the feeble royal house. If you're really from old Ebaria, then tell me, who is the incumbent pope? Carmen. You know Saint Carmen's name. Saint. A saint. A saint. What are you laughing at? He didn't even have the mettle to become pope. Does he not feel ashamed to see himself in the mirror? No wonder it took you 60 years to find this place, since disaster has made Ebaria weak. But no matter, before the ship's doctor joined the Koros, we discussed what might have become of Ebaria. This is not unexpected. The floor that you stand on, this immaculate colon hall, this is the motherland I know. This is Ebaria, not the backwater you speak of, half of which you refuse to see or understand. How far has the once great empire fallen? Is it really so pathetic that it took you 60 years to find me? Alfonso descends from the podium. Irene takes a step back. Her lantern flickers. Now then, why are you too eager with you? There is no place for the eager in my Ebaria. We meant no offense, Captain. We were merely searching for some ugly monsters, chasing ugly monsters, and mistook your chief mate for one of them. How did you survive so long here? That's the question, ain't it? You eager fools. It's been so many years since I took up hunting as a hobby. Either today or tomorrow should have been the day of reckoning. But you chased away my query. Now we must once again rely on those. No. You are not eager. You are more than eager. Both of you. What's your name? Skadi. No. Eager. Don't try to deceive me. We may have been trapped on this ship for decades, but we are no fools. They call you Ishamla. Did you hear the bells, Silpenius? It's a miracle that anything works on this ship at all. Here, the bells signal the start of the hunt. But who's the hunter? And who's the prey? The children of the ocean don't care. If they consider Alfonso to be their kin, albeit weakened, they're willing to offer their blood and flesh, all to ensure the survival of the strong. A hunter approaches. Gladia, she's too sharp. The skills I learned on land will only work for so long. She'll detect me soon. What will you do? What will you do? Answer your question with a question. I'm interested in your choice, Upenius. I never expected to become interested in the Berser Hunters again, but Laurentina fascinates me. I see so much possibility in her. And you've made your choice of your own accord, while retaining your sanity. Have you noticed? More and more, you're becoming like one of us. Can you reach the truth? Cast aside revelation, lay upon the body of God, and learn the truth of the gods of the sea. The answer you're seeking is tantalizing. Look at me, showing curiosity. perhaps there's something human in me yet. The revelation is imprinted upon the statistics of God's children. Our ways of thinking couldn't be more different. Oh my, you sound even more like a Seaborn than I do. I need to get my food.
イベリア人はかつて海と大地を征服せんと勇んだ。しかしその広大な野望も静寂の中でひっそりと消えてゆく。黄金の時代はとうに語る言葉を失い、大地の僧帽もまた闇の潮流に飲まれ瞑目した。今ここにそれは再びまなじりを決するだろう。イベリアの名のもとに。
I'm almost removing the copyright. Oh! So this PV assumes they do see Aegir by the end of this. Oh, that's exciting. Back home. But what does this mean for Irene? Is Irene a Seaborn now? The Undertides have a PV. What the fuck? What is that recommendation on the... Why am I recommended some 76 views guy of... What is this? Oh, Undertides does have a PV. Let me get the throwback. Let me see the significance of the PV and how much it hinted. See, I wouldn't appreciate or understand these PVs if I don't read stories, man. All I'm just gonna think is, oh, it's cool. But what's going on?
4度目の検証任務。同伴者は皆失踪し、日を浴びた肌には潮が吹いていた。ロドス、定期確認。今回こそ彼女たちを見つけてみせる。必ず。
I find it sad that Stouty is not considered an Abyssal Hunter. I understand why. It's just, you know, she's in the disguise. Her outer isn't exactly like... Is that a canon alternative form of hers? It technically is a canon alternative form of her, but like, at the same time, it's also just a disguise. Like, we understood the context in the story. The outer is not in the lore. Her outer is a what if. That's how they presented it as. But what do you mean when you say what if? Oh, I get what you mean now. It's almost like it's what if Inshamla takes over. The outer is basically... Then why is her outer in Rhodes Island? Or does that need no context? It's just Hyperglyph sells whatever they want. It's a It's a non. How many non-canon characters do we have in the game? Just her? Technically, R6S is non-canon. Yeah, all the collabs are considered non-canon. Is Scouter real? Nah. But I mean, so we're also adding that this story might be giving me context to this. Okay, I mean, we're not there yet. Let me finish my food real fast. It's quite fast to eat this. I have a curious question for you guys, which is about the next incoming CN event. The next CN event is confirmed to be a Crimson Truth story. So they're not just doing IS, they are doing a Crimson Truth side story. So, my question is, Phantom Author or Playwright? Who's coming? Who enters the game?
Avoid becoming engulfed in snow.
Miss Christine?
These were the fates of many.
Wait. You guys are cooking a theory.
I heard someone tried.
Your theory is Miss Christine becomes human.
Not a bad idea.
Or does she stay as a cat? Yeah, what if Miss Christine gets the M3 treatment?
Attention to where the petals fall.
Same battlefield, different day.
What would you be most upset with? Would any unit being on the banner upset you?
The battlefield's all around me.
Lass die Zeit auf dieser düsteren
Phantom Author. I won't believe that. I'm not sure what Phantom Author is going to do though. What could Phantom Author do? Second Ritualist? What would his class be?
Du hast recht, Doktor. Die inspirierendsten Zeilen werden immer während eines Sturms geschrieben.
Primal Specialist, but Primal Specialist is basically Ritualist. Phantom is a doorkeeper? Will they make him stronger than Spectre? They probably would, right? If Phantom's a doorkeeper. Doorkeeper with necrosis. Oh.
High places. They have plenty of sunshine. ¿Crees que puedes atraparme? Ni de broma.
You prefer if altars are not the same class? What altars in the game are the same class right now? Are they? Do we have any altars that are the same class? Oh, only Fang. Oh, and Cruz. And W. No, then I guess Phantom will stay as specialist.
여기는 보물을 산산조각 내는 것. 그것이 바로 내가 원하는 것입니다.
Das bist keine Arena.
No, not Ray. Ray is sniper and caster.
I was blinded by hatred.
Wait, yeah, Lava also stayed. Actually, I hope we see another 5-star altar again. It'll be cool. But then that brings up the idea of Shalom altar.
Schlechte Kleingeister.
We gave from the beginning to the end.
Bigger altar, 10th anniversary.
我们并肩而立，任何灾厄与未知都无法将我们撼动。
Okay, I haven't played the last boss. You think I'll pass? Do I have to clear it for the mission? Yes. So bad. What? What am I trying to prove?
Non c'è bisogno di fare tanto casino.
小石がお家に戻ってきたよ。
加減はしますよ。こっち向け。
What the hell is this guy's mechanic? Is he the teleporting guy? I don't remember what he does.
Hai un problema da risolvere.
Oh.
Hai un problema.
My foot's done.
Obiettivo avvistato. Ci vorrà solo un minuto.
Wait, am I failing? Have I failed? Wait. I think my fast redeploys looks confused.
La fortuna ti ha abbandonato. Ora te la vedrai con me. Hai un problema da risolvere?
この程度の不幸なんてまだ始まりに過ぎないのよ。
That will also mean that I'll probably break EX8. Unless I didn't do EX8. No, I don't think I used fast redeploy. Let me see what I did. Yeah, I didn't use fast redeploy. Maybe it won't break.
People, I don't think I even remember your faces after this one.
Was I playing a random squad?
Let's just get started.
I think I must have been. There's Shen Alter.
Good timing.
That's crazy. Oh, I used Chen Outer recently in my IS run. I was very satisfied. Alright! Balls! I forgot that's what this event is about. Use the balls.
Orders received. I'll cover my allies. I'll pin you to your shadow.
You'll have to try harder than that.
That's a big shield he got.
The performance will...
What are you doing? Are you dead? I'm seeing how there's no one that can be deployed.
We can hardly call this ending good. Are you the one who just got a headache? Not me?
Alright. 10 more chapters. We can finish it.
どうよドクター、いい夢は見れた？私らの次の目標は思いついた？
Give energy, give
夢
energy.
で見たのでもいいよ。
Let's do this. Okay, but also hear me out. I'm not feeling the greatest about this story. It's the first time I don't feel the greatest about a story, but I'm not feeling awesome. Is it this? No, I think it's this one. Rating or outcome? Oh no, rating. Like I don't find heavy satisfaction with this one. Oh, is my hand sticky? Shit. Thank you for your contribution. I know how painful it must be for someone like you to go against your faith. Your providence lies just ahead. I know how painful it must be for someone like you to... this by no means a false promise, but true redemption. I thank you. Lord Carmen is far beyond our comprehension. There is no point trying to deceive him. He'll discover the truth before long. You should also thank Diego. Our liars condemned him to death at the hands of the Inquisition. I have never seen the Herald of the Sea, but rumor has it, the Herald will not refuse the request of its kin. Because the choices of kin must surely benefit the entire kind. The thoughts of kin must also be shared by the entire kind. We ought to learn from this. This is also a part of the cycle. Then we'll let Diego worry about himself. You still have doubts. They are unnecessary. Our prophet, Miss Armaya, will she really be able to come back? She has simply chosen to return to the sea one step ahead of us. She is to locate our path, our herald, and the trails of the sleeping city. If she returns, it is to help her kin. If she does not, it is because she is making preparations. We needn't worry too much about her. Just know she wishes to avoid the scrutiny of the Inquisition, regardless of where she might be. Then this person, this Ebarian, why did we abduct him? His patroness seems to have made some kind of agreement with Carmen. He is an enemy. I really wish you'd choose another way of describing my relationship with the Doctor. You've been investigating us, have you not? I've devoted quite a lot of time explaining our ideas to you, and we would prefer not to hurt you. Have you thought things through? I think I've heard everything I need to know about your hypocrisy. Hypocrisy. You still speak of morality, the morality of human realm. I couldn't care less what these sea terrors or seaborns really are. All I see are a bunch of outlaws inventing a reason to vent their frustrations with Ebaria and the Inquisition. While I haven't lived here for a particularly long time, I am Iberian. And I've been to a lot of places and seen a lot of different things. People like you who think that they're special are actually a dime a dozen. If the gods you talk about are real, and all that nonsense about being the pinnacle of evolution and the bleeding age of life, then surely those gods must look down on people like you, right? How dare you? He's right. That's why the Herald no longer speaks to us. That is why only Armea can hear the voice of the ocean, and only she can guide us. So there was really something off about Armea. I should have caught on sooner. That's it. How is it looking? Whatever those things of yours are, they're the sea brand. They aren't able to get in the center of town at all. The black monster can do more than fly. It can even belch out terrifying jets of flame. The nether sea brand can't spread faster than it's being burned. If this gets dragged on, then Grand Pharaoh will fall into the Inquisition's hand as soon as the sea terrors holding back the pen of battalion are exterminated. Then we all die. No, Diego. No. All these things you speak of, you do not grieve for the kin who willingly give themselves up to hold back our enemies. In other words, you are not yet resolved to sacrifice yourself for our entire kind at a moment's notice. Don't talk to me like that. Our interests happen to line up this time. I'm just an old 4G with no interest in becoming an ocean hugger. What a low-born, stubborn creature. Same to you, friend. And you, lad, didn't I want you not to meddle in other people's affairs? Diego, you know each other. He's just an outsider who kept hanging around the chapel. As the mayor, I need to have at least some idea of every person in town. You should have stayed out of it. Right then. We should act soon, right? Or are we gonna wait for the Inquisitor and his monster-wielding accomplice to burn my town to the ground? We will not. You seem awfully attached to this city. Why? Grand Pharaoh is the embodiment of our generation's spanning vision to rebuild our country, you heretic. Ask any of the Iberians who joined you, and you'll understand. The Inquisition has taken enough from us, and I intend to pay them back double. I'm Scotty, not Inshamra. You pronounce it differently. So what does it mean? Scotty knows, but there's no answer. Galia told her that she's alright and she's willing to be with her. But there is only an escape. She knows what the name means. It means a thunderous roar within the abyss. Flesh and bone rubbing against the rock walls only until the will remains, surging beyond the ocean. It means that after the harrowing battle, something was left with her body. Something. I will skip this part. So it's just the guy saying that she's Ishamala and she's basically the same. Inquisitor! How dare you join forces with them? Get off my ship this instant. Otherwise, you'll join them in my hunt. That's the query. Easy there, Mr. Captain. Now tell me, how did you come to learn of this name? I'll tell you exactly how. We ate the flesh of these things, and our bodies began to change. I personally executed 3 of the survivors, until only we remain. Now it's my turn to ask you. Their blood also flows in your veins. I can smell it. You must be more special than the others. Look at my hand. Scully looks down. One of the captain's aunt has taken the form of a seaborn. A newly formed weapon clearly visible, and his tentacle-like extensions ever squirming. He seems to be making an effort to restrain it. By the looks of it, whatever is inside the arm is also interfering with his body. It thirsts for my mind. It tells me to liberate you, to talk to you, to listen to your thoughts. Get off my ship before I kill the lot of you. Only by killing you can I maintain sanity as a human. Be gone. Oh. He's the boss. His arm looks like that monster, like his third face. So he must be the boss of the event. We've paid an immense price just to get here. If you truly are Iberian, if you truly still are the Iberian hero, then you should join us. Think carefully, little Inquisitor. I've been in a bitter struggle for my life on the ship for longer than my homeland has been at war. What could you possibly understand? A single year of confinement can break a person's will. Do you have any idea how many years were spent here flirting with the waves? 7 or 8 years ago, I personally executed the last crew member and threw him into sea. He died as a human. He was the last to. We were Ebaria's best sailors, warriors, and scientists, stalwart in our face. The most common way to die aboard the ship was suicide. You can't imagine what I've been through. The left side of my body snatched away even my dreams. I no longer need sleep. Death itself was a form of torture. And during this prolonged torture, I've had not to do but to hunt those monsters, large and small, and while away the remaining hours polishing my ship. Leave me, my chief mate be, and return to where you came from. I don't belong to you or to the sea. I belong only to my Ebaria, to the Stultifera Navis. But what is the cause of this impure odor? And where did this break premonition where she felt start to feel? Where she is starting to feel come from? She can only continue walking, following the path etched in the back of her mind, and attempt to reach the depths of the ship. Suddenly, she comes to a stop. Don't you think you're being too obtuse, appearing on this primitive transport vessel that hasn't docked in over 60 years? Bishop of the Deep. You saw through me immediately. Do you suppose that means I chose the wrong place to appear? You followed us here. Hardly. Strictly speaking, I was the one who arrived first. The ocean communicates with me. It accepts me. It aids me. From the very beginning, coming to this ship was a trivial task. That you've been able to suppress your urge to rush forward and slay me is already quite impressive. Is it because you feel this ship is vital to your grand plans? What are you after? You killed Quintus. I should have known better. So even you test tube watching bottom feeders, pardon my language, will pursue vengeance. Oh, sorry. Oh, this was meant to be a vulgarity. Okay. No, you misunderstand. Quintus was a bit too eager to attain results, and that temperament of his not only led to his demise, but also demonstrated conclusively that he was born human. Not that there's something to be ashamed of. Under our doctrine, we will never become what we seek to be by thought alone. Only changes to nerve and sinew can be considered real. Won't you agree, Abyssal Hunter? We don't need to be enemies. I have nothing to do with you. One's end is decided at the moment of one's birth. Nothing can change this immutable fact. You went through all the effort to follow us out to sea, just to spew this nonsense. About that, that's not something you need to know. Those lowly creatures won't be able to hold me back. Amaya smiles sweetly but does not answer. A blue light emerges from under her feet, and it soon envelops the corridor. The nether sea brand. The nether sea brand at Cairn Pharaoh. So those traps were your handiwork. Hardly. You're also quick to blame every misfortune on the Church of the Deep, but never stop to consider the truth behind these phenomena. These children have always existed in Grand Pharaoh. I simply found them. Cut the crap. We're out in the middle of the ocean. Our touch, invisible to the naked eye, is everywhere. The ship may not be of much use in your quest to return to Aeger. But must you really insist on returning? Have you never had the slightest inclination to listen to what the heralds have to say? Seems you aren't too different from that stupid bishop after all. You've never even been in a real fight. Otherwise, you never say such an idiotic thing to a hunter. I think we're approaching the Gladia CG, the iconic Gladia CG. No, but not all hunters take such pride in their arrogance. We will meet again, Gladia. You have disappointed me, but that's fine. Perhaps it's for the better that you have something to break out of. Meaning. But whether you come or go, or whether Ager comes and goes, it's not for me to decide. You won't be leaving this conversation alive though. Oh, really? Oh, well that's the boss. Oh, he's not the boss. Then what is he? I guess Alfonso's dead. Quintus should have had a Harrow by his side. You fought with that Harrow. You've spoken with that Harrow. While you stagnate in place, the ocean is ever in motion. Ager is far from smart enough to curb evolution itself. Hold it. Such weak, beautiful prey cannot even speak. More like a beast. Hurry up and die. I still have a score to settle with that bishop. I need answers from her. Brown? Did you hear that, Chief Mate? Our query brace. It calls out to us. The monster known as the Chief Mate snorts slightly and uses its claws to straighten the crown that started to slip from its head. It brays. It calls out to us. You brought yet more rebel with you. It must be Swordfish. She must have discovered something. There's something unusual about the smell here. The sea breeze is confusing us. Good thing these filthy Ager haven't scared it away. We've all been romping up around for months, and I hate to see my ship even more beat up. By hunt, do you mean you're hunting the Seaborn? Seaborn? Sure am. Hunting to live off the bounty of the land. Hasn't humanity done so since the dawn of time? But if you still haven't left by the clock's next chime, you will die. This is one solid ice. I see it. I see Alfonso heading to the Great Hall every day. He's named it Ebaria. He's moved the mirror from his bedroom to the hall and spends day after day examining himself. Ever since the head chef and the young Jamie were executed, he and I are the only ones left. There you are. How long was I asleep? Feels like I barely got any rest before I found myself awake. No need to force yourself. I know it hurts when you talk. These lowly monsters leave plenty of blood behind, so let's use that to write instead. I nod. In the corner are buckets, filled with the blood of our quarry. Time passes too slowly. I barely slept at all. My dreams felt even longer than all the decades behind us. Is it time we gave up then? It's been so long while since young Jamie and the old chef left us. Should we follow them? We should give up. My consciousness blurs more and more, like the feeling of being entangled right before waking from a dream. It is not just my flesh that is changing, but everything about me. Everything that makes me a living being. We should give up. We should end ourselves before we're devoured. The infinite boundless ocean, the sea breeze, the waves, the whisper. Chief Mate, this is our ship, our ideals. Sooner or later, we'll lose even the strength to walk. But that wouldn't happen to her. Not the Stultifera Navis. The cigar chomping engineer was right. Even if we all die, this ship would never sink. Today is just another 24 hours in one long, unending day. Don't give up. Look what you've become. I can't see your sea blue eyes anymore. Wouldn't you rather be set free? I am your chief mate. For your sake. Hush, easy now. Thank you, Garcia. No matter what you turn into, the bond between us will never change. But I know he's looking at the mirror, because even someone as strong as him has finally succumbed to the monsters. We have consumed their flesh and blood. At first we started fires could cook them, and then we were forced to devour them raw. Even the most powerful Inquisitors were awed by Alfonso's strength. He was the object of so many young sailors' admiration. There was nothing he couldn't do. But he has held on long enough. Soon too, he will become one of the monsters. He's worried. He's furious. If he cannot even tolerate the slightest monster within him, how can he tolerate me? Trash! You're even less than the weed that washed ashore in Salviento. That woman was merely creating a smokescreen. The ocean boasts no changes to speak of. I want to see. Are you free? Friends are here. They are trapped. Need help. Should be returned to our kin's embrace. Many friends have died here, but parents will not let them die. I must save them. Even if you can speak with the ugly mug of yours, that's no surprise to anyone. Return to the Great Sea. No need to fight. We go together. I've already grown tired of your prattling. Time to end you. Gladia, will you prey on me? If you feed on me, will that make you stronger, full of life? Will it make your scales on your neck grow and spread, and return you to proper life? The Abyssal Hunters are bound by blood. The Seaborn contorts its relatively slender form. It is biting off the parts of its own body. I sever this flesh. Consume it. If you need more, I give more. I will give everything. Nadia stares blankly at the fleshy mess on the ground. She is shaken, but not because of the Seaborn or his behavior. However, this moment of distraction convinces the Seaborn that Gladia has accepted his proposal. We will meet again soon. The Seaborn leaves. The Gladia does not pursue it. Because she smells the scent of the shark and Skadi, the Seaborn will not escape. She turns around and heads towards where another smell is coming from. Smell of the sea, and of blood. The smell of hunters. Aboard the ship. And I didn't notice until I got this close. Impossible! What do we do now? Never expected there to be people alive here. I thought we'd get the ship back by killing some sea terrors. The captain made it sound so simple. What are you looking at, Spectre? The mirror. Did you know, Skadi? Even as we speak, when I look at myself in the mirror, I start to remember so many things that I've forgotten. A darkened dome, 100-meter tall sculpture, an aquamarine-colored opera hall, a waterfall pouring crystals of ice. What is this place, Skadi? Your home. My home. I remember now. Breathing flesh climbing all over that statue. It collapses with a thunderous thud. I remember these things, but I've never experienced them. Don't know. I only know it from hearing you talk about where you used to live, where it fell into ruin long ago, long before I met you. Maybe you only saw the report later on. Can we save the chatter for some other time? What are you planning to chase out those two Seaborn, or are we seizing control of the ship while they're not around and sailing it back? If the survivors haven't managed it in 60 years, somehow I thought we could figure it out ourselves. Just be patient. The squad leader will figure something out. Spectre? What's wrong? Just a little dizzy. I just remembered what they did to me. Wait, I saw her just now in Grand Pharaoh. She was willing to talk to me. She was full of hypocrisy, blowing hot and cold. But she's here. You mean more survivors? An enemy. One who can cross the sea and board this vessel, which is more than enough to identify. Let's split up. Where will you go? I am an Imperial Inquisitor. It is my duty to ensure that the ship returns to Ebaria's hands. I'll go after that, after Alfonso. Don't you worry, Garcia. We will catch up with us soon. When those ignorant Aegers wounded it, They went up through Victoria and past Whatever. From there, they could only climb out onto the deck, then dive into the sea. The ship's not at its beck and call. Like Daniel, when we were young, we visited that country along with some other officers. Do you still remember? The twisted faces of the Kerfiston were enough to turn stomachs. But they understand how to respect arts, which was a mind-boggling revelation. Today's been a good day. We saw quite a few people, living people. Hope they get out quickly though. Go to Letania Garcia. Go play the scores you used to love so much. Breathe some life into the hunt, my love. Is his chief mate his wife or something? You are not scaleless. Do you need food? His husband! Oh, yes, okay. That makes better sense. Sufficient nutrient, but these waters are still incomplete. The cycle has not yet been built, and living things die in vain. We must hurry. Why, hunting meaningless? There is something we must do. A duty to our kin. How many does that make now? Lost track after that. When you monsters learn how to talk. Oh no, I remember you, little one. When we ate your parents, you and your little one nearby, watching. Back then, you were the weakest of the lot. Pathetic run. Alfonso laughs as he pokes the Seaborn's wound, blood running through along the tip of his blade and dripping onto the floor. We are bound by blood. You hunt and eat us, and you will become us, just as our parents hunted you, and then became hunted by you. If the right conditions can trigger your evolution, then how do we make you more palatable? Your flesh, that is. To hunt is to survive. There is no good or evil in the hunt. That's too bad then. The central ends here. He led me here. This smell. Gaia does not search for the human hunter's whereabouts. She begins to look around her. Ever since she boarded the vessel, her surroundings have filled her with a sense of nostalgia. The materials, the decorations, and the handiwork. Bergen, a genius from the Academy of Sciences, was an Aegir. Without a doubt, this was his domain. The mystery behind why this ship hasn't sunk in decades was itself the message Bergen wanted to leave to the Aegir. A brand new fusion of original and terrestrial technologies. But what exactly is it? Gaia grabs a key from her bosom. She sizes up her surroundings. Bergen, where do you hide your secrets? Why would this ship be built like a palace? Most of it is decorative, and there are even sculptures. That's not all. Both the sculptures and the patterned carpets have been cleaned, even under these conditions. The sound of music wafts in from the distance. Someone's playing the piano. It's coming from over there. Irene's footsteps slow down. At the end of the corridor, through a crack in the door, she sees a single Seaborn, slapping away at the dilapidated old piano. It's the Seaborn that was next to Alfonso. But what is it doing here? What the ruckus? It's just pounding away at the keyboard with no rhyme or reason. Alfonso isn't here. Did he go after the Seaborn? Why is his chief mate here alone then? Well, I won't worry about it for now. The seashore. Oh, the seashore. That melody just now. Was it a coincidence? It certainly looks like it's only randomly smashing the keys. It stopped. Farewell to the heroes and great men. The chief mate turns its head in fear. Fear is what Irene sees in its behavior. A massive, inexplicable physical reaction, one that's never been displayed in front of a hunter before. Just now, you weren't just randomly hitting keys. That passage you played, an Iberian military song. How? You're still conscious. Do you still have memories of being human? Do you know who you are? No, you're already fully transformed. The Inquisition has dealt with cultists like that before. There is no reversing it. What are you planning? What are you doing with your hand? What is the meaning of this? Through the scraps of cloth reminiscent of a wedding veil, the seaborn known as the chief mate watches Irene. His pupils are cloudy. It is suffering. It is filled with both affection and nostalgia. If you truly retain the shred of your humanity, but how? After all these years... Captain... What's happening? Wait! Fear, that is not what you are doing. Your goal is constantly changing. Shaking. Yes, shaking. You should just keep playing your piano, Garcia. You don't need to be touching these. And sink your teeth into it. His body is changing. Finish it now. You are not hungry. Why? Alfonso doesn't answer the seaborn's questions. He simply chops and hacks at it again and again, like meat on a cutting board. The chief mate bites down on the seaborn in the death grip. Its crowns fall to the ground during the struggle, but it does not care to pick it up. Alfonso cuts off the seaborn's tentacles, which join the crown on the ground. The chief mate pauses for a moment. Garcia, look at your crown and that tentacle. Do you understand what you've become now? If we will meet again. Garcia! The chief mate lifts his head, but the seaborn has already vanished without a trace. It quietly picks up the crown and places it back on his head before returning to Alfonso's side. As if apologizing, he gently rubs his hand. Are you hurt, my good chief mate? Or were you distracted by our uninvited guests? The chief mate does not answer. It dares not speak. It dares not say when it was biting down into the enemy, it felt like it was tearing it to its own kin. It dares not speak, and after once again realizing what it has become, it begins to feel guilt. If you still have room for emotions in your heart, then that is proof enough that you're still human. Remember young Jamie's last words? I have no remorse, no regrets, and no fear. Only when you truly feel nothing will you lose the right to call yourself human. Don't worry, the next one will be quick, and as always, it will return. What's wrong? Harold, kid, scaleless. You are badly wounded. A newborn like you should have been in a hurry to board this ship. Kin are here, in need of help. Indeed, true enough, but you've been hurt. Though they are kin, they do not welcome you. They have not yet accepted their identity. They are still lost and confused. Accept identity. You don't need to understand. These waters are still incomplete. Perhaps you have to further perfect yourself before you can lead our entire kind. Need time and nutrition. And I've come to give you both. That blasphemous sea captain slaughtered seafarers for food, but used every means available to hinder the transformation. He has usurped pieces of the cycle, yet refuses to be a part of it. The flesh and blood of those offspring rightfully belong to you. Those nutrients were meant to be yours. The ship has delayed the birth of a brand new ecosystem. Please do not abandon me, Harold. In due time, all of Terra will become one of the same with the nest. I do not abandon kin. I need time, but not much more. I will be back. We will meet again soon. I could have sworn you were going to rush over and kill us. Should I be thanking you, Upenius? I can kill something like whenever I want. It's even weaker than Quintus. How patient of you. Gladia has also tried to infiltrate the Church of the Deep in Salviento, hoping to get something out of them. Of course she was a poor fit, given her personality. And here I was thinking that none of you were a good fit. Or are you saying you're special? You're getting less and less tight-lipped of late. I suppose there's really no rhyme or reason for when you decide to keep quiet, Upenius. Don't give my given name so casually, Liberi. You don't understand the weight behind. We are enemies. Oh, we both know you've already abandoned that notion deep in your heart. Of course you might still hold some enmity. Like a lost and famished traveler who stumbles on a frozen, starving mangler beast in the mountains. Did whatever Brogan left behind satisfy your imagination? Far from it. The Seaborn has existed for even longer than the Aegir. For their history to be turned upside down, there must be something behind it. If you care about the word of God, then so be it. The Seaborn are not gods, nor are their forefathers. I have seen how your gods die, their screams coursing through the currents, their flesh and blood smeared across abyssal ravines, as the clan hovered overhead. I plunged into unknown depths of Aegir's territory. I've seen it with my own eyes, enough to shatter all the beliefs I've held thus far. Afterwards, I will rebuild it. Aegir will be lifted up once more. There's no SM9. Eight more. We're 2/3 of the way. Good progress, good progress. We were just 1/3 of the way just now, and now we're 2/3. Let's finish this. It's here. He led me here, uncovered his scent, since he learns a handful of tricks from his time on land. Gladia looks all around her. She knows that someone once considered a friend is watching her closely, but she does not hesitate, nor will she have the luxury to hesitate. She must retrieve the secrets of the ship as quickly as possible and return them to Aegir. She wishes to return to her home. She wishes to offer it her aid, to avert calamity. She looks at the key in her hands. She swings open the doors to the treasury. Burning away all the nether sea brand is no small feat. I really ought to thank Kelset and that jet black creature of hers. The nether sea brand was unable to devour this reef. How unfortunate. Yet this is but one of myriad forms. You have not heard the prophecy, so you would not understand. Prophecy. Do you think yourselves more than the band of refugees clinging to unknown life forms? What sort of future do you expect? Our prophet is nothing like you. She never paints images of a false future, nor does she make promises she cannot fulfill. She spoke thusly, that countless massive scales shall merge into one and fly into the vast expanse. Then the ocean will be smeared with light, forever growing, never drying up. That life and death will disappear and merge into a single entity. And at the time, even the false cosmos will be unable to eclipse the light of life. We shall all live in that ecosystem. We are all part of this magnificent cycle. Life is born, is given purpose, seeks worth, and disappears, only for the cycle to begin anew. Sounds a whole lot like an elaborate hallucination that can be cooked up by original arts. Is pushing Ebaria to its current precipice and slaughtering millions of lives also part of a magnificent cycle? What do you possibly know? Our kind does not consider death of an individual to an end. Even when a life ends, it remains part of a cycle. You are angry, you are restless, and above all, you are only human, heretic. You wouldn't take me alive, Inquisitor. I know all about your heinous original arts. We're all prepared to make the greatest sacrifice. Our prophet will remain as out of reach to you as time itself is slipping through your fingertips. Hi, Inquisitor. Everyone in Grand Pharaoh has long held a grudge against you people. The Panel Battalion cannot approach this place, and you alone. There's nowhere for you to run. Did you think we came here to entertain your sophistry about good and evil? He's not saying anything. This Iberian is a damn imbecile. That black monster has some kind of weakness. It's extremely durable, and it can burn nether sea brand with ease. The hell is that thing? You don't tell us, and by the time the pen of battalion breaks free, we'll have already lost. You can't even handle Dr. Kells and the Inquisitor. Admit it, you've already lost. Shut up! I'm gonna make you. What are you doing? Why's your staff moving around? What did you do? Guess you spent too much time researching on tentacle monsters that you forgot what original arts are. Seriously, get your head out of the clouds. You self-righteous bastard! You think we haven't made ample preparations? You have an idea how long we've waited to flush out all of you scum colluding with the Inquisition. Don't fall for his tricks. He's been hiding in town for months now. Definitely a spy, and one well-versed in communications to boot. There's a chance our position has already been compromised. Spies! Oh, of course, the Inquisitor's spies have been lurking among us since long time ago. I knew about you people because you never tried to hide it. And Ebaria and I are close. The Inquisition is different. They already don't like us. If they wanted to hide, how would we ever know? After all, we've not been nothing but laborers for generations. Throw him out then. Feed him to our kin. The nether sea brand's growth is slowing down, and we need more nutrients to stop the pen of battalion. You should also be able to find an escape route. I'll lead the way. Nobody's more familiar with this town than me. We've left behind plenty of secret passages and underground depots. You shouldn't be doing this, Diego. How long have we known each other? And now you're going to preach to me? You platitude spewing zealot. Stand up and walk. Time to become a part of this sea. Oh my god. He's about to gangplank. He's gonna be waterboarded. A union of Original and Aegir technology, a sturdier dome, the use of modules from nomadic cities on land, and the scalability of original arts. So this is how the genius of the Academy of Sciences viewed this land, and he managed to accomplish all this decades ago. However, it is still not enough. Aegir would be able to accomplish all this even without making contact with land. The integration of certain technologies could not make a difference between victory and defeat. I knew it. It's you. I wish it weren't though, you pianist. Stay back. Take another step and I'll run you through, my old comrade in arms. Skadi once thought herself the last of Abyssal Hunters. Even she had thought you did. Yet here you are. How insightful of you, Console Guardia. The second ancestors don't seem to call for pomp and ceremony, Console Pianist. Feeling a bit nostalgic over titles long disused, are we? We've known each other long enough. You should know very well what it means when a hunter doesn't return. I've executed no fewer than you, and I can assure you that if there are any survivors sunken into the abyss, I'll still hang them up to pick on the reefs before they ever got a chance to hear the song. What about now? You reek of their scent. You've become one of them. Don't lie to yourself, Gladia. You're strict with others, but even more so to yourself. Has wandering the land sufficiently satisfied your desire to torment yourself? I will kill you if your answer doesn't satisfy me. Gladia, most of this situation is largely out of your hands. I'm forced to approach the problem from a different angle. What situation? Like you, I have spent some time on land. But what I saw was different. Did you come to understand the civilizations on land? You don't need to answer that. Gladia the ever-good. For their civilizations to survive, they tapped into Originium. It brought them opportunity and hope, but it also unprecedented calamity. To this day, they still have not fully analyzed its principles. They've witnessed many tragedies. They've given them the name catastrophes. They are foolish, ignorant, and weak, but the way they struggle and die is still harrowing. And the Aegir are no different. You were never this sentimental in the past. No, sentiment has nothing to do with this. What I'm saying is, Aegir provoked the ocean in order to survive, and the ocean devoured it in return, and the ocean gave birth to us. We are products of a grotesque struggle. If we are unable to resolve this problem at its root, then we are unable to resolve it at all. What did you see, Upenius? What did you see that make you abandon the bonds of blood and camaraderie that we shared in battle? Sanctuary! No doubt that is what those filthy cultists would have called it. Your familiarity with them only reduces my trust in you. But the word is an apt description. You know what Agra has found in the depths of the ocean. Even if aren't a historian, a general education should have covered at least this. Thousands of years ago, we reached the heart of the ocean. There, we found the point of origin, the cradle of civilization. As far as I know, Gladia, he and those seaborn in the deepest recesses of their nest. I saw it, a construct. Not even the greatest science consoles of Ager would be able to make sense of what I saw. I was unable to go deeper, as my injuries were too severe. My blood boiled, my ears rang, but still the plurality of him. But that doesn't even slightly explain why you abandoned the team. You should have brought this information. When millions of cries returned to a single point, the unhashed seaborn all murmured the same name from within their differently shaped sacks. In Shamla. Or rather, Skadi. Did it escape into the sea? No matter, it will return, and will continue to wait. Whoever decided that we were its kin, pathetic. I see it too. The waves breaking unnaturally, like a twister, or a mirage of an ocean city. What a strange sight. It sure was lively today. Haven't had this much commotion since young Jamie and the chef died. Harbor Grenade. Flower. Night. I wasn't expecting to see you back so soon. Did you come rushing to my ship because you missed the scent of your hometown? Have you gone completely mad yet? The knight simply stares at Alfonso in silence, but almost immediately, his sight fixated once again upon the ocean. Alfonso follows his gaze, and through the years in which time itself has become nebulous, day and night have almost lost all meaning. Are you still hunting the terrible waves? I sure hope the blood of these monsters haven't made you immortal. You can look forward to drowning one day. What a joyous thing. Not a whole lot of wind today. Waves are the ocean's breath. It still has not stopped breathing. It has not died. Just like the monsters on land. They devour, destroy. The monsters on land. Civilization. Skadi, I just remembered something else. How did we manage to survive? How did you survive? I can't remember the details. We hacked and we slashed, again and again without pause, until finally he... What I meant was, if they really wanted us dead back then, would we have been able to survive? Let me put it another way. Agra doesn't know we're alive either. They have no way of knowing. Was it Swordfish who said she wanted to come to the ship? Yes, he said this ship could bring us home. This does seem... There's a missing word for sure. This does to be either craftsmanship. There must be the word like the word seem. Though the playwright Bjorgen, the name doesn't ring a bell. You never did remember the scientists' names. Do you? It's such a relief, even talking to you like this. Are you back for good, Laurentina? You won't leave us again for good, will you? Do you have to be cheesy about it? I've always been with you. Things just got a bit blurry in the middle there. Plus, it's kind of fun playing the part of a well-behaved nun. But the captain had this outfit specially made for me by our friends over at Rhodes Island. She already knew my measurements even. To be honest, you grew a bit taller. How do you know that? I was only helping out. The captain said she didn't trust the taste of the landwalkers. Taste? We both know that that's the last thing she cares about. Though at least I can appreciate how she always makes sure that the details are in place. She said you like long dresses. And I always did have that impression. But I rarely do these tailoring activities. These symbols, they're Agrarian letters. We wrote them together. They talk about you, about Gladia, about me, about Ager, our home. Whose idea was this? Could have been mine, right? We all came out with it together. What about the style? Swordfish picked it. How unlike her. We have dedicated ourselves to battle. Sure, but no reason I can't doll myself up before the hunt, right? Scotty, do you know what the first thought was when I emerged from my stupor and remember who I am? It was to re-examine myself, to see how different I was from that clear but distant memory of myself on the other side of the shore. Though I was dressed as a good little nun last time, I didn't particularly mind. But now that my trusty companions have chosen my outfit for me, that makes me even happier. Can you understand how I feel? Definitely better than when you woke up in a jar in Salviento. That's for sure. So that's why we're going to win over Mr. Captain right now, yes? Leave it to me. Impossible. When I sank into the trench along with the Titan's corpse, enduring a pressure that no ordinary Ager could bear, I saw something I'd never seen before. Gladia, you know why Ager distances itself from the land. You know the many theories as to why original catastrophes cannot invade us. Most of them have been proven correct. The ocean is like a petri dish, nourishing and protecting the purity of Ager. But what if the civilization we're so proud of is nothing more than a mole growing on the back of some giant? You were always exceptionally inquisitive, a quality that allowed you to make contributions in various fields, sowing the seeds for great breakthroughs. But the slender Ager, you've changed so much I hardly recognize you. Plus, you should know the boundaries of what is appropriate. Your speculation about Skadi, you levy the cruelest of accusations against your fellow hunter. Seaborn is just a broad catch-all term. As you know, their morphology is significantly more complex. You've been concerned that Skadi might become an even higher form than them, haven't you not? First and foremost, I'm concerned that you've chosen the wrong path. The first company and the fourth company perished along the way, one after another, to create an opportunity for us to break through. And you, the second company, stayed near the nest entrance. It seems wrong to even describe it as a nest. We'd entered a vast singular entity, where we're nothing more than Chinese germs. But germs are more capable of killing a healthy person. And we were successful, or so we led ourselves to believe. I simply fell into a deep sleep, along with his corpse. Blood, if that luminous substance can even be called that, had drenched my body and enveloped me. But I simply slumbered with his corpse for a long, long time. I hid in the crevices of his empty shell, leaning against the remnants of his flesh, until all sounds around me fell silent. What about Skadi? It was she who dealt the final blow. It was not a normal killing, nor was it a hunt. It was a feeding of their kind. Your conjecture is both correct and faulty. Did I assume that all hunters will eventually lose control and become seaborn? No, not Skadi. You already understand. Those who've witnessed him, those of us who sank into the trench and floated back up, all understand. You mean to say that if anything goes wrong, we must kill her? She's your hunter. You still haven't offered an explanation for your deliberate cover-up and betrayal, and you had me to trust a speculation like this. I'm not keen on your habit of staying silent. Maybe I have to take away your mobility and drag you back to Ager. A pity that one of our consuls might finally fall in battle. Could harm morale. Let's see you try. Gladia, how can you still claim to be Ager? To represent Ager when you are so distraught about your own transformation. This is an opportunity. I don't expect your assistance or to understand, but some of us cannot afford to pass up this opportunity. Only by uncovering the truth do we have a chance at survival. And how is that related to what you're doing? You came for the ship. I came for Brogan. I've already made a breakthrough. Brogan's evidence corroborates with what I see. Truly amazing man. To think he arrived at these same conclusions in the era under those conditions. Those by your side, you already understand that Only they are truly valuable. None of the land dwellers will ever understand, and thus he died in solitude. I wouldn't say that nobody understands, but for someone as strong and resilient as yourself, how many times have you said but? We are colleagues. Together, we were the architects of this war. We should trust in each other more. Final word of advice, don't return to Ager. It is too soon, too dangerous. Too many things we haven't straightened out. Going back now is wasted effort, and you do not know what has become of it. Remain on land. Should something happen, of course, she is my hunter. I will shoulder the responsibility. Nadia wants to say something else. When she turns her head, a tremendous cracking sound spreads through every corner of the room. A violent shuddering follows, and truth filling the table is scattered across the ground, seeming to sear her vision. Leviathan. Before the chief designer of warfare proposed the Abyssal Hunter plan, before the Abyssal Hunters delved into their nests, Rogan chose a title that the foolish land dwellers are obsessed with to this day. He wanted to thoroughly elucidate the nature of calamities. He found the first place of the puzzle on land. I key the smell of wheat. Homeland. My homeland supports me. My family supports me. Until I crush the ocean. The two hunters look at the brooding night. Gadia clenches the key in her hand. Take a look at this monster. Take a good look. He appears human, but is not human. Even the ocean kins reject him. Day in, day out, he searches for the terrible ways to seeks to squash them. An endless, futile pursuit. Just like us. It's after. There's a before and after. Let me go wash my face real quick. Pick up the pace. This Netherseed brand, what exactly is it? Through the tiny and varying in form, these fluorescent life forms are also an extension of our kin. The prophet once said that there is a part of the ocean where these glowing creatures fill the entire sea. They are the whole, and they shape the cradle of life for our kin. The Netherseed brand is just fragments of his will from tens of thousands of nautical miles away, washed in like the tide. Even a tiny amount will inevitably consume the land. It will turn the land into a new kind of ocean. So Ebaria was the first sacrifice for your plans, and Grand Pharaoh is next. Sacrifice? Surely you're using the wrong word. The Inquisition will take away my hometown, and this beautiful Netherseed brand will do the same. Either it's no longer our home, it'll lose its history. It's golden. Either way, it is no longer our home. It loses history, its golden years of explosive growth and vitality. Tiago, surely you don't mean... Jordi has been taken away as well. The ones who escaped have probably all been rounded up by Panel Battalion by now. You're all murderers. Why would they show up here? Impossible. It was just on the west side of town. You lied to us, Diego. And you too. Before becoming an Inquisition spy, I was just the daughter of an ordinary Grand Pharaoh laborer. Don't underestimate our hatred. All the humiliation we've endured was just to take you all down. Both you lot and the Inquisition are nothing but the enemies trampling over our home. See for yourself what real destruction looks like. See for yourself what we saw back then. Diego, get down! There's nothing left to tinker with. Everything else is out of power. All that remains is to see how long this lighthouse can hold out. The nether sea brain has already reached this floor. I'll have to keep climbing higher. Hi, Inquisitor. His arms have gone numb. The shape of the reef has already changed dramatically. The High Inquisitor spares his no effort when annihilating all enemies in his sight. But his enemies are quite literally endless. His sword is corroded, and he's expanded his row of explosives. Only the flame in his lanterns burns even brighter than before. No one does there look behind him, to the lighthouse he has defended from the beginning. He looks beyond the sea's horizon. Creatures of the sea! Ebaria will not be destroyed by you. Humanity will not be destroyed by you. He hacks up the blood stuck in his throat. A metallic scent fills his nostrils. And I too will not be destroyed by you. That will take more than death. Be patient and wait here, Garcia. It's always boring, waiting for our query to take the beat. Still remember the second time we went to hunt these monsters? We still had over 100 survivors back then. When we first set sail, the air was filled with cheering and salutes from the cannons. Those sounds still echo in our ears to this day. We bid farewell to the grand shore, carrying the legends of Ager as we sprinted towards the depths. After a few days at sea, yes, only a few days, calamity struck. Why do these stupid gods themselves rob you of our language? How I wish to chat with you again, rather than those stupid rancid Indians who took over 60 years to get here. Good day, Mr. Captain. Oh, we just happen to be a short sunbeat. Fancy a dip, considering you're an Ager after all. Already forgotten what I said. Either you leave or I toss you overboard. It's a miracle you survived. I never thought any Iberians would have made it after all this time. It's got nothing to do with you or with Ebaria. After 60 years, the only thing I belong to is this ship. Let me give it a try, Skadi. How goes, Tihan? Maybe my extremely cordial attitude has stopped a number of misunderstandings, but I can tell that the blood of monsters flows in your veins, just like me. We're the same. You, us, and your chief mate too. Who gave you permission to talk about Garcia? Who gave you permission to look at my Garcia? You 50 Ager mongrels! I never told you what Garcia used to be. You don't know if they were a man or a woman, tall or short, fat or skinny, parrot or devil. But know that Garcia is my chief mate and my lover. I will never reveal their former self to outsiders. Okay. Unidentifiable creature. We don't need your pity or a comparison to whatever image of us that you might have from the past. Neither of us need any of that. What a joke. Hunters whose blood is mixed with that of their prey. Not even the ocean's wave can wash away your filth. And yet you dare bare your fangs in front of us. Skadi's brows furrow into a frown. She rarely cares about what others have to say, especially Landellas. But the words coming from the exception in front of her makes her feel uncomfortable. The chief mate shoots a sharp glance at Skadi. It is a warning. But we need your help. What do you call these monsters again? Sea something. Oh, Seaborn. So why should we help you, Seaborn? Do you know how many good lads we lost lost their lives to the sea after the calamity. You float around on these waters and refuse to return to port, yet still insist that you're an enemy at the sea. That's my life. We are abyssal hunters. We come from Ager, and while we can only guess how exactly you survived, we have nothing but respect for you. We also hope you understand that everything we do is to fight against those enemies. And I should care about what Ager does. Why? No, you misunderstand. Skadi shoots a glance at Spectre beside her. When she said let me give it a try, Skadi thought she meant she'd be better at negotiating. But drawing her weapon should absolutely not be part of the negotiations. Let me rephrase. It's our job to slaughter them, and I happen to find the process rather enjoyable. Since you're the only hunting for food, I can leave you some of the meat when I'm done. After all, I've never liked dealing with the nauseating stuff. You think pretty highly of yourself, eh? Compared to the Victorians or Litanians. I've seen the way you kill Seaborn. You aren't worth a damn thing. Oh, don't get us wrong. Dealing with these low-level creatures we call sea terrors doesn't even count as combat for the Second Company. Gladia isn't exactly the stingy type either. I'm stronger than you. That's just an indisputable fact. My, let's not get ahead of ourselves, Mr. Chief Mate. Or Miss. Anyways, it's not your turn yet. Lay a finger on Garcia, and you're dead. Oh, really? Since our captain's mission is to retrieve this ship and return to Ager, we don't have the luxury of sitting around trying to convince you. This way has always been the more straightforward means of communication. The hunter's way. You've got a death wish. Kin, I've come for you. To hunt and consume. It's an important matter. You are not Orchid, but I know you can still return to our kind. So I ask, what will you do? Piss off! Now there's an easy way to prove that you're not a Seaborn. Kill it. Unless you're not willing to attack your kin. Then I sincerely hope you won't drag me down. I'm worried about you showing mercy to your twisted kin, Ager. Then you worry over nothing. After all, if I really was on their side, you'd be dead already. So once I prove I'm not one of them, are you willing to lend us your ship? Not a chance in hell. The ship belongs to me. That's too bad. Maybe if I help you lose that arm of yours during this battle, that'll wake up a part of your humanity. Chief Mate, stay back. Don't do anything. Let's see how much of a difference there is between us and those monsters claiming to be human. You too, Skadi. Don't snatch my mark. This hunt is mine. And I need to let off a bit of steam. Hunting must be done. Purpose to mold the environment. You are rich in nutrients. You're awake. I'm begging you, man. At least holler next time something like this happens, alright? Put at a stunt like that and I won't be able to save you. How's the situation? That woman's monsters, have they all been burnt away yet? I can say for sure, but probably. I've only seen the full extent of monsters' firepower in tactical records before. Burn it. Burn it all. Grand Pharaoh is already a thing of the past. Let's burn it all down. Mr. Diego, you... traitor. And you, Ebarian, have caught your sense. This is where you're hiding. You came at just the right time. It's just the right time. What are you? Already blind and beyond recognition. Assassin right for pleasure himself with that monster. Serves you right. You hear me? Serves me right. Sure does, Diego, for choosing to trust a man blinded by hatred, for even having delusions that people like you could be safe. Serves me right indeed. Now, everything is different. See terrace, but when? Tiago, don't get too close. Something's wrong with this guy. Ebaria must be destroyed. We will annihilate this country. This land will become the ocean's cradle. The waves shall swallow the clouds, and scores of mountains will dissolve without a sound. We shall all become one. Watch out, Tiago! Tiago! He's already transforming into a monster, just like it reports itself here though. I'm stuck with you, traitor. For the perpetuation of life eternal. Ebaria is meaningless. Meaningless, you say? Oh, it's coming. Are you calling for me by my name? Are you calling for me by name, heretic? Hi, Inquisitor. You made it just in time. Go ahead and pray. We'll prove to you that your god is meaningless too. You'll watch as Ebaria sinks into the abyss. That will never happen. My name is Carmen Ebaria. Or is it Carmen 1 Ebaria? When the Nine Saints gave themselves this false title, they abandoned their own names, and with it, their beliefs. We are immolated by lies. Nobody knows this better than us. God never offered salvation to Ebaria. We must become our own gods. On behalf of the Inquisition, I hereby read your sentence, heretic. What is this heaviness I feel? My body has already been accepted by my kin. My life has already received sublimation. So why? Why am I unable to take my eyes off his lantern? Self-preservation? All Inquisitors are quite powerful, so I am on guard. You may kill me, but I cannot kill your kind. But you cannot kill our kind. Kill our kind, and the sea will die. When the sea dies, the land will die with it. You will all eventually drown in the rising tide of evolution. You will not live to see this land's future. This era is bloated by discordant, but we are all but livestock trapped in cages. I will put you and your Inquisition. He looks at his body in disbelief, a beautiful cross-section. Since their invasion of Grand Pharaoh began, the old Inquisitor who sat at the town's chapel has never lifted his hand even once. He never wielded his sword or drew his hand cannon. He only used his lantern in his arts, befitting someone as ancient as him. Yes, ancient. He is very old, a span of time far too great for the ordinary life to endure. Land-crawling livestock. How did you? At least I was able. You've accomplished nothing. A brand new life form, yet unable to take the life of even this old Iberian. What do you have to be proud of? Look at me, heretic. You... You're once human too, but you narrowly misjudged the potential of your own race. For tens of thousands of years, this is how we have won our wars. Nature selects, life adapts. You and your pathetic ideas will be buried in Ebaria. Before your last breath, be sure to pass on our thunderous roar to your kin. The seas faces an ancient enemy called civilization, one you stand no chance of overcoming. You understand nothing. How's he doing? I've been trying everything I could this whole time, but the wound's too deep. If only Dr. Kelsey was here, he'd his medical attention immediately, sir. Where is she? Waiting in the chapel. I should make this clear, member of Rhodes Island. His treason is indefensible, and he must answer for his crimes. Knowingly sheltering the Church of the Thieves cultists has caused this Inquisition to lose a prime opportunity. It has also placed Dario and countless of his brothers in the Panel Battalion in grave peril. Oh, fool. How old are you anyways? 100? How do you still have to pretend to have so much energy? It is my duty. So you must know all sorts of things. Tell me, Inquisitor. Tell me the truth, you wretched executioner. Camera? Oh. I thought you... funny, Otoron, I thought you said camera until I realized you said Carmen. They're almost written the same way. I thought my camera had an issue. Why would you destroy a band of people, hoping to rebuild their home. All of you. All of you. Don't speak, Diego. I can't stop the bleeding. I must ask. All of you, the Inquisition, those eager you took from Grand Pharaoh, were there really any cultists among them? Tell me, did you really, out of paranoia, nothing more than a laughable paranoia, kill all those good people? Ordinary citizens have no right to know the Inquisition's secrets. You bastard! Knowing the truth will not help you cling on to your fading life, Diego. No. I'm begging you. I'm going to die. You still won't tell me the truth. At least, Marin, tell me. The files on Grand Pharaoh's acres have been sealed. I am unable to disclose anything to a civilian. I curse you. I swear I'll never forgive you. Ebaria. There. His malediction never leaves his mouth. Old Diego looks at the dim, damp ceiling, where a drop of water is about to fall from the wooden beams. Drip. He's gone. So what's the truth? I don't see how this has anything to do with you either, member of Rhodes Island. Return to Kelsit. We've lost too much time, and the eye of Ebaria will likely fall. Please, tell me. As a member of Rhodes Island, I also wish to cooperate with the Inquisition, but before that, I'm an Iberian. I didn't know Diego for very long, but I just realized he would never curse Ebaria because he truly saw this place as his home. But after realizing that, that's all the more reason I just can't. Lord Carmen, after witnessing so many tragedies in my homeland, surely you can't just tell me to turn a blind eye to it all. Carmen glances over the aged laborer resting in Elysium's arms. His eyes betray a slightly different emotion. After a moment of silence, he speaks. Roughly 130 acres were taken from Grand Pharaoh, and of them, about half had ties with Church of the Deep. Even some members of the panel battalion solely stationed in the town were revealed to be traitors. They stole a large amount of information on Iberia's seafaring era, obstructing the Inquisition, and was planning to, from the very beginning, to turn Grand Pharaoh into a nexus for the sea's invasions of the land. Leading them was a female bishop, an Aeger Islander, a woman the people called Marin. I'll give him his bureau. I mean, I thought so. I was sensing that Marin was probably not a good person. But it's out of love that Diego wouldn't doubt her. Oh, that makes Diego very sad. But you could even argue Diego was used. There's a way to say Carmen not telling the truth may have been for the better. There's a thought process to this. If he knew in the moment of his death, how would he feel? Would he feel lifted that, oh, my wife was a bad person? I finally know now. But the problem is, in all his time, he doesn't see his wife as that. Do you understand what I mean? Like, if he's never seen his wife as a bad person, and for Saint Carmen to then say she is bad, in the moment of death, he'd be thinking to himself, what did I live for? There's another possibility of what might happen, right? Rather than it being the truth of, like, why did you kill my wife? There's a way to say the truth hurts, right? Because it's almost like, while his wife was alive, was he used? I would rather hate him than mind break him. Yeah, I think there's a way to say that Carmen wasn't bad. people can read this part and not saying, how dare he not say the truth, and why did he only say it to Elysium? But if you ponder it a little bit more, it's not an entirely bad thing to not say the truth in that moment. Because I think that's not a truth to ponder within 1 minute. You know? There's a truth that doesn't make you rest in peace. Strong. Work together, and you are strong enough to lead our kind. But you do not plan to do this. This puzzles me. Our kind, how will you treat them? Willpower begets all. Any chasm can be crossed. Our environment, complete and pure. Impurities are not needed. About parents, I am trying to find an answer. Yet the question is not clear. I cannot ask yet. Too old to see infants learn to talk as quickly as you. What's wrong, Mr. Captain? Has your loneliness finally compelled you to seek companionship while talking to Seamons? You know, everyone in his body has been my handiwork so far. He's still alive and kicking. We're just getting to the good part. Fighting is meaningless. Leaving is the correct choice. Get back here! It tore through the wall and fled. Why did the Ebarians have to make this ship so complex anyways? I won't allow you to continue trashing my ship. Garcia! That's cheating, you know. How do you think we managed to keep the ship from getting riddled with holes and sinking, while surrounded by monsters for all these years, relying solely on Bruggen's technology? We systematically killed the ones threatening enough to cause damage. Then little by little, the survivors slowly sew up the scars that they left behind. This one can be considered intelligent as far as they go, but is by no means the strongest. I'm not in the mood to play games with you anymore, so this fast ends here. Kill it now, before it does something we cannot undo. The fleeing seaborn easily tears through the ship walls. You can smell its kin as well as the ocean just outside this strange box. It is hurt, it needs healing, it needs nourishment, it needs time. The scaleless kin had brought it a chance to breathe, but far from enough time. Many preparations are yet to be completed. A seaborn! The seaborn does not speak, because it faces something that is not his kin. Not kin that speaks, not kin without spells. In which case, the small, fragile creature struggling before its eyes is just an ordinary life form, just another part of the cycle. It should be consumed. After coming to the conclusion, the seaborn almost immediately lashes out at Irene with tooth and claw. So fast! His body is different from before. It's so tough. Martha, I can't dodge it this time. You can talk. In Iberian. I save you. Don't let him know. Don't let Alfonso know. I'm still human. Language. You also know it. Efficiency relatively low. Not enough information. Not enough time. If necessary, I will complete it. Kindred. You have formed your own group, and your offspring consume one another. You are incomplete. Alfonso cannot get here fast. You run. Kindred, no point in nurturing. Flesh and blood, donate to us. Still attempting to spit out vestiges of human speech, the chief mate is punctured by the seaborn's fangs. It neither undetermines its enemy nor is distracted by Irene's presence. The seaborn motions have been clearly evolved. Alfonso, hurry. I can't even pierce his carapace. At this rate, Irene, you know where this is. Yes, it's the Inquisition's underground, where every High Inquisitor has seen the truth. The truth. Consider this one thing, Irene. What is the Inquisition fighting for? For Ebaria's purity and virtue, for the sanctity of our laws and scripture. But what if the concept of truth, as seen by the people, is only superficial? What if the law has no reach? The The scriptures fail to prophesize, and the morality that governs all things amounts to naught. How will you pass down judgment then? I will judge based on my standards. Even if it means casting aside the distinction between good and evil that you've always even if it means casting aside the distinction between good and evil that you've always adhered to. Of course. That is easier said than done, Irene. There's no point trying to teach from my example, and I'm not as partial towards words as you are. Maestro. There will come a day when your enemies will force you to cast aside everything you've ever known. Your faith, your morals, your ethics. Everything will be ravaged, desecrated, rendered null and void. When that happens, if you can manage to rebuild your inner faith, whatever it may be, then that will form the foundation to help you defeat those enemies. Before seeing the truth, before experiencing a crueler history, everything that we do is empty, with no basis in reality. I won't tell you how you should act going forward, but when the time comes, I want you to remember my words, Irene. You must become Ebaria's last line of defense. Survival is not actually your goal. Perhaps you can become something greater. Irene raises her hand cannon. A second cavity suddenly appears in the Seaborn's adamantite body as a torrential flow of heat melts through its sturdy, unusual walls. The surging temperature turns into surrounding in a sea of fire. The chief mate sobs and retreats to the side, staring blankly at the scene before its eyes. The Seaborn has never enveloped by such arts before. It feels a sense of being overwhelmed, but quickly adapts. However, the Inquisitor's barrage will not cease until the flames of her lantern sputter out. Where is the chief mate, you monster? And get a good whiff of the scent of Originium. You have not sinned in any way. The holy scriptures do not even mention your existence. Right now it is only I, as an Ebarian, who is handing out this verdict. The scourge of the sea must be wiped out. You have no right to live. In the name of Ebaria. I have a sudden, slight random discussion. Don't you think Irene is like Oren? Oren from Laterano. The only difference is one is racist and the other one isn't. What do I mean? I see both as very true to their homeland. Irene is also racist, remember Arknights. Oh wait, yeah, that's not wrong. Wait, you're right. Irene is also racist. Yeah, she didn't like the sarcasm. No, here's the thing. I feel like Irene just happens to be more likable than Orin because Irene comes across as someone who is young and learning and like trying to figure things out. But Oren isn't that. Oren is much older enough. No, I just find the similarity between the two very interesting. The similarity that is a lot. If you think about how they justify their actions, a lot of it they justify it with their homeland. Right? Irene speaks a lot for Ebaria's sake. Oren also speaks a lot for Laterano's sake. In truth. But it's funny, like, it's funny how one is more hateable than the other. Did you just say one's a man and one's a woman?
どうよドクター、いい夢は見れた？
Commercial break.
私らの次の目標は思いついた？夢で見たのでもいいよ。
Is it not this stage? This stage. I mean, I'm already setting up for later, so it's fine to do this now. It's alright. I think so. Is that all? I think it is. Oh, I mean, if I want to let Elysium and Hellsit have a shine too.
Of course, I love to.
チーム戦は割と得意だけど。
The family. By the way, where does Andrana appear in the story? I find it hilarious. The Abyssal here, the Abyssal Hunters are here freaking the hell out, looking into like a freaking ghost ship, and then like Andrana chilling, fucking sleeping in Rhodes Island.
Follow my light. Watch out for the tides and mist.
Gather under this banner in the name of the Lord. I've always wanted to try saying that. Now we'll see them.
Locked and loaded.
I don't know if I have the clean module on me. I might not be holding on to that.
Executing battle plan.
Is this a clean module? Oh.
Don't step my light to a purge device. Don't step into the shadows.
Wait, are you on a timer?
Don't step into the shadows.
Oh my god, you're on timer.
Will be the judge.
What's the point of cleaning? Oh my god, the consumption! They consume! They are going to consume! That's increased defense, right? That's not good. Why would I feed that? That's bad.
gather under this banner in the name of the Lord. I've always wanted to try saying that.
You transform? I don't even remember if you transform.
No problem.
Ah, they have dodge. Finish bullying is funny. Wait, are you the last enemies? Oh, I guess you are.
See the light, my light will purge Navis.
Oh, I got Irene's module. Wait, why did I get Irene's module? Was Irene's module to play this stage? Did I accidentally do it? I don't think it's to play this stage, is it? It's not. But yeah, I apparently did a second one. Okay. Alright, commercial break over. We got a story to finish. Let's do it. So we did this. 6 more. No, 5 more. I didn't miss any story, did I? Yeah, I don't think I did. Okay, I can do it. 5 more, 5 more. You wasted your chance. If I were you, when I caught that talking seaborn in Salviento, I would have forced it to spill everything it knew about Aegir. You've been walking the land for years. You've never heard Aegir's messages. But the ocean is different. The ocean has never been disconnected. Yet you simply allow it to die without creating any value. An unproductive decision, Ebaria. I don't need to hear the messages from trash. The only answers our prey can provide are the grunts of lowly beasts. Seems you found some assistance on land, and put quite a bit of trust on them. The Cosmos Ceremony. You're showing mercy. Why does he still stand? I'm not. He's just a little sturdier than anticipated. The knight does not fight back. He suddenly freezes in place and throws his head back. He staggers, spins around and looks up. Gladia had planned to seize the moment to put an end to the chase, but right as she's about to, she has a faint premonition. This seaborn's scent is changed. You're already sensitive enough to notice such changes then. That's right, Gladia. No matter how much you try to console yourself or others, this is a problem we'll have to deal with, sooner or later ourselves. Garcia! Good. You hurt it real bad. We'll track it down in no time by following these blood trails. Wait, what are those burn marks? What did it do to my ship? The monster can have left these marks behind. That's right. It must be the masterwork of our lovely little Ebarian bird. They grow up so fast. So who's scarier, a seaborn or a people? You mean the Ebarian from before? Her. Impossible. Any of this ship's battle-hardened sailors would have been stronger than her. How could she do this? I understand. No matter. Regardless of what the Ebaria did, we have to hurry. Time to put an end to this months-long hunt. You seem like you're in a pretty good mood, Mr. Captain. Good mood? Who wouldn't be happy to bring an end to such a long hunt? You keep chasing, I'll go a different way. It won't cut through these walls. It'll try to get closer to the sea. Garcia, your wounds are life-threatening. Just hang in there, and we'll be right back. The injured chief mate still needs more time to recover. He looks at his captain's face in silence. Joy, a heart to disguise excitement, a vigor he has not felt in a long time. It takes a peaceful nap, focusing his energy on rejuvenating its injured parts, all to help its lover continue the hunt. A brief light dream, short trance-like and extremely rare since his body underwent such profound changes. In his dream, he stands upon Ebaria's shores. The sky booms with fireworks and hums with the din of whistles. A high-spirited Alfonso stands at his side, asking it a question. Garcia, see those kids along the shore? We all like children. Children are like the future of Ebaria. Our glory, our feats, and our skills all die with us. But children, new lives, ones that all of Ebaria will come together to nurture, and they'll inherit it all. Garcia, what do you think he should take after? How can he move so fast with those injuries? I can't keep up. And holding back from firing my hand cannon is... The nether sea brand has spread to the ship. But how? It wasn't this bad a little while ago. The fluorescing nether sea brand has devoured the golden Iberian hall. The intricate dome reflects a ghastly blue light, and amidst the glow stands a lone, out-of-place woman. Her two hands are crossed in front of her as she silently and carefully sizes up the throne in front of her. The nether sea brand spreads from beneath her feet, sapping the very colour from the golden floor. She turns her head. Her eyes hold nothing but compassion and expectation. Good evening, Irene. A charitable deep cultist. Did I miss? No, there's no way. Regina Mats? That's right, Irene. If Dario could see you now, I'm sure he'd be so proud. How do you know our names? Who are you? I'm a translator. You think a lie like that would do you any good? I never lie, Irene. I've translated a great many works. Perhaps one of the novels full of gaulish critical realism on your shelves contains my touch. Have you ever noted the name of the translator? Look at your feet. You're the one who brought the nether sea brand. That's a somewhat biased statement. I did not bring the brand. Rather, I established a bond with the fluorescent sea. Truly, it is an honor to be a part of it. How did you get to this ship? That doesn't matter, Irene. Nor does it matter whether you can defeat the Seaborn, whether I die here, or whether the ship will be key to reconnecting with Ager. None of that matters. And yes, the sacrifices of Dario and the Penal Battalion, Grand Pharaoh's collapse, the Eye of Ebaria, the long time that has passed. In the vast process of evolutionary transformation, all of these are but drops of water in the sea of life. My respect comes from the fact that we are all but a part of the cycle. Compared to the whole, we are all insignificant. You mentioned High Inquisitor. What happened to him? Poor Irene. Look, I know I have the feeling of having questions and needing answers. But it is really the time when your enemy stands right before you. What happened to him? His sacrifice was in vain, Irene. The sea breeze brought me news of his death. You have my condolences. Impossible. It can't be. Nothing is impossible, Irene. When the Oracle descended, all the futures of this land were set in stone. We are bugs crawling along the ground. We ought to follow the ordained path. What's wrong with choosing a life without barriers, without separation, without country, and without form? If you choose to cease resisting, all the better. If not... If none of this really matters, Amir, then why are you buying time for our wounded little prey? You've woken up, Laurentina. Not completely, but I can at least remember your name. Hope I'm not coming across as rude. Irene, what did you do to her? Nothing. We were only making small talk. Scotty, continue the chase. Wasn't it your prey? And who was it that let me run into such a nostalgic figure? Alright, be careful. Irene, you're lying. The breath of the sea does not lie. No, like I said, that's impossible. The High Inquisitor's death must have a purpose. The Inquisition never makes sacrifices in vain. If you don't believe that, cultists, then I'll just have to become that purpose. So be it. What a resilient child you are. Hunter, let's go! Oh my dear little Irene, you've only just learned to control the power of an Inquisition hand cannon, and this is how you display it. If you continue trying to burn the Nancy brand in such a crude manner, Captain Alfonso would be furious, no? No matter. You're going to just let them walk away? Alas, unlike Quintus, I'm in no such hurry. Why would I want to face 2 hunters at once and cut my life even shorter? Is there a difference between a moment and an instant? There isn't. But seeing you revert to your old temperament sure brings me back, Laurentina. After all, you were in a coma until the first experiment began. How have you been since you left us? Spectre's lips curl into a subtle smile. It is the most beautiful smile she's shown tonight. It's getting faster. I've already put 2 more holes into it. Just how much blood can it have in there? 2? How did you? I'll tell you later. I don't think my stamina is going to last longer. It's been cannibalizing its own kind for this whole time. No wonder. Watch out, it's coming at us. Shabla, where is he? Answer, I wish to know. You monster! Before Irene can fire a hand cannon, the Seaborn lurches forward. As the wall cracks audibly, Lascadi leaps back with tremendous force, before closing the gap between her and the Seaborn almost instantly. Her lethal strike once again spiked down on thin air. None of her hits landed. Insufficient. Nutrients time. All insufficient. Inshallah, we require answers, but I can feel his presence. With words we shall implore. Inshallah, even if he does not answer, it does not mean he is not there. Even if he is not there, it does not mean that our kindness lost its way. Our kindness found its way. We will seize our future. Survival, the primary goal. Do you all love rambling on while trying to kill us? Don't overthink this, and don't plan on returning to the ocean either. Insufficient, far from enough, but soon. Come here, Irene. The waves are coming. We wait for them. We will wait outside. With weapons we tear at them. Let us go. The Seaborn's murmurs can be heard from afar. Gladia frowns slightly. From an ordinary landwalker to recklessly make contact with the ocean and win eternal madness is certainly conceivable. But what of the other Seaborn that obeyed him? But Gladia does not think about it too deeply, because a nauseating premonition is gnawing at her nerves. It makes her neck itch. What's happening up there? The ship has been adrift at sea for more than 60 years. If they wanted to do away with it, or simply treated it and its crew as enemies, the Stultifera Navis would have sunk long ago. So, instead, they're assimilating it. They've treated the ship as a part of their environment. For whatever reason, they must have allowed it to survive in the waters. But now, the situation has changed. You mean? The Nether Sea brand? Since when? And how did it spread so quickly? The ship will most certainly sink. Gladia, have you ever considered why an Ager as talented as Brogan chose in his final hour to design the key the way he did? He should have unlocked the secrets of Ager that has long dreamed of. It's a quintessence of his life work. So why is just anyone's blood enough to activate it? Why would he let it fall into the hands of a frail knight? We did silence that thing, but they probably don't need any gods at all. Only humanity, in their impotence and hypocrisy, would fold their hands together and pray to the ocean, finding far too much solace with it. We need to make sure of what little time we have, Gladia. You're still thinking about the incident with Diego? Not quite. Of all the tragedies I've endured, This is hardly worth mentioning. Nothing more than a grain of sand on the beach. But how much sand does this beach require? This ship wasn't brought by the panel battalion. Most of the town's vessels were brought under their supervision. And the few that weren't were forgotten, stranded along the shore. Then we've saved quite a bit of time thanks to someone's carelessness. I can't help but think of how much more will be forgotten. What else will be stranded? Kelsit, if the Land of Terra were a ship, what kind of vessel do you think it would be? We're almost at the eye of Ebaria. That we are. Lumen's about to be rescued like Rapunzel in a castle. Do you remember how we first met Laurentina? Badly injured, you lay across the rocks like the snow-like beach, as if you were some kind of sleeping beauty. After drifting along the currents for so long, I was finally awoken by some truly rancid land dwellers. How I wish I could have slept forever. How could that be? If I'm remembering properly, we made quite a good first impression on each, didn't we? That I won't deny. Otherwise, you would have ended up like Quintus, chopped into itty-bitty pieces. Speaking of, what a damn shame. Why couldn't I have felt like this back at Salviento? I could have reminisced with him with so much more vigorously. Amaya maintains her arrogant posture. The Nether brand spreads as far as she can see, but Laurentina does not take her seriously in the slightest. What is she looking at? Your recovery seemed to have gone well. Thanks to you. What about the other one? How's he doing? Who knows? Maybe he ended up like Quintus and perished at the hands of a hunter. Which one? 'Twas just idle chatter. Original arts. True. If there's anything on land that can pose a threat to a hunter, it would be those so-called arts. But you don't seem very well versed in fighting with arts either. Aren't you a bit too pathetic? Laurentina, have you never wondered why your consciousness sometimes clears up and sometimes blurs? Or how even you can function after being injected with such a concentrated dose of refined liquid originium? Isn't that because I'm built different? You've also told me about your dance lessons. Damn it, I can't believe you told me before I got to remember it myself. Fine, there were dance lessons. What else did I tell you about Amaya? Stop changing the subject, Laurentina. Or are you saying you know exactly how you woke up? We've done many experiments on you, my sleeping beauty. For the longest time, we could only understand the ocean through the knowledge of the islanders, and then a perfect organism appeared right in front of us. Our methods were primitive at best. Even when we donned the trappings of the church, we could not hide our blemishes as land-dwelling creatures. Cases of us embracing the sea were few and far between, and the new life forms were seldom stable. Do you still remember the huge ruckus you made right after waking up, and the first conversation we had after that? I asked, how did the Aegon manage to do it? Amaya dodges Spectre's attack. She gently caresses her neck, and the glow of the golden horse seems to bleach her skin a ghostly pale. You hold a massive amount of refined liquid originium, right here. If an ordinary person had their spinal fluid replaced with such a concentration of liquefied originium, they would have merely comatose. No two ways about it. I really ought to thank you. After all, you allowed me to experience a completely different life. Do you know how many Aegers had their future forcibly wrenched from them because of the trench-sucking scum you worship? And what would you originally have been then? An opera singer? A playwright? As if, of course not. I wanted to be a sculptor. Even my teacher said I had a talent for it. When I was little, the city I lived in had a massive, snow-white statue. Did it collapse during the Seaborn's invasion? That'd be too cliché. I'd never even seen it broken. We moved to a different city before long. But the statue always remained in my head, and I never forget what it looked like. And then, thanks to you guys, I finally understand the allegory of the statue alternating between black and white amidst the sad shadows. Prayer. If I had continued my studies in Aeger, I might have never learned the more nuanced meaning of that word. You can stop stalling for time now. I know your arts are related to perception. I've seen them. Think of it this way. I've met some real weirdos aboard Rhodes Island. I must have done something rather unbecoming things. But never mind. I'm sure they'll forgive me. Is that the name of a ship? A much better ship than this one. Anyways, your precious seafarers are all dead and injured, and your nether sea brand can't do anything but eat away at this pompous haul. What's next? Need help writing your suicide note? You don't get to see authentic Egarian calligraphy every day, you know. Well then, Laurentina. Amaya extends her hand to Spectre. Her slender palms are covered in the nether sea brand, as if she's wearing faintly luminescent formal dress gloves. Spectre does not reject her, but grips her weapon tightly with one hand, while holding Amaya's in another. The two of them step delicately across the golden hall. Actually, I wasn't much of a dancer when I was young. The captain taught me a few times, much later. She's a better dancer than you. You know what keeps your oripathy in check? You also know why it's easier to wake up from your affliction the closer you are to sea. The other dance hunters, particularly Gladia, must have guessed it long ago. But she's always been reluctant to admit the truth herself. It could not be simpler, yet it is so cruel. Isn't it because I've returned home and am smitten by the scenery? Laurentina, I never realized how much you love self-deprecating humor. But you're not wrong. Returning home, returning to the sea. It's all because their blood flows within you. The seaborn part of you is holding back the Originium. The seaborn part of you is what wakes you up when you return to the ocean. So this awakened you, as you are now. Are you seaborn or abyssal hunter? Or just that? Thank you. You're unexpecting me to shake you, aren't you? Are you, sorry? Like how Skadi got lectured by that stalking scumbag himself, Viento. Are you not shaken, even though you recognize that your strength, your sanity, and your soul all comes from your enemies? No one can remain unperturbed in the face of this truth. I haven't finished my story yet. Do you know why I love sculpting? Because during the process of carving, chiseling, and shaping, Spectre pauses her footsteps. Amaya is caught by surprise for a moment. Spectre releases her hands as her other is already bearing her weapon. At that moment, her expression glistens with a childlike glee. We give meaning to the forms of the dead, liberating them from the void of meaninglessness. Just like my lovely destiny. There's no end to this trash. What do we do? How are you going to catch up to them? Where is it going? They retreat to the ocean when hurt. We don't often hunt them on dry land. But the sea terrorists have managed to breach the hull. But even the cannons of high-speed battleships should not be enough to damage the Stultifera Navis. They've had years. Must have chipped it through long ago. They trapped the ship, but didn't sink it. Why? We can ponder all this as we like, but regardless of what miracles it took, we need a plan fast or this ship is really going to sink. A plan, huh? That I do have. Quickly take out the enemy, and they should retreat back to their nest. Is it really that easy? If not, then we make it so. It's heading up. Hurry. We can't let it reach the ocean. But sea terrors are practically clogging the entire corridor. Can you still jump? What? The roof's been corroded by the nether sea brand, and it's very fragile. We'll take a shortcut. There you are, my query. You prey on blood relatives, prey on kin. You have eaten many. Well, no shit. You think we can live off the wind? To consume is without fault. Food is plenty. You will consume me. You are inviting me. Because information from afar cannot pass to kin. Language do not understand. Vibration of air, utterance of sound, understanding of rules, learning of language. This is why I hate those damn Aegis. Look, even the monsters are learning Egarian now. Don't think I'll show you any mercy just because you learned how to talk, scumbag. You consume me. I consume you. Feeding has continued for too long. Must be ended. How quickly time flies, you little runt. All this time, I've watched you grow up. You think you're the predator. You're nothing more than a domesticated beast. Alfonso's blade digs into the Seaborn's body, while his sharp fangs scratches his arm. Blood splatters through the air, and the atmosphere intensifies. The Seaborn movements are becoming faster. You ruined my last change of clothes. I ought to skin you alive. Over here. Shamla, you will consume. Shut up. You don't need to blather on to kill your prey. We just do our job. Stop it before it jumps in the sea. Think you can run? The Seaborn continues to increase its speed, appearing to leave an after-image of itself in place. It strides and bounds, and in an instant, it's already on the opposite side of the deck. Barely touching the ground, it dives straight into the ocean. But something else is even faster than it. A black shadow cuts off its retreat and smashes it to the floor. There, away from the light, something sears a mark into the deck, forcing the entire ship to shudder. My, you're the same type as thing as Quintus, aren't you? If not, half of your body would have been sent flying, not just a little scratch like that. Next up is... what's this? This scent. You felt it. Of course, he no longer is concealing himself, which means he has proven what he wished to prove. He has said what he wished to say. Alas, I thought he'd be able to understand. Understand what? If this scent belongs to his master, rather than something else he has turned into a Seaborn, then our subject's giving up on him ever understanding. Based on what I've seen of your shallow experiences and moral judgments, your idea of a trustworthy Aeger is usually just whoever stands out most. Upianus has made his move. In that case, I can't waste any more time with her. There's no more point in stalling. I must find Harrow. I must welcome it. Leaving so soon? I thought we were just getting started. Maybe next time, Laurentina. If we ever meet again, let's have another chat about Aeger. Skadi doesn't blink. She couldn't be more familiar with these movements. Simple, straightforward, a force of nature. She remembers how her colleagues at Road Silent assessed her, as well as how she assessed the two in front of her back when we first saw them. However, you are chosen, deemed worthy by Aeger. Under my command, you should have been prodigies of exacting violence, your hunting genes complementing your skills. But you have regressed, Skadi. You're... It's not dead yet, you penis. Don't be in such a rush to patronize Skadi. I'm aware. Take heed again, Skadi. Just like before. I'll only teach you once. Eupanian swings his weapon. The strike is straightforward and without excess. It is sufficiently swift, such that the Seaborn cannot avoid it despite its wishes. Afterwards, an enormous rumbling sound proves that the strike was also sufficiently strong. By the time the Seaborn is miserably thrown against a turret that's never been fired, its body had already been considerably cut down in size. Like so. Grasp its movements. Make a decision. Swing your weapon. Aim to kill. This is how you fight them. You're slower than before, and more cautious. Your life on land has been no small influence on you. Never thought... But... how did you survive? I thought you died. You and Swordfish. How did you two survive? What about the others then? The first company and fourth company. Did they... By my standards, my survival was a tragedy. The Seaborn told me that the others could not be allowed to live on. They would not have overlooked anything in their nest. Of course, based on Gladia's usual attitude, by her standards, this was also a disgrace. Finish it off first. As for the situation, we can wait for all the hunters to arrive. You, in this dry floating vessel, on this ship, hunt. You, left for our kind. Death does not befit our kind. Your death also does not benefit our kind. Could have hunted dogs before his query is dead. It's the first lesson we teach in field training. I seem to have always been cleaning up after the messes of you, Aegis. What is it you want? What do you need my ship for? Look what you did to Ebaria and to Victoria. Letting monsters overrun Ursus. Stubborn bastard. Run it through. Now, Alfonso, sorry. Take this. Is it over? I can feel my hand. Look up beneath you. It's not dead yet. Phase 2. It chipped through the deck. Trying to jump onto the chopping block yourself, you sack of meat. Not quite. After it, we didn't chase it back to the cabin. There are still more of his kin on the ship. It's looking for her. Pharaoh, scaleless kin. Wounds can be healed. No way to nourish our kind. They all attack. Attack, but not to hunt. Amaya simply listens quietly. The wound spectre left behind on her slender body continues to bleed, dripping into the pool of blood already shed by the seaborn and mixing into one. Amaya simply listens quietly. You also hurt. You consume me. Kin, you live. Our kind will continue and survive. The seaborn bows its body, lowering itself at Amaya's feet. It closes its eyes and awaits death. Amaya continues to listen quietly. Dedication, sacrifice. These sorts of unrequited altruism are respected by humans and considered virtues. Oh my god, NPC gets CG. Eager. I have never seen that country myself. A vast, vast country. Larger than Ebaria, Victoria, or Ursus. Or perhaps all three combined. I've heard that the Aegir are rationalists, but how rational can they be, compared to the rationality of our kin? Listen to me, Harold. There is nothing more noble about sacrifice, and dedication is not necessarily a virtue. Virtue. Noble. You do not need to understand what sacrifice or dedication are. Only the mediocre would presume that the seaborn becoming closer to humanity is any form of evolution. This is merely an increased tolerance to allow for more possibilities. When we praise those who selflessly serve their kin, all that means is that there are so many who have chosen to do otherwise. If even young goon princes would die in the jaws of their natural predators to protect their kin, then why do we feel the need to repeatedly extol such a virtue? Humans only sing the praises of what's rare, using morality to whitewash altruism, all in an attempt to justify their utilitarian hearts, deeming themselves more noble than beasts. Such ridiculous self-aggrandizing. Oh my god, that's a very hard word. Self-aggrandizement. It is clear that the cracks between nations and races are tearing this land asunder. Life has never been without order, my Harold. This is the final answer I sought, for which I left the land and entered the sea. The seaborn closes its eyes. It is contemplating the words of Amaya, the words of its kin. It does not understand, but its kin says that it does not need to understand, only to do. The next moment, it feels its scaleless pain place a hand upon its body. Its kin says, I ask of you, remember me, set me free, consume me. Amaya! Oh, the scent is still here. It could have gone far. It cut through the walls, corroded by the nether sea brand, and returned to the ocean. But that's not all. Something happened here. His blood trails disappeared. You all stay here. I'll go after it myself. Why would hunters be afraid to return to the ocean? This is a disgrace. It's still in that disgrace, Guardia. We need to tread carefully, and I alone will be able to handle this. I'll go with you. To monitor me. To maintain discipline. As you please, but surely you can feel it too. While seaborn are approaching, this place may be closer to shore, but it's already become the heart of the ocean. Soon, the grand domain. Very soon. The storm is tearing the sky open. The terrible waves. They come. They will come. We will watch. We shall wait. We shall meet the terrible waves. Where am I? The Eye of Ebaria. It's been a long time since I last set foot here. Countless soldiers of the Penal Battalion have laid their lives down here. When the Seaborn finally broke through our defense line, countless engineers died in vain inside this lighthouse. Before our last ship was swallowed, we fled. For every 10 men who left home, hardly one returned. But now behold, light! Carmen's voice trembles for the first time in eternity. Kelsis stares silently into the center of the distant reef. A massive lighthouse illuminates the entire sky, as bright as the day. I don't see the ship. That is a good sign. It proves they found out what they're looking for. Let's proceed. As long as this light is not extinguished, we will press forward. I have a feeling Dario is dead. Just a random guess. Monster. Clear the way. We're going in. The heat of fire. The sea terrors gather around the main door, wandering, spinning. Carmen's eyes sweep in the distance. They follow a line of charred corpses of these abominations the entire way, their remains vanishing with the wind. The sea terrors do not fear, but they do know how to seek advantage and avoid disadvantage. Their base instincts have taught them to hunt cautiously. They have been taught fear. These creatures may not know what the country is, let alone laws and morals. I feel like I skipped also. Do you think I skipped? I can't be sure. Let me double check. If I skip, that means I skipped this, right? I didn't. Okay, that was correct. They have been taught fear. These creatures may not know what the country is, let alone laws and morals. But they have learned to fear the High Inquisitor. They have learned to fear everything we have built on top of the civilization. Dario! Kelsey does not say anything. She can see a strange ring on the patch of fluorescent ground. Charred corpses are stacked high into a mountain. The deaths of tens of thousands of their kin had imprinted a new behavior upon the sea terrors. Do not approach the lighthouse. A feeble flame still flickers. It is originally a great bonfire. Before the sea terrors had perished into a tide of death, there was nothing flammable here at all. At the heart of the flame stands a single man. He lifts his lantern and leans on his sword, just as he did when he learned to stand guard in his youth, motionless. You've done well, Dario. Be at peace now. The lantern in Dario's hand seems to echo Carmen's farewell. In an instant, the fire swallows even more sea terrors before the raging flame, then wraps around the silent High Inquisitor. His already clouded eyes are still gazing far into the distance. Carmen remains silent for a long time before Dario's statue-like body. Kelsey does not interrupt Carmen's mourning. She only takes in the scene with her eyes. There are many signs of the Hunter's activity here. The High Inquisitor remained here alone, staving off the surging tides of sea terrors until his life was spent. But even if the soldier's life force had bled dry long ago, the sea terrors still feared him, because his flame had not extinguished, because his light Inquisitor had turned himself into a force of nature, a pledge to defend the sanctity of the Eye of Ebaria, even beyond death. After a long time, Carmen lifts his head. Only then does Kelsey see the sign of old age in the man in front of her. Though the Inquisition had used various methods to prolong his life, in this moment, he could no longer hide the fatigue in his eyes. He turns his head and looks towards Kelsey, and back to Dario, who was gradually disappearing into the flame. He was my finest student, Kelsey. We have 3 minutes to mourn the death of the soldier. Once the flame go out, nothing will stand between the sea terrors and the nests. They will swarm this place. Also, I didn't see the girl. At least his disciple survived. Are there no higher level seaborn here? Doesn't seem so, for the time being. Their numbers are nothing to be feared then. For the time being. We ought to find a more permanent solution. The Eye of Ebaria was built by Bergen. He had the potential of becoming the hub of establishing a link with Ager. Assuming that they were able to find the ship. Wait, hold on. Who reactivated the Eye of Ebaria? Neither the Ager nor Dario should have any experience with this. Look up there. Finally. The control panel's fine. I'm totally worn out. Whoa! I must admit, you surpassed my expectations. You managed to relight the Eye of Ebaria by yourself, restoring at least 30% of its functionality. You did this alone, under these conditions. You're the one Mr. mentioned. Oh, what about Mr. Inquisitor? He's been fighting his life down there this entire time. I didn't dare to get close to him, since I wouldn't be able to help anyways. So all I could do was keep an eye on the control panel here. He made the ultimate sacrifice. What? By no means it was in vain. He sacrificed himself for his faith, and as such, will now live on forever. He died heroically as an Inquisitor, as a vindicator of Ebaria. His ideal self shall remain forever enshrined on the coast of Ebaria. And there is you, Ager. You have defended the purpose of his sacrifice. You have persisted all this time, and have never given up. You have done well. I never got to talk to him much, but he... What about Grand Pharaoh? What's going to happen to my home? I usually don't answer every question from the general public, but for now, I don't intend to lie to you. Grand Pharaoh will soon be under the management of Penal Battalion. The citizens will all come under the unified control and contribute to the construction of the frontline checkpoints. Also, Diego died at the hands of the heretics. No! How could this happen? Uncle Diego, is he really? He had long been aware of the Church of the Deep's cultists, yet turned a blind eye to them. His cover-up thwarted the plans of the Penal Battalion, and delayed our ability to send support here. Even if he'd escaped death, he would not have escaped me, child. Jordi collapses limply on the ground. He feels numb and exhausted. He feels like the single string supporting him through everything that happened, long wanted, had suddenly snapped. Uncle Diego... Oh, why? Monster, guard the entrance. Can you confirm where the Stultifera Navis was last seen? Didn't count it. Not this far. And the last signal came from less than 48 hours ago. She's still able to send signals. Brogan helped the Iberian royal family construct lighthouses and fleets. Why if not for restoring a connection to his homeland? Be it the Eye of Ebaria or some transponder hidden in the corner of Stultifera Navis, they all use Ager technology without reservation. Of course, all of this assumes that the Seaborn haven't already destroyed the ship or turned it into their nest. Carmen's eyes suddenly follow the direction of the light extending towards the horizon. The Stultifera Navis cannot be seen with the naked eye. The ocean is too expansive, and what's not too far for a ship is still a cruel joke to those on land. The wary saint once again shows his age. His lips quiver, as if innumerable thoughts are crossing through his mind. Alfonso, Garcia, Torre, Julia. Are you still out there? My captain and Gladia pursued it into the sea. We should go help them. No, we'd be better off waiting here. The waters are restless, and the Seaborn scents swirl together. There's probably more than just one. Did you hear something, Scotty? I didn't. I see. What have you done to this place? You Wakers, how did you get in here? That was the only one with the key. When the old deadbeat kicked the bucket, I threw it into the ocean. It's been 50 years already. If this is the power source for the vessel, wouldn't locking up means giving up hope? The old deadbeat was the last engineer we had. When he died, we had nobody left who could fix up the ship. To make matters worse, we were already tangled up in the Seaborn and couldn't get away. Didn't need anyone rocking the boat on my watch. But answer me, how did you find this place? Brogan, the captain followed the clues he left, which led to Ebaria, then here. You people, you know the ship. You know the ship, right? Not at all. I've always been more into the arts anyways. But it really shouldn't come as a surprise. To return to Ager, one must follow the trail of the Ager. What's this? You've even gotten your hands dirty digging up some of Brogan's personal belongings. Haven't even ever heard of respecting people's privacy. What does it say? Bruggen's experiences on land. A travel log, I guess. Is this what Captain's been looking for? No clue. Why don't you ask her yourself? Just a small part of it. Returning empty-handed, eh? It disappeared. Furthermore, the reason we didn't chase it any further is because there were signs of other seaborn nearby. They came here following distant scents and calling for their kin. Now I don't mind skipping straight to the slaughter, but we should resolve the problem of the ship first. You dare treat my Ebaria as a prize to be taken. The ship is the only way for us to return to Ager, and only it can contact our cities. As for the issue of repairs, perhaps I might be more qualified than a handful of backwards Iberian who know little of Bruggen's technology. I can pass up this opportunity, even if we must resort to force. 2 against 4, eh? 3 against 3. Captain? Not so fast, Gladia. Don't forget what I said. You never gave me a reason to give up on returning to Ager. I'm telling you, you don't know what it's like there now. Seaborn have never taken the initiative to attack our cities unless their nests and living spaces are threatened. Each act of slaughter, each act of destruction has been fueled by the Ager's degeneracy. They thought we were dead. They lost contact with us. The blood of the Seaborn flow within us. In all our long years of battling against these enemies, we finally have a prime opportunity. And you think these few acts of degeneracy have nothing to do with the scum we fight? Even if left alone, the Seaborn's living spaces will grow like a tumor until the entire ocean is devoured. This and that are 2 separate issues, neither of which can be solved by heading home, rejoining the army, and marching forth once more. But don't we try rethinking of the box this time? So you have chosen to listen to those lowly beasts, to walk with them, to understand them. They call us their kin, but what do we know about them? Far too little. Can hardly even understand what I've seen myself. Until we've obtained definite answers about their gods, everything we do is usually groping around in the dark. What are you talking about, Captain? You and the Seaborn. How do you know you're still on our side? How do we know you're still on our side? Why do you have to? Every hunter who thought they could get something out of the Seaborn has ended up disappearing. Of course, you should understand that better than me. Their whispers resonate. They will invade your mind. Those are not your thoughts. Skadi. That is also a separate issue. I'll let Gladia give you the specifics. Ship captain, escort them away. I was just thinking the same thing, Ager. What a pity. Stillness, silence. Hunters long separated always seem to have the least pleasant of reunions. Something squirms in the hearts of Skadi and Spectre. The chief mate hesitates, his wounds still aching. Swords are drawn, bowstrings stretched taut. Quiet, too quiet. How is this possible? The rushing of waves, the howling of the wind, the creaking sounds of the hull being torn open by the Seaborn. They all become distant. Hunters! The ship is sailing! Nonsense, oh, Ebaria. Just how many years do you think? No, I swear it's true. Something's pushing the ship. And it must be pushing the ship the whole time we are chasing after the Seaborn. And from the very beginning, our surroundings have been unusually quiet. Kid, gather. Take this cell and go far away. Follow. We will follow. We'll find the end of the storm. The waves are fading. Silence is coming. I don't hear anything at all. After so many years of the waves crashing against us. Why? Everything is just like that day. Garcia, my hand is shaking. Damn it, if I didn't need it to hunt, I would have dropped this thing off a long time ago. What's the meaning of this, Ager? Gadia does not answer. She imperceptibly reaches for her neck. The scales and the part of her that do not belong to her are resonating in something. The scent of the Seaborn. The smell of the ocean. It's all gone. Look outside. It's way too peaceful. How could this be? What's going on? Why is it so quiet? Wait. Did you hear that? What was that? Was there something? The ocean sank into an unprecedented silence. Anomalies appeared across the shore, and as violent ebbing tides and irregular waves heralded the coming of disaster. All sounds were smothered, from waves crashing across the shore to the chiming of the city clock towns. All noise faded away, until the voices of the people all disappeared as well, until the wind was stilled. The profound silence came without a sound. Impossible! It's just like that in the Inquisition's record. Are we facing another silence? Shuck, where are you going? Heading out to check things out. I'll go with you. Me too. No, Scotty. You and Gladia stay here. Scotty. Why? Stay with Gladia. Remember this one thing. It will always be our hunter. Valentina, let's go. Spectre lifts her head towards the sky. The dark clouds know not when to dissipate, but she, who has lost the concept of their time, finds a sea of stars in the sky. She can finally hear that voice, the voice that calls out to her. Spectre paces around the deck, and Uranus casts her concerned gaze just for a moment. You and the captain have a keen sense of smell. Can you sense any seaborn around us? No, not right now. There is little difference between here and the land. Even though we're clearly floating out at sea, it's disconcerting. I'll head the other way to see if we're really being pushed by a current. See you soon. Oh, starry sky. It's the first time in many years I've seen the stars so clearly. I have forgotten so many things. I forgot my home was used by others, and what finally saved my life and awakened my memories was the part of me I hated the most. Accepting that I'm a freak actually wasn't as hard as it sounds. That's what makes me unique. The one final thing I'm unable to let go of is my home. But have I really returned? Is this place on the sea's surface really Ager? Is this still really my home? Just because Gladia never said it doesn't mean I wouldn't realize. It wouldn't be the first time rifts have grown between hunters, but between us, Ager. We've been separated by the shore for too long. I remember something else. When I was little, I once went with my parents and grandparents to watch the stars of the ocean surface adorn the sky. On a day much like this, even the most beautiful pearl geode. I've never figured out how to read this word. I'm just going to pronounce it as geode. Couldn't compare to their splendor. In retrospect, even after I became a hunter, I was always leaving my home again and again, but never reaching anywhere else. I suppose I'm getting a bit homesick. Where are you going to take me this time, Amaya? Under the magnificent starry sky, the creature quietly looks down on Spectre. It makes not a single sound. The ship splitting the waves, the wind's bluster. All sounds are drowned out by his soft murmurs. He hovers in the air as if walking on water, gently kissing the light of the stars and moons, his tentacles coruscating in a beautiful array. Nowhere, Laurentina. The ocean is boundless, and wherever we go is all the same. I've always been able to hear your song, Amaya. Laurentina, that is the name of our scaleless kin, the Ebarian. As I consumed her, she kept stroking my head. She spoke to me of many things. Time itself was like a frozen dust, and eternity seeming to pass as I listened to her. Until she could no longer speak, until even her bones were digested by our smallest kin. She nurtured me with both nutrition and time. She taught me everything I know. Since when you became so sentimental towards your food? Such was her request. I merely granted it. If there is purpose to such emotions, we are willing to experiment. What of Ishamala, Gladia, and Openius? Are your kin ready to return to the Great Sea? We've had a bit of internal disagreement. Why? Your home is clearly right before your eyes. We many are clearly right here waiting for you. You're homesick, Laurentina. Amaya told me that. Of all the Ager she ever made contact with, you harbor the greatest affection for Ager itself. Come, embrace me, and I will bring you back home. You know, I've never touched a living seaborn before. I prefer your kind deed. Just as you prefer to give shade to inorganic matter, even though it offers nothing for your survival. Do you have any other pursuits other than survival? Pursuits, like a pursuit to return home. The survival of our kind, the survival of more of us, the survival of we many. All beings ought to form a single entity. Life should not be so disorderly. The seaborn descends upon the deck. Spectre laughs. You're a graceful one. Did Amaya teach you that as well? It was just her request, a memento. I suppose that means you'll be paying back both our debts. Before her death, Amaya entrusted you to me. I will make use of your life. I will also fulfill your request. Amaya thanks you. She said I should help you. Because of you, their work was able to take another step forward. Their research and ideas have all advanced greatly. I can talk to you about Shamla. I can take you back to Acre. I can share with you where our Kaina and how they are doing. I can name your clansmen who are trying to become one with us. Amaya begged me to help you. Only through helping you will you accept us as kin. In that case, my first request is, stop singing. I want to hear the wind of my hometown. Very well. In an instant, the wind and the waves returned to Spectre's ears. Just as the sound of the first wave splashing against the deck rings out clearly, Upina's giant blade is already poised above the Seaborn's head. Die! It managed to block. The Peñas! Sufficiently heavy blow. Our kin in the ocean will welcome his unconscious form. They will take him back to our nest, where we will spend time becoming one with him. He got flung. Upenius got flung into the ocean. No, it's just a very funny thing to think of, right? The dad, the guy that you thought is very big and strong, the protector of the Abyssal Hunters, single-handedly tossed into the ocean. I was still joking about how Elysium was the one who's gonna get like waterboarded. Turns out it was him. Turns out Upenius is the first to get waterboarded. As for this floating box, it is used to house our kin who have not yet returned, who have not yet adapted to the sea. But most of them died. The rest have refused to become one with us. Therefore, it is no longer needed. Spectre is unable to see the Seaborn's movements, but like a piece of garbage being swept aside by a pedestrian, the once glorious cannon mounted on the ship vanishes in the blink of an eye. A few seconds later, an enormous flash in the distance reveals where the steel construct had gone. How did he manage to slice off that cannon? With his tail. Shh. Spectre's eyes are unable to follow, whether shaken by ease with which Upenius was repelled, or distracted by the sound of metal cannon being sliced through. Spectre is easily struck and sent crashing into the deck. She was unable to see the attack at all. Come, let us return to the sea. Whether to hunt, or to communicate, or to evolve, we must all return to the sea. Halt! You're trying to take my ship apart, you monster! Garcia! The chief mate charges at the Seaborn, but before laying a figure on the elegant being, the chief mate's movements suddenly freeze. Kin. This is kin. I am attacking my own kind. What a paradoxical being. You have consumed many of our kin, yet many more go hungry. You ought to feed them. Turn into nutrients. Nourish our kind. Garcia! What are you doing to my chief mate? God damn it! Don't worry. I'm alright. Alfonso. What is it? Wait, hold on. What? Garcia, you... Alfonso. Today is the last day of our voyage. All these years, I always treated myself as a monster. Easier that way. I know if I die, you'll be lonely, and then you'll die. You shouldn't die, so I'm worthless. Today is the last day of our voyage. I think I already feel kinship towards it. No! No! Garcia! You can still talk. You're still yourself. Time is up. The Stultifera will soon sink. The fluorescent sea has already started to corrode the ship. We'll fight to the death. As an Iberian, I will never accept it. It's my kin. The Seaborn has already bent down. It looks hardly any different from the greatest chief mate Ebaria has ever known. Garcia nudges a shining crown sitting atop its head. My beloved, remember your duty. You are not fighting me, Gracia. You are fighting with many inside your heart. You are on this ship, but you thirst for the sea. But it doesn't matter. Become sustenance and nourish our kins, or become one with us. The chiefmate's body is punctured, blood gushing out like a spring. The Seaborn tosses Garcia overboard into the ocean, like chucking out bait. It gazes from above, noble and impassive, like an inviolable icon. What just happened? How could it be so easily? Human, kin, and all living things in between. Amaya wishes to correct you, and thus it shall be done. I simply welcome back my kin, and welcome back Inshallah. Protect the life of our kin, then return to Rimeni. Return home. Shut. Gadia effortlessly steps forward, casting off the gentle beckoning from behind. In the space of a moment, Skadi, who is standing behind her, and Spectre once again returning to battle, react in sync and brandish their weapons at the Seaborn. As the fastest of the group, Gadia would improve the synergy between the three if she slowed down a bit. But she had already lost the capacity to stay calm. It dodges, or more accurately, it simply takes a step forward, but its speed is sufficient. It has its eyes only on Skadi. There are many things amongst us who wish to see you. Ishambla. Our kind awaits you. We await you. We hope you will answer our call. Filth. Is there no end to your arrogance? Guardia whirls her lance at the Seaborn, but it does not evade. It is run through. His body is easily lifted and smashed down into a deep pit. No good. What's happened to your body? Soon, many kin in need will reach my heights. We are changing every day, Gladia. We are one whole. You are the strongest batch. Where's my captain? Tossed into the sea. He was injured pretty badly. No. It's not meant to be funny. But you gotta feel for Skadi there. That she's like, oh damn, I've not seen him for years of my life. I saw him magically on this ship. Next moment I heard, my captain has been tossed into the sea. Like, guess he's dead again. Even the gods were unable to devour the companions. He wouldn't die so easily. His body seems to have undergone some changes. It's nothing like the trash we encountered in Salviento. Swordfish, treating an enemy with caution rather than contempt. Maybe I'm still missing some memories, but does that ever happen, Skadi? No, you're right. It is rare. But seaburns like this were also rare. What kind of prey stands before 3 hunters and remains unscathed? To be fair, I've barely done anything yet. The ship won't hold on if we keep fighting like this though. It's grown much stronger. Just the last few blows have already set the lowest deck on fire. How dare you treat Garcia my ship like this and make you regret this monster. Please, my kin, even more of my kin call out to me, asking me to maintain the ocean's growth and tranquility. If you get in my way, I have no choice but to consume you. I beg of you, return to our kind. Hey, Amaya, sorry. If you insist on calling me that. Sure do. Anyways, I just remembered something which really should have been written into those scriptures. She still owes me a life, and you're going to have to pay it back. A debt. If you're willing to return to our kind, I will grant you that. No can do. The Seaborn does not answer. It silently leans forward, baring its claws. In an instant, the damage to the ship hull passes a critical threshold, and everything in sight shakes violently. Minutes. Your kind's conception of time. Amaya spoke of this before. 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, this box will be surrounded by our kin. It will sink. Hunt and consume, survive and evolve. It has never hesitated. 2 more.
どうよドクター、いい夢は見れた？あたしらの次の目標は思いついた？夢で見たのでもいいよ。
I forgot this boss mechanic. He's not aerial, right? He's not aerial, but I remember at a certain point in time he moves very quickly. Is he ever aerial? I can't remember. Can just be blocked, right? Okay. I'm not very good at this though. Let me just say that. This, truthfully, this stage is hard. And I think it's also hard with this team in particular. Ring Normal Spectre? Maybe not a must. But I think people have done this with Abyssal Hunters only, most likely. There's probably a video like that.
Signal, sorry, but I'm really not religious.
勇気を出せばきっと。
あなたに従うわ。単独行動に慣れてるのよ。
どの戦いも楽しむべきよ。Locked and loaded. 我慢おはよう。待つことも。
一生はどれですね。どうぞ続けて。
Now we'll see them.
Ah, yeah.
Monster.
Anata no shiji de ganbatte. 治療はもうすぐ終わりますから。あなたの指示通りに。
役に立つ情報を奴らに吐かせてやる。俺が小細工を浪してみるといい。無様な死を望むならな。取るに足らん処刑だ。立ち会う価値もない。
That means I made it consume 2, right? Well, get fucked.
Prepare to counterattack.
Double consumption, let's go.
I will synchronize the battlefield data.
Does he need 3 block or something? What's going on here? I can't remember the mechanic.
すぐに解決いたしますわ。
聞こえた。小細工を浪してみるといい。無様な死を望むならな。
Hello?
Hello?
瞬間瞬きせずに自分の死に様を見届けることね。
Stop starting me! Wake up!
あなたに従うわ。
Don't step into my lane to meet the tides.
Signal set. Let's get this done quick.
How did Kel die? No, Kel didn't die, I just retreated her.
どの戦いも楽しむべきよ。我慢おやすみなさい。
Ah yes, we love dodge.
Monster.
Yeah, I was using Iron's module, I just didn't switch it. Are you still 2 block? What a bunch of nonsense. Is this his last phase?
I will synchronize the battlefield data.
聞こえた。小細工を浪してみるといい。
Trusting position and activity.
我慢にも限度、我慢にも限度、まだ足りない。
One more? Ayo.
待つことも一種の芸術よ。我慢にも限度があるわ、ドクター。
Don't step in my heart. We'll be the judge.
Oh, he's gonna... The boss is gonna get damage amplification.
どうぞおもちゃで遊ぶのもここまで。
What's your plan?
俺がやる。俺は開演に広く。
Never let your guard down before the enemy.
Okay, GG. There's some level of cheating here, technically, right? Because, like, I'm using Upenius, which Upenius wasn't available when this event was on. But I mean, it could have been dealt with, like, if it wasn't like this, right? Probably what I'll end up doing is, like, you see Kelsey's monster? I would have probably placed Kelsey's monster here, and then I would have placed Spectre here instead. Because Kelsey's monster will have enough block anyways.
Mission accomplished.
お手本のような勝利でしたね。あなたはいずれきっとどんな弱小生物よりも優れた方になるのでしょうね。
Yeah, Upenius made the boss very easy because the boss does have very high defense from my memory.
どうよドクター、いい夢は見れた？あたしらの次の目標は思いついた？夢で見たのでもいいよ。
If this boss was stun immune, then it wouldn't be so easy. Yeah, stun helps. Having not being immune to crowd control helps. Upenius shouldn't be here. He's in the ocean. Right. Law accurate. Upenius shouldn't be here. No, I'm gonna assume that the story is gonna end with like Upenius landing the final blow. He freaking jumps out of the ocean, and then he turns his head to Irene and said, "You couldn't jump like that." This is impossible. If true, in this whole time, the Berserk Hunter has been looking for something right under their noses. What that possibility signifies to is too vile to put into words. From beginning to end, the Eye of Ebaria has always been borne witness to the aftermath of calamity. But it is just a sinking eyeball, unable to speak. What does this mean? It means Aeger's demise is accelerating. It means that, if even cities at this distance are sending out distress signals, then the Stultifera Navis has been circling above their nest since the very beginning. The hunters are all in danger. I know what you're thinking, but we have only one ship and the two of us. Saving the Stultifera Navis was not realistic. You may not mind a few Abyssal Hunter dying at sea, but what we would be straggling in its cradle is opportunity for both Aeger and Ebaria. Dario died a warrior's death. Wouldn't you want to gain some valuable knowledge from the mouth of the surviving Inquisitor? This is our last chance. No. A powerless city, almost reduced to ruins. How many Aeger have actually fallen to the ocean? We must act cautiously, or we'll be leaping into the flames. Even so, this is our last chance. If we wait until Aeger can no longer respond, or until another silence has fallen over Ebaria, then indeed, the true enemy will appear. But at that point, would it matter? I understand you have your responsibilities, You don't want to take any risk until the panel battalion has full control over his place. So I'll go alone. I know better than to underestimate the power of you and your pet, but it's a long trip. Are you sure you'll make it on your own? The hunters bleed a special kind of blood. Sea terrors aren't necessarily that hostile towards ordinary ships. I can only hope you didn't make that up to assuage my fear. That's not a lie I would come up with anyways. Regardless, I can't leave the hunters behind. You better bring back the hunters and Irene, Kel said. I will. Is there anything I can do to help? You're hired. Monster, survey our surroundings. If those sea terrors went back into hiding underwater, don't rout them up. We need time, since the ship's taken some damage for the trip. This ship, the one the hunters took, was left by the Inquisition's spies. Lord Carmen's original plan was to join up the panel battalion at Grand Pharaoh and establish a frontline headquarters and push forward a medium-sized naval vessel. So this lone boat, abandoned on the shores of Grand Pharaoh, is our final hope. I can help. I'll go take a look at the boat. I've never actually repaired a ship before, but I do have some tools with me. Can you really head out to sea on something like this? If you don't think so, then probably not. Wait. Out of the way, Jody. Sea terrors. They were hiding in the shadow of the reef. Monster. Jody, get out the boat. I can't. Something's pushing onto it. The anchor's gone. I'll try to steer it back. Jump off! The sea terrors are swarming around it. Monster, go rescue him. Wait. Then we'll lose the boat then. I'll try to steer it back. Watch out behind you! Save Jody first. Whirlpools, changing current, and the sea terrors are unusually active again. What's going on here? You want me to grab on and fly back with you? But the boat... Well, whoa! Jody knows that if he doesn't take this opportunity, then he'll drift into the endless ocean along the ship. There's no other choice. He has to return to the Eye of Ebaria and hide inside the lighthouse. Just like he hid in that little town for over a decade. Just like he hid when Dario died. Just like when with Diego. He clings onto the mast to avoid falling into the aberrant waves. Monster is visibly dissatisfied, urging him on. Sea terrors leap from the water surface from time to time, darting back and forth rapidly and kicking up the plumes of water. The Eye of Ebaria is already becoming smaller and smaller. He sees words carved crookedly into the boat's mast. Grand Pharaoh. I will go in Kelsey's place. All I have to do is find that ship and bring everyone back, right? That doesn't sound too hard. No. Compared to losing the ship and waiting helplessly under the lighthouse, it's a gamble I have to take. I can do this on my own. Oh my god, he's gonna be Titanic. He sees the rescue boat. The ship's sinking anyways. I think there must be like a CG. Not that I know if there is or not. It's like a vague memory that maybe it exists, but like I guess we're gonna get a CG of the ship sinking and then them just being on the boat. As long as we have one of our kin touches upon the ultimate answer to life, we'll be able to reweave the laws of the cosmos from beginning to end. Before we are given our next revelation, we shall find the way. Even if Shamla refuses to answer, even if our kind will never know the divine will, we will still survive. Shark, of course. Our kin have conveyed their will. Nutrients are sufficient. No longer must we feed on each other. I should return to the nest. You should come with me. Running away so soon? It barely took any damage, but the ship's in tatters. You're still going on about that stuff, Amaya. Why don't you stay put and let me carry you like a good girl? Our kind calls me back. They call me to share my fruits with them. I shall heed their call. When that is done, I shall heed your call. I shall seek you out, and you shall kill me. Of course I can let you leave. If I let you go, how many seaborn just like you are going to end up all over the place? Amaya sure knows how to make things hard for me. If only she were as simple as straightforward as Quintus. What a shame I couldn't keep her around with that dance. You talk too much, scum. Ishamla, I've always wanted to meet you. What happened? Why doesn't he speak anymore? Where is he? It's like hacking at water. No resistance at all. Are you him? Is he you? I have no idea what you're talking about. If you mean that big guy, he's already dead. Death. Withering. He exists beyond those concepts. His voice, by no means, signifies the end of life. What do your kind call him? The same as those cultists. Your god has already withered and fallen with the abyss. God. No. This is what we call him. Ishamla. I'm here. The hardship we suffer is ever present. The life we thirst for is ever present. Ishamla. Once more, I feel his pulse. Kin, you swam together to his abode in the abyss, where even death drowns. We have lost contact with him, but his choices can only lead to the future. Kin, your information, the flow of your emotions, you feel it in Shamla, because you left the arid land and returned home. Our blood flows in your veins, his blood flows in your veins. You are him. No, I am the Abyssal Hunter Skadi. No matter, as you say, thus you are, Abyssal Hunter Skadi. In Shamla, we wait his answer, be it on the end of time, be it on the other end of time, he will answer us. Until then, until our answer finally comes, we many shall live on. Gaia silently appears behind the Seaborn, the lance in her hand actually puncturing the creature's body. It is followed immediately by the cacophony of a whirling chainsaw. Too slow, you're becoming weak, so just accept getting turned to base. Too shallow, it's not good enough. The heat of the sweltering flames sweep through the long corridor. The Stultifera is groaning. The Seaborn does not attack the vulnerable Skadi. It simply stares at her in silence. A very strange sensation, just like at Selviento. It is watching her, Skadi thinks. The ship is at its limit. It'll start sinking very soon. It's trying to get away. Below you. Don't move, monster. I won't allow you to return to the sea. You are pitifully weak human. Even as nutrition, you are not enough to nourish our kin. Now that nutrients are plentiful, we only require time. This place is far from your territory. You have no reason to interfere with us. You and your kind cannot be judged by the law. I don't have any means of eradicating you for Ebaria either. Law, burdensome rules of survival, as Amaya once said. Compared to our kin, you are indeed too weak. But I will not let you escape, ocean scum. This is the last shot. And sure enough, I can't even leave a scar on you. Emotional. How strange, human. You are so weak, driven by emotions. Trying to escape my hunger. Escape. Yes, escape. Fear. But why do you still stand here then? Why do you attack me? Why do you not flee from me? Do you also wish to make a contribution to humanity? Who gave you the right to interrogate me? The Seaborn no longer speaks. The creature before it is not kin. Predation does not require the tool called language, but before it can strike, a shadow drops down from the darkness of the ceiling. Alfonso! Haven't seen the color of his blasted blood since it become like this. This hunt is almost over. You killed my chief mate, and you will pay. You both, paradoxical beings, you still refuse to become our kin. You have eaten many of us, yet you refuse to become part of us. Make your choice, not much time remains. Hunt, acquire nutrients, return to Wimeni, or seize your bodily movements, give up the gift of life, and pass it to the other kin. Choose. Irene. Yes, what are you calling me by name though? Tell me, do you have a way to return to land? But I must go back. I can't stand against the Seaborn, but Ebaria can. I carry this final warning with me. What happened to all of you, what Gladia saw, I must bring it all back. You're starting to sound like a messenger. That's fine. I can be whatever I want. But I must go back. My ship is about to sink. 60 years. It's been over 60 years. But because of your arrival, We must now face the end. Tell me, how does Ebaria remember the great Captain Alfonso? Alfonso under the pomegranate tree. The hero Alfonso. The sunken Alfonso. There are many people who held on to hope that the Stultifera would never sink. But we were never able to head out to sea. If you really are Lord Alfonso, you have become a paragon to countless Iberian soldiers. Pomegranate tree, huh? How pretentious. A flash of intense passion simmers across the captain's eyes. Since the dark clouds and turbulent waves trapped them inside the cage, the few things have stirred his heart. It's gotten weaker. I'll hold it back. Explosions! I thought the original boilers got knocked out of commission a long time ago, but the impact just now seemed to have ignited the engine. The flames were spread upwards. I've always wondered how these things taste flame-grilled. The heat makes the seaborne uncomfortable. It has become weak, its kin are encircling it. It is unable to reach the sea. It screams, but its calls are not answered. Oh, kin are coming. Closer. It can hear the voice of its kin. They speak. Die! Guardia does not hesitate. Its guardian inspector severs its body. It tries to regenerate. It tries to break free. But this time, Alfonso clings to his body in a death grip. He makes use of his already mutated arm. It feels its life force slipping away. He sees Spectre raise her weapon again. Goodbye, Amaya. Let's ride off the dead this time. What? You want to talk to her again? What can that filth possibly say that's worth hearing? You don't understand, Quintus. Oh! I didn't know that he's Quintus. It didn't click. Until now. I keep thinking, who's this Quintus they talk about? But I don't get the real hint till now, right? He never said his name in Undertides. This is the first time that it's connected. I don't remember him saying his name in Undertides. He said it. Oh, but it's also the name of the boss? The boss itself is called Quintus? Oh my god, I've been reading in a blur. I've been thinking, who's this Quintus? Who's this Quintus they kept saying they're so proud of killing? What the hell did he do? Why is he such a bad person? Oh, I remember him as a Salviento bishop. I didn't remember him as name. She told me about her life in Ager. So what? If you want... Yeah, because they always write this. They always write it like this, so I don't actually remember his name. If he actually said it once in the story, it didn't hit my head. So what? If you want knowledge, a hero can tell you far more. All we need to do is summon the voices of the deep, and you will be able to obtain anything you want. That's why I said you don't understand, Quintus. What I want to disconstruct, to witness, to caress, to break, has never been those cities, on land or in water. It's all been the same. I want to hear about their lives, about the wonderful lives they once had, about how they built their society, about how they defended their home, about how they canalized each other, about how they met their destruction, just like us. Like us! The people who defile Ager are Agers like you. The people who defile Ebaria are Iberians like me. The results of the experiment are already plain as day. If you still need more comparisons, she'll go mad and hate us. She'll hate us, and to be honest, I hate them too. Self-destructive soldiers, a self-righteous country, falling into a self-inflicted trap. But sometimes, you have to admit, that we're more like them, more like humans, than we're like Seaborn. We'll probably be fighting forever. Is this drawing a line between Ager and Seaborn? Is that just the whole sole purpose of this conversation? No, I know they're very different in the sense that Ager are people who's born from the city of Ager. Seaborn is more so the people who have come in contact with the monsters and possibly consume them. I think Seaborn comes about... we've seen it enough in the stories that I think the trigger to become a Seaborn is just eating them. And then whether you control the transformation is a question of itself. Oh, it's not them eating you eating them. It could be them eating you as well. People can see one, but Seaborn are also their own creatures. It's not original people. I'm understanding that, you know, all those monsters, the Seaborns that kept endlessly attacking the ship as well as the Eye of Ebaria. I was thinking, are they the same as what we saw in Undertides, where it's like they were people who got transformed into Seaborn? But because of how they said that there were just many more that kept coming, then I started to understand that Seaborn isn't just like a virus that keeps transforming for people. Its origins is literally just, it's like an animal, but basically it's a monster. It just lives in the ocean. And it then turns out that where they are, Ebaria, or when they get closer to Ager, I think those Seaborns are more prominent there. And then that's why they behave in the manner of defending the places. I was, by the way, also thinking, as I'm reading this story, that the waters of Ebaria are so dangerous. And then to think that people are chilling in siesta, swimming in the beautiful beaches of over there, like waiting for the Jaw movie to happen in real life one day, where Seaborn suddenly bites a man's leg in the ocean and everybody starts freaking out because the ocean turns red. Like how is it that the waters here are so dangerous and then siesta is like having fun? Siesta Beach is an artificial lake. Oh, it's not a real beach. Are oceans inherently dangerous in Terra? If that's the case, in general, are oceans just dangerous? All of the ages of Terra are dangerous. But someone made it dangerous. Someone made it dangerous is something that I feel like the game hasn't quite reached. Like, I know how chapter 14 or 15 reached the interesting part about the conflict between Teresa, Priestess, and whatnot, and Rhodes Island. But I think the real origins of Seaborn, I don't think we've reached there yet. I think that needs another story after Path of Life. Unless Path of Life already did some talking about it. Ebaria could have been one of the strongest countries if the Seaborns didn't exist. Alright, let's continue. It worked! Hey, Captain Alfonso, are you alright? Compared to my ship, not half bad. Are you really dead, Amaya? It can't be that easy, can it? Don't waste your breath on it. Lord. I'm here. I'm right here. Seems our positions are reversed now, Amaya. Too bad for you. I've never been one for science experiments. Not in the slightest. Go ahead and die, you inferior evolution crazed creature, and be forgotten. That should settle things. Seaborn. Even more Seaborn are nearby. They're approaching. And this ship's about to go down. Even when my consciousness was hazy, I was still aware of how much effort it took for us to get here. Seems like we'll be running up against another wall. Did you get what you came for, Swordfish? Upenius took it. It's our fault that we failed to preserve the prototype technology on this ship. But that doesn't mean we came here in vain. Captain. Doesn't matter. Garcia already said that today is the last day of our voyage. For a long, long time, our will of survival has slowly been eaten away. At first, our greatest enemies were anxiety, suspicion, uncertainty, and fear. But later, our emotions started drifting away from us, and longing for the ocean gnawed at our nerves. One after another, we forgot the glory of being a crew member of the Stultifera Navis. I watched them jump into the sea one by one, or I beheaded them before they could. I admit, that was a bit extreme. This long nightmare of survival has finally come to an end. Seawater is pouring into the ship. This whole space is being eaten by the Nancy Wren. Inquisitor, this technology here, these original boiler techniques, will they be useful to the current Ebaria? Everything on the Stultifera is a precious national treasure. Even since the profound silence, Ebaria has a large amount of islanded technology that cannot be reproduced. It's not just because we lost our fleet and our cities. Because of the judgment we passed on to the Aegir, we lost so much of our talent too. It was necessary. Even now, I don't think that a soft-hearted strategy full of kindness could have combated the Church of the Deep. If today we are forced to lose Stultifera Navis, the ship of fools, then I think it would be a heavy blow. But it's something that was doomed to happen from the start. Hogwash. The state's religion has always been like this. Aegis. Take care of Ebarian. She can swim back. That I can promise you. The explosions are getting worse. This side's leaning. We need to go, Skadi. Cut off a bit of the rafters above you. Hurry, Irene. I know, but what about Alfonso? How far will the currents take us? Or will we want to go around in circles? Isn't this place on top of their nest? Regardless, looks like we're gonna have to swim back. What? Go! Get the hell off my ship, like I told you from the start. Just go. I'll stay here. This is my Ebaria. The captain always goes down with the ship. I don't mean to bash someone, IRL, but that one incident that happened in Korea, that man needs lessons. As someone who read that incident, yeah, I'm very angry at that captain. If you all know the context of what I mean, it's about a ship sinking as well. Alfonso slowly lowers himself into the throne. He closes his eyes. You can search it up yourself. It's an incident of the Korean ferry. Basically, the ship escaped. Sorry, the captain escaped, leaving his passengers in the ship. So the passengers died, and the passengers were full of younger people. And it also, he escaped while telling people to stay in the ship. Like, he announced to people, rescue will be coming, please stay in the ship, but he escaped himself. But yeah, I believe the same thing. I think I don't think just applies to a captain. A leader should always take responsibility for what they lead. And if your team falls, you fall with your team. You know, if your project fails, you fail with your project. You don't run away like a coward. Like, if you are the person in charge, you take charge of that. You know, you take ownership of that. Whether good things and bad things happen. The warmth of the bright Iberian sun as it splashes at an angle across the deck. The aroma of a winery, the melody of his hometown. A damp and empty room, freshly burgeoning petri dishes. The ocean's waves, the ocean he once knew, the warmth of Garcia's hand, Bergen's lonely countenance, Carmen's smile, his comrade's roars resonating through the sky. He opens his eyes and lets out a hearty laugh as everything is consumed by the flames. His laughter crosses through time until it reaches a small town of pomegranate flowers where he can smell the sea upon the breeze and mingles with the first cries of a newborn child. Alfonso, this is what the people call him. He lifts his old rusty blade and places it against the neck. He prays, he laughs. What a joke. Remember this well, Irene. Return to land and sing the praises of Alfonso feats. The last monster that Alfonso slew was himself. The ship breaks apart. The glow of the flame blankets a sea that had been silent for nearly 100 years. An era comes to an end. A legend passes into history. In the distance, the sun rises. Here sings the Stultifera Navis, and with it, the long-cherished wishes of Ebaria, nay, of all civilization, all succumbing to calamity. What's the matter? I think I heard a voice. Oh, it must be my old age. These things happen. Lord Carmen, you're crying. Water? Right. The Stultifera. Sec. I'm in the ocean. Oh no, this is Irene. I'm in the ocean. The ocean is a dangerous place. It's dangerous, yes. I have to return to Ebaria. Stop trying to breathe like that. Underwater breathing is beyond you. Most Akers can't either. I want to say something in return, but of course, I am underwater, and I cannot. Despite trying to contain my instincts, I can't help but clutch at her clothes like a helpless child. But I can see it. The light reflected in her pupils. It comes from the bottom of the sea. Spectre does not say anything, but I can feel her arms trembling slightly around me. Maybe because of the battle we just fought. Maybe. Or something to do with the light. I'll bring you back up. Hang on. My vision blurs. So that's what the bottom of the ocean looks like. Then, is this Ager? The Seaborn quietly watches the distant flames disappearing beneath the waters. The ship sinks into the ocean, along with the flames, along with everything. Its kin answer its call. They all return to Wimeni. Surrounded by the many embrace, it takes only a moment for the dying to be given new life. Shamla, I will bring you all home. Back home. Let's all die together with Alfonso. The chief mate grips the Seaborn in his jaws and charges all the way into the sea-based murky darkness. Its lover, its memories, its identities. As it charges, slows, its consciousness dissolves into the ocean. But still, it bites down on the Seaborn. The waters makes you nostalgic. Swim, and you will awaken. Accept it. You are one of Wimeni. We have long awaited you. I am Garcia. I am Alfonso's. Why did you stop swinging? Your signal is just like mine. Your wounds have all healed. You're accepting who you are. No. Why no? The chief mate's consciousness is blurring. Is it biting down the Seaborn? Or is it leaping into the Seaborn's embrace, seeking its succor? It is forced to accept. The sea makes it very comfortable. The Seaborn's thoughts flood into its mind. Is it Garcia, the chief mate of Stultifera? It is a Seaborn. It is one of the many. You will die a human being, Garcia. Step up from Amaya. You Benius. Kin. Thank you. Lupenius watches the two sink to the bottom of the ocean, seemingly locked in an embrace beyond death. Like flowers growing side by side, they shrink and wither, and beyond a certain depth, they all get carried away by the undercurrent. He does not lift his head until they are completely out of sight. Why? Gradia, you must heed my warnings. Is Path of Life in Ager? I saw the Path of Life art, and now that I see this, it looks like it's in Ager. Okay, so it continues. Can I ask who's featured apart from Eupianus? I want to know the cast. I don't need to know the story. I just want to know who's the cast, the main cast of Path of Life. Doctor? Lumen, Doctor, and Eupianus. Are all of Abyssals there? Wait, oh, so it is a direct continuation. It's like they all saw Ager and decided, oh, Ager exists. Oh, let's go. Vacation. Is that it? Oh, not directly. Something needed to influence them. Okay. Funny. It's more like negotiating than vacationing. Yeah, but still. This story happened in year 3 of AK, right? So we got exposed to a new region that we didn't think exists in year 3, in Underwater World. But then, do you think Terra's map is complete by year 6? Apart from the unknown North Sami lands, is Terra's map and regions largely full and filled? No? You think at best it's half? It's easy to slap a new region in. They can just slap a new region by saying, let's go underground. I mean, in this case, they did the let's go underwater tactic. We're still missing some stuff in the south. I was thinking, you know, if like, because you know how the European countries get representation, American, and then Asia as well, but they didn't quite hit, and then Australia as well. I was quite curious why the Southern Asia, and technically Africa, but Africa has a bit of a contest, because sometimes you might say Sargon is a mix, right? Sargon is a mix of Western Asia and Africa as well. But I think the very clear-cut one is South Asia does not have a lot of like mentions in this story. And I kept wondering, like, is it left? Is it intentionally that they never want to discuss that region? Or like, could they one fine day just plop, you know, and put it in? The only issue with plocking and put it in is, does it need to represent a different race? Because if there is another race, then it's like, has this race not interacted with the other parts of the world that we have never seen such people for a very long time? If they do South Asia, they will need to mix Buddhism and Hinduism. They can't really put sea because oceans are as dangerous as hell at the moment. Do people just choose not to travel by water that much? Terra continent is... the continent is basically that, a very big island. Wait. I see what you mean now. Terra's map. Do they call Terra a planet or continent? They call it a continent. No, they just call it the world. They call it land. And then it's just surrounded by water. And I mean, from reading this story, we see that the water is dangerous. And also, they've invented drones, but they haven't invented planes. Am I correct to say that in this game, they've invented aerial modern warfare, but they can't invent planes to transport people? They have invented planes, but not large-scale planes. I don't know why planes don't exist in Lone Trail. Ah, okay, sure. Because, okay, then my suspicion becomes, if they ever find a way to go out there, there's a chance to say that there's land masses that are separate from the current map that we know, right? It's all a theory. It's a neither you can neither confirm nor deny that they say that this is all that was seen in Terra, and then there's the unexplored land mass of the north and a bit of the south. But then there is also the, are there any land masses beyond the ocean that no one have discovered? But it's just very fascinating to see that some places in this place has been so modernized, and yet they have not invented a successful technology to do that exploration, to figure that out. Oh yeah, catastrophe is another problem, yes. So yeah, we could argue and say that maybe certain races, maybe certain people that we have not seen is because they're in a whole other territory that we have not witnessed. You would almost imagine that those people who's living in the far off places are having like a much more rural vibe. Over here. Hurry! Grab my hand. A single solitary boat. How far is it from the Eye of Ebaria? How far is it from Grand Pharaoh? Okay. Irene grabs onto his hand. There is no difference between the hand of an Ager and that of a Liberi. Sorry, I'm not very strong. It's fine. I was scared of my wits when I saw the ship explode in the distance. Are you all okay? As long as you're fine, Irene. Adjust your breathing. You know how to swim, right? Luckily for us, the waters are pretty calm right now. Where are the others? I need to check on a few things. Just now, was that Ager this close to us? Has the Stultifera been circling above an Ager city this entire time? We might be able to find a way to check in on the city on our own, but you would never have made it. Plus, the squad captain didn't seem keen on just going home happily ever after. And no way there would be a city this close to land. I don't remember anything like that. So are you going to head back to that city? No. Guardian said this place is also seaborne territory. The city must be a refugee village. What? The Ager you people call islanders are refugees from the collapse of the cities closest to land. We should go help them. Two things. Upenis isn't dead, but he refused to work with us. And there are still other seaborne nearby, drawn here by the spurt of evolution. The entire swarm is extremely restless. We can use this opportunity to get back down there, but we wouldn't be able to leave. So we finally found a city from our homeland, and now we're just going to turn around and leave. Gadia wordlessly glances at Skadi. She hides it well, just as she did herself, in those silent moments when she gently rubbed her neck. We don't have a choice. There shouldn't be a city here. We should head back to shore and regroup. Our duty is to defend Ager, not to go home. How'd you manage this? Are you talking to me? What do you mean? The ship was even more bare bones than ours was. And how do you find us? The sea is incredibly vast. I compared each of the signals from the Stultifera and Navis to a location, and discovered the pattern. So I thought, it might be worth a shot. Worth a shot? What kind of deviation was there in that pattern? 200 or 300 nautical miles? That can't even be called a pattern. If you had bet wrong, you would have slim to no chance of meeting up with us and died out at the sea on your own. You're a lunatic. Yes. I wanted to ask a question, so please don't laugh at me, ma'am. I can't laugh anymore. Am I a great person? I wouldn't go that far. Maybe a lucky one. Is that so? Maestro, my other colleagues in the Inquisition always held this belief. Only those who sacrifice themselves are worthy of the word great. In every moment when we're fighting for Ebaria and struggling to survive, we are nothing more than ordinary people, striding forward with enormous responsibilities. And it's not that Inquisitors enjoy belittling ourselves. We simply chosen to deal with Ebaria in the harshest way possible, because the moment we let our guards down, we will be undone. But until then, as long as the will of man is enough to ignite this lantern, then I believe there isn't any difference between us. We're just like all those citizens struggling bitterly in our own ways. As long as we have goodwill to spare, they too are soldiers willing to lay down their lives for the restoration of their homeland. Just like the laborers of the old Grand Pharaoh. Charity, luck won't be on your side forever. You have a chance to contact the Inquisition again. What I mean is, if you want to work with us, you'll definitely have the opportunity. Well, actually, just out of curiosity, I see you've brought back some of Stultifera's timeless knowledge. Might you actually be... You managed to rescue 3 hunters in a single breath. As an Ager, your action might be worth a medal from the consul herself. Swimming back would have been very hard, and who knows what could happen right above our nest. I have no idea what compelled someone like you, born in Grand Pharaoh, to go this far, but good job. On behalf of the Ager and the Iberians. Then let's head back home. Welcome back, hunters. And Irene, of course. Yeah, Inquisitor. How did you know? We've already sorted through his relics, including those of his comrades, our comrades who died beneath this lighthouse. We won't be able to deal with them properly until the Penal Battalion arrives though. These lowly sea terrors could not defeat the High Inquisitor Dario, but in order to protect the Eye of Ebaria, he chose to lay down his life to buy time. Inquisitors have no time to grieve, Irene. Dario has great expectations for you, and you must move forward. Yes, sir. However, his lantern remains intact, and I placed it over there. Go now. Yes, sir. Seems like the Penal Battalion ran into some trouble. So much for the great naval power of Ebaria. So the Stultifera Navis has sunk. This isn't quite the outcome we were expecting either. Indeed, even for us, this is a significant setback. But we learned quite a few things. And you found an Ager city. Kelsey has already shared her conjecture with me, so perhaps you will wish to hear it too. The Inquisition has always believed in maintaining control. From Salviento to Stultifera, we will gradually recapture the glory that rightfully belongs to Ebaria. But we are forced to admit that perhaps even preserving the status quo is enough to stretch our forces thin. Madam Consul, what did you witness aboard the ship? This is his lantern. The High Inquisitor's lantern, scorched black, thick with the stench of sea terrors. High Inquisitor. Maestro, I completed the Inquisition's mission. I found the Stultifera. Unfortunately, it ended up sinking. But aboard the ship, every single Iberian, in their own way, they were fighting until the very end. High Inquisitor, I now understand the significance of passing judgment. I understand the enemy we face. I will not hesitate, nor will I falter. For Ebaria's prosperity, for Ebaria's defense, and for Ebaria's orderliness and integrity, I shall raise my sword and my light. Alfonso. No, this can't be. 60 years. What torture is this? Even the criminal subjected to the harshest of punishment would not last for a year. But he... Carmen falls silent. He leans over and sits down on the reef. Sea terrors' carcasses are piled up high into a mountain. There is no trace of the eldritch beast, only the remaining tendrils of the dead sea ran, retreating back to the sea. The ocean surface emits a pale blue light, usurping the sky's privilege. He should be enjoying this victory. He accomplished what the Inquisition set out to do. The panel battalion is about to arrive, and all things are about to reach a satisfactory conclusion. But he can only remain silent. Up until a steam whistle roars in the distance, the panel battalion has arrived at the Eye of Ebaria. You can see the corner of the town from here. If I remember right, it was called the Reconstruction Hill. Diego didn't pass peacefully, but I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. But still, thank you all. Don't mention it. I don't mind dedicating a song to a hero at a solemn funeral. Seems like Frost is back. We'll head back too in a little bit. What about you, Ebarian? You've had a rough few days, haven't you? Grand Pharaoh is Diego's hometown, just as Ager is home to all of you, as well as my Abyssal Hunter buddies. Maybe I joke around too much normally, and forgot that Ebaria is also my home. To be honest, this isn't cathartic at all. Wasn't that doctor going to help you out with something? You've been working for her, haven't you? No, that's already dealt with. That's why I'm willing to stay with Rhodes Island. That's it. I didn't bother the damn thing. Hurry, hurry! Move the supplies into the warehouse. About the numbers of things. Didn't the old guy already explain it? Jordi, you're back. But the Inquisition took you away and actually let you come back. Where did you go? A bunch of people from the Panel Battalion took us away, but then brought us back into town. Seems like they're going to war with something, and now they want us to set tents. What's going to happen to Grand Pharaoh? Oh, have you seen Diego? Jordi Fontano Rosa. Lord Common, sir, and Madam Inquisitor. We'd like to have a private chat with this Ager. Of course, right away. Me? Come with me. Let's take a walk around town, shall we? Irene made up her mind on the way back. Made up her mind? About what? Originally, High Inquisitor Dario intended to entrust Irene to me, so that I could cultivate her until she was prepared for the seat of High Inquisitor. His death in battle was unexpected. Though the day would come sooner or later, he did not have to accept his fate so soon. But Irene has made up her mind. She will give up her position as Inquisitor. What? Wait, why? This is a decision that I've come to after a lot of thought. There's nothing to do with you though, so please just keep listening. Okay. The problem is you, Ager. You know too much. You're too deeply involved. And the Ager in this town are too blasphemous. You've also been of great help. As frail and weak as you are, your death would have been but another grain of sand. But you have shown great strength. Even if it's nothing more than your own little spark, it is still valuable. I keep thinking, why am I alive? Not as noble as any of you, or as resolute. Jordi, you'll be the first Ager to join the Inquisition. What? Me? Join the Inquisition? Strictly speaking, I will not give you a chance to refuse. When Pharaoh needs more hands than ever, and you will play a pivotal role as an Ager. After that, maybe I could use a young secretary. Wait, hold on. You want me to join the Inquisition? But I'm not sure if I want... I know you don't. Many members of the Inquisition hold deeply rooted prejudice against the Ager, and most wouldn't want you joining either. But don't you want to see it? The future that Ebaria once promised to Grand Pharaoh and to Diego. Joining the Inquisition would be a test, and as an Ager, you wouldn't be wrong to treat it as a trial by fire, or as practice for enduring hardship. Don't get the wrong idea. I'll give it some thought. Then what about you, Donna Irene? Your maestro. My status as an Inquisitor hasn't done any favors in my relationship with the Abyssal Hunters, or even the Jaeger, so I got rid of it. But abandoning a faith that supported me to this day, especially after the untimely demise of my maestro, has not been an easy decision. Please, let's not talk about this now, even if we meet again someday. I'm sorry. It's just... Irene looks at the scripture in the plaza, a scaled-down version of the Eye of Ebaria. In the chaos of battle, streets were torn up, houses were destroyed, and makeshift tents were erected, and the statue has always looked over all of it. Even though our enemy is well beyond the reach of the law, Ebaria must banish this blasphemy. Victory will be ours. I owe you my gratitude, Frost. You helped Geordie, as well as the hunters. Say no more. It was just a little workout. Those disobedient little rascals aren't the only ones who can change the direction of the tides. Next time, make sure you come cheer for us though. Oh! Oh, that's... okay. She can control the water. That's her ability. Sure. Alrighty. I'm gonna catch up with Aya and the waters then. But when I say waters, others. Stepped out of a second, and they went to and ghosted me. Oh, right. Kelson. Since we came all this way, we can't go back empty-handed. We can awaken whenever you're ready. Aya would say the same. Thank you very much. Maybe in time, we'll be able to form a working partnership. Do I still not know what they are? I understand that they belong to the... They have seaborne connections. Which also just makes me think that they... One, they're probably Iberian. But two, they're more likely to be Aegarian as well. Because they were talking about how they maybe could have maybe seen their home also. But yeah, I believe the four of them are all from Aegar. So this is the truth that Burgon discovered. Farah and Leviathan, the connection between the two. If these massive creatures had disappeared from the ocean long ago, yet continued to survive on land in this form, they're not the same Guardia. Great Yen, Sargon, Sami, these places have all faced grave situations caused by the Pharaohs. But remember, the ocean as a catalyst of mutation is both unique and irreplaceable. Even I cannot comprehend its principles or its trajectory. All I can see are the results and make deductions from that, and what I predict is a terrible, terrible future. Also, I'd imagine Burgon discovered more than one truth, and as you said, if there is another Abyssal Hunter still alive, there is more than one Leviathan. The one we slew is but a small part of what the Aegir civilization concealed. Besides, the one you killed still lives inside Skadi's body. Then my worst case scenario came true. You made the right choice not to return to Aegar. Rhodes Island has already done enough for us. You have your work ahead of you. As for what comes next, we'll take that step ourselves. Rhodes Island has its responsibilities. Our most stellar operators will ensure the organization continues running. But I have my own responsibilities across all these countless years. Time and again, I have tried to resolve the problem facing Aegar, but it is far from removed from the land, unique and without precedent. We can't wait any longer. The ocean's problem is of the same scale as Originium. If civilization is to continue, then we must overcome this calamity. Even as the world faces constant threat, divisions grow and wars ignite without cease, just as the name Stultifera and Navis implies. Terra is certainly full of fools, both malicious and ignorant, but it is also full of saints who seek reason above madness and chaos. Now that you know the source of evolution, all our conjectures have been verified. Aegar cities are within reach, and even arrogant Ebaria has emerged from its shell. Chief Designer of Warfare, let us begin. Calm down, Rocinante. Rocinante! Where are we going? Terrible waves are coming. We will defeat them. We are the terrible waves. Terrible waves. As long as there's water in the ocean, a moon in the heavens, and a wind in the sky, the waves are not abate. The enemy you see in your madness is truly too majestic. Go! Yeah! I will not allow the sea another ripple. Go! Yeah, I know it's Ship of Fools. 8. Oh my god, almost 9 hours. I mean, I had some banter in the front and I ate some food, which means the true reading time is 8, but goddamn 8 hours. Is last night canon? As in like, last night's IS ending canon? I forgot what happens in last night. That's a surprise. I didn't complain as much. Complain about what? About the story? Oh, the ending is not canon. Oh, okay. Were you expecting me to complain about this? I mean... it's a weaker story. I'm not that impressed. Wait. Okay. I have some questions to close off. My camera is about to die. So let my camera do the countdown. First question. What does the key do? What did the key actually unlock? Or is the key still in her hand? Because I don't remember her ever using the key. She only brought it to the boiler room, and I'm like... And then, she did say that she found some files. Like, she took some things with her. Wasn't the key already used? But she brought it with her, right? To the ship. Because she said she was looking for what the key represents. Yeah, she was taking like it was blueprints that she was taking from the ship. I know last time I said it was his. I remember that. But she didn't give up the key. She still had the key. Like they fought and then last time just, I don't know, vanishes. So she took the blueprints. So she was successful. She whatever the key was meant for, she successfully got it, right? From the ship. That's why she was looking for the ship in the first place. What other things am I curious of? Actually, even after reading this, I'm still quite confused. Why did Gladia accept sending Spectre to the experiment? With the Church of the Deep at what the hell is the name of that place? What is the name of that Ebaria's place? I can't remember. Can't say yet. So does that mean I still don't have an answer? I still don't have a good answer for why Gladia sent. You know, Spectre got captured? No, but she didn't get captured by a random person. She got captured by Gladia. No, Amaya captured her. Huh? Wait. Then it's a sequence. Am I understanding the sequence of events correctly? That Spectre got captured. So supposedly someone abducted her. So you're saying that the time that... But wasn't there a scene that like... back in Underties, there was a scene that Gladia's carrying her. So that confuses me a little bit. Are we saying that it happened more than once? Like her getting taken back and forth? Salviento? Like are we saying that the trip is not a one-time event? but it might have happened a few times. Spectre got captured by Amaya, then you think Skadi frees her, then they go to Rhodes. It happened twice? So you're saying the first time was Amaya wanted to bring her, and then afterwards got stopped, and then afterwards Gladia decided to bring her and didn't get stopped. Spectre was captured, got experimented, it made her crazy. Then she got treated in RI, but then she got taken again. She brought Spectre there to bring Quintus to kill him. I did kind of accept that the idea might be to use Spectre as the bargaining chip to kill Quintus, but I'm like, damn, Abyssal Hunter be kinda crazy, yeah? Trying to use the lives of themselves to get rid of someone else. OG Spectre is her after Amaya explanations, not under tights. To get closer to the church and learn more about their plans. Guess they trust each other enough. You could say that. Actually, you can't even say there's trust, because if Spectre was no longer behaving herself, then there's no such trust in the first place. Right? It's just Gladia took the wheel and said, I do it my way. Because she didn't even try to explain to Skadi why she's doing what she's doing. Okay, but anyways, that settles the experiment thing. I mean, I don't think this story is that hard to understand per se. Oh yes, no. Why did the ship get stuck? I remember now. Why did the ships get stranded in the ocean? Was it because they got overtaken by seaborns? So it seems like Stultifera, Navis... Oh yeah, because of the silence. Okay, I don't quite get... Do I now understand what the silence is? Because I don't quite get what the effect of the silence is. Has the profound silence been explained yet? No, right? They gave a tease about it, but they didn't full-on describe it. It's just a period that Simon destroyed most of Ebaria and Ager. So could I understand that the reason why the ship was stranded is because the Seaborns attacked? Very likely. Because of, I mean, the ship happens to be above in Agarian city as well. Which Agarian city, assumingly, will also be hosting the Seaborn Nest, because the Seaborn Nest would love to attack the Agarian city, but they can't. So I'm assuming they got attacked, and then afterwards they couldn't find a way to get back, so they just got stranded. And then, by getting stranded, they just lived. Okay, how did the captain not turn into a Seaborn? Was he just too strong? Or was he just built different? Or was it just a choice? It was just a writing choice. Did they say, oh, we're gonna make this guy as someone who eats Seaborn, but like rather than him being fully transformed, we're just gonna half transform his arm. Just because. Do you think so? I do understand that, yeah, okay. You could compare the captain with Skadi a little bit, because there is an assumption here that the transformation into Seaborn, it's not a one-for-one because you've had contact with a Seaborn, whether by eating or being eaten by them that you become a Seaborn. There's an element to say that you could control it. If your mind can resist the thought of transformation, resist the hive mind, as they call it, you will not become Seaborn. Like the reason why Skadi has been fine, despite being always called the Inshamla, the supposed god, we still don't know quite well what the incident is with her and the said god. But it seems like the reason why she's not turned is she resisted that thought. So do I understand the same way for him, that he just resisted the thought? That's why the church always prays on weak-willed people. Yeah, I'm getting the idea and understanding that Church of the Deep are definitely a very cult-like thing. And they have a very clear-cut objective. They want weak-minded people. They want weak-minded people because they will be the easiest one to become a Seaborn, right? They'll be the ones who don't know that they can resist. You know, and they're not even just resisting. They're more so even influenced to think that that's the right way to go. And that's why they all turn into Seaborns in the end. So yeah. I think the ending showed St. Carmen's regret. Where he didn't... I mean, there's regrets on both ends. The ending ended with Irene not being able to send off proper goodbyes to her Inquisitor, right? And then afterwards, it also ended with St. Carmen regretting that he didn't do anything for the past 60 years. Because it seems to indicate that he probably had a close friendship with the people on the boat. She even named all of them. Oh shit, why did I click? How did votes Irene and Lumen join in the end? Wait, so it's confirmed. Irene just decided to quit Inquisitor business because she said she don't want to be in the Inquisitor side of things with too much close contact with the Agarians. Like as if her government will hate her for having the close contact. But then it's like, we now don't know where Irene is, right? Until I don't know whatever next story I see Irene in, right? Irene needs a vacation, yes! My third vacation is... I forgot who was my second. Who was my second? That said that she needed a vacation. Is it he or she? Ah, yes, Insider wanted a vacation. Oh! Okay, I mean, Irene's explanation is the easiest, I guess. She joined after she left Inquisitor, she just joined Rhodes Island. Right? Whoa. Okay, I'm gonna summarize this file. It's talking about how, for some reason, the Inquisition kept a Seaborn caged and trapped. And they even tortured the Seaborn. They stabbed the Seaborn with chains. But the thing is, even though the chains is stabbed through the body, the Seaborn was trying to grow with the chains in the body. So the Seaborn was still growing and becoming stronger despite having chains around it and being stuck into the cage. And then apparently the reason why she was brought to see this Seaborn was to just learn that this is what they're facing. Her family died to a disaster. I guess this disaster refers to the profound silence, right? They're probably talking about that. So Dario became her caretaker after she was as a kid. Irene has never mentioned how regrettable the sudden goodbye she had to bid her master was to her. The noble warrior was more important to her than anything. Perhaps he was even more than a teacher or a father figure to her, although he was more often a distant shadow that stood in front of her than a teacher that was there for her at her side. I'll read operator files separately next time. I see operator files as my nice little conclusion to many of the stories in the game. Oh, it's a different disaster? Oh. Wait, you're saying this disaster might be something I learned about in Path of Life? Like this is not explained. This is something else. Okay. You think it was just a random disaster? But was it vividly described? Anywhere? Natural disaster. Irene is very likable. Most of the time, the auto operator is the least interesting. Actually, that just means that Spectre doesn't truly have a copy, right? Spectre doesn't truly have a double. They just made her a doorkeeper because she's got double personality or double identity, right? I was like thinking, what is there like a reasoning behind having a second version of her? But yeah, it's a game thing. It's not like in the real thing that she has a double. The true thing is the singing. Yes, they mentioned that she can sing. The lucid and the non-lucid version. Because I always do wonder that for the doorkeepers like Benna, Akafuyu, do they have a proper... Iana I totally understand. Because Iana is like, oh, I'm dead. Oh, deployed my little hologram. Like, I get that. That's very R6S. But I want to know Benna and Kazemaru. Why did I say Akafuyu? My bad. Benai and Kazemaru. I want to know why they got doorkeepers. The silence was 60 years ago. If it was the silence, she'd be much older. Actually, that's true. That's true. It can't be the silence. You're right. You're right. The disaster cannot be that. She should be too... Oh. What's my rating of the story? .5. It's very long. I don't like that it's so long. It's just so draggy. It takes too long to get to the good parts. I was interested as it got to the end, but like how do I say this? I don't find it as interesting. Like, I don't end up leaving the story thinking. A lot of the AK stories has successfully made me like end the story and sit there and like contemplate life for 1 hour. Like, what just happened? Did I just read that? But this one is very like Titanic in a visual novel form. Yeah, Abyssal Hunter storyline almost feels like it's written to be an action film. It's all about the fight. It's all about the thing. But you know how like when they were chasing the freaking Seaborn, and then the sea, bro, I think someone could totally animate this. The whole story looks like as if they see Seaborn, Seaborn jumps up, they run up the ship, they run down the ship, they run to the side of the ship, they run back up the ship, and they go in a fucking circle. I felt like that was what the whole story was. They were just spinning through every room possible of the ship and repeating the direction. Which is very like, I don't need to read that. It's very annoying for me. But yeah, I feel like the deaths were also very predictable. That's why I don't feel very sad. You know, or the bad situations were very predictable. Like the difference between this and Undertides, I felt was the Undertides bad parts got me like gripping. You know, so Undertides had this interesting thing where they played the creature that ran around, and you didn't understand what that creature was, right? And you don't know how that creature was going to influence. Was it a bad entity, or was it something that's neutral? And then afterwards, you also had the curiosity of what's with the case. You have the curiosity of why is Spectre within the jar, you know, the thing. And then, like, you also had the matter of the children, right? I thought the children of Undertides elevated the story so much. In Undertides, really. So, this one just didn't hit, you know. If anything, I just hope for a good budding romance between Lumen and Irene. I would support that. If they hang, you know, if they say, let's make us together canon, I'm okay. You know, but like apart from that, yeah, I it just felt like a random buddy time that they've got over there. Oh yes, also they kept saying, okay, one thing that I find that is a little bit of a gap in this story was them mentioning how Kelsit is there for business to help Ebaria and whatnot. I don't think I quite understood what the business was. Like, you know, they stayed back while everybody went out to the sea. The two of them, Sinkaman and Kelsit, stayed back on land. So we're getting this missing info of what did they stay back on land for. I perceived that it would get answered. They just somehow deliberately chose not to answer it. Yeah, I have a feeling this information that I feel a little bit bothered by is deliberately left out for a future story. Because it must be of significance. Because otherwise, you see, I'd easily be angry at Carmen and Kelsit for saying like, hey, those guys are out on a dangerous mission. If your monster is so good at defending everybody, why weren't you there with them at the lighthouse, right? Why didn't you go out to sea with them to defend the Eye of Ebaria? Because if that happened, then Dario might not have died, right? If there were just more people who stayed back and defended the place itself. For all we know, Lumen could have died as well. But for some reason, Lumen plot armor. You know, so like, yeah, I think that has to be something that they will answer next time. That definitely was a blank in this story. And yeah, on the other hand, she was also protecting the city because there were also sea bonds within the city as well. So you could also say that she had to stay back. So yeah. Actually, it's true. The weakness of the story was the ship, because I think they highlighted it themselves. They were supposed to get back up. They were supposed to get the Iberian military, but the Iberian military just didn't come in time. We don't know what held them back. You know, could be the sea bonds, could be something else, but that could also be another reason to say why the Dario's death happened. So yeah, Dario had to die for Irene's development. I'm indifferent whether he's dead or not. I think Irene will still be who she is. So, yeah. Panel Battalion is old. Oh, Panel Battalion sounds outdated as hell as I'm reading them. But yeah, I just find like this story was awfully lengthy, really. It's the hardest one for me to read so far, actually, compared to all of the other stories. Because like, just need less lines. Less lines that are very like, I don't have to see them. It's not the weakest story I've read, because I think the weakest story I've read might be... I mean, Ancient Forge is obviously the weakest. But if I talk like real deal stories, right? If we go with the real deal... I mean, Granny's was also not that entertaining, but it was the first story, so like, I wouldn't fault it. Code of Brawl was quite stupid as well, with the whole Beast Lord thing, and then them being immortal. But it was the introduction to Beast Lords and their ability to live, so I don't mind it. Actually, yeah, it might be the weakest story I've read thus far. Like, in terms of big story plot lines, it feels pretty weak. I strangely feel like I'm gonna enjoy Menstrual Break more than Stouty. Or like, I feel like I'm gonna enjoy this. I might even enjoy Dorsalus more than Stouty for some reason. I don't even know what Dorsalus is about, but we'll be reading it soon. So, yeah, that's all. I hope Path of Life will save me, because I want to see the Aegarian City. The Aegarian City interests me a lot. But yeah. Yeah, I want to read about Chesterton, that's for sure. So, oh wells. Okay, I think that's kind of it lah for today. What a stream. What a very, very long stream. This gone on probably 2 hours more than I wished for it to be. So, yeah. Okay, I will be adding new stream days tomorrow. I'll let you all know when I'm streaming for the stuff. And I also need to open up Ton's Outer Pool, because I know people want to request for Ton's Outer, so I will let you all know as well. Anyways, it's very late at night now. I'll see you guys. Good night. Bye-bye.